Chapter 651, Intergalactic Space Pirates. Planet Oki will definitely send their forces to hunt us down. Li Lan, who sat on the couch, suddenly said. Everyone focused on Li Lan. Li Lan calmly continued, Planet Oki lost their top-tier domain master because they wanted to assassinate the princess. They know that their target is boarding Fiang and would of course not give up on the assassination. Also, Oki had already thought of taking down Fiang, but they didn't have any good reasons to attack Fiang. In the end, after receiving a threat from the Federation, they couldn't help but to let Fiang leave on time. However, even though the situation played out like this, Oki's government would not give up that easily. Since they can't attack out in the open, they will definitely attack from the shadows. Li Lan raised his head and turned towards Ling Lan. He then continued slowly. There are many ways they can attack us from the shadows and not let anyone discover their involvement. For them to be not connected to this incident would of course involve intergalactic space pirates. Intergalactic space pirates were mostly comprised of criminals and psychopaths that were wanted by all countries. However, some of these pirates were actually secret army forces the governments had secretly created. Some of these pirates were even soldiers in disguise. Even the Federation had a group of intergalactic space pirates that served as their cleanup crew to take out powers or individuals the Federation could not get rid of publicly. Li Lan's words made the others nod in agreement. Ling Lan continued the discussion. Lan's right. During the rest of our trip, we will be attacked by at least one group of intergalactic pirates. Actually, from the beginning of the mission, I had already guessed that we would definitely meet up with some intergalactic space pirates during this mission. Why? Only Li Yingji was curious why Boss Lan had this thought right from the beginning. Hearing his question, Li Lan frowned and decisively decided to ignore Li Yingji. If the family head of the Li family was going to be Li Yingji, Li Lan believed that the Li family's golden throne will definitely be forcefully overthrown by another elite family. Compared to Li Lan's disgust towards Li Yingji, Ling Lan didn't care about the thought process of Li Yingji. After so many years, Ling Lan already knew Li Yingji was the idiot son of the Li family. Additionally, there was Li Shu, who only focused on his research and didn't care about the wealth and power of the Li family. Inside a super elite family like this with different factions going against one another, two simple-minded and stubborn successors were born. Ling Lan was very interested in how the Li family had raised people like them. It should be known that this feat was even harder than raising someone who squandered their wealth. Ling Lan replied with great patience. Compared to other means of assassination, using intergalactic space pirates is the most effective and easiest way, and it is also the most covert way. You won't be able to determine whether the pirate's intention was just the princess or just robbery. Even if Fiang becomes space debris because of an incident like this, the Federation wouldn't be able to find any evidence. The Federation will only be able to acknowledge the reality presented before them. Who knew Fiang would be this unlucky and encounter intergalactic space pirates? That's insane. Li Yingji finally understood and his expression changed instantly. Politics have always been dark. Gulabaduo was only a 20-year-old young woman, yet she had become a chess piece for different parties for them to take what each of them wanted. In reality, her life was not in her own hands. In the end, her life would depend on which powers succeeded in achieving their own plans. After thinking until this point, Ling Lan's expression became cold as ice. If she had returned to being Ling Zhao's daughter, would she also become an existence like Gulabaduo and become a chess piece used by others to attack or win Ling Zhao over? Ling Lan's mood instantly turned for the worse. Her cold aura seeped out for a second and was then immediately taken back. Although the change was instantaneous, the five around her all clearly felt the aura. Boss, did something happen? Although the five of them all seemed calm on the outside, the muscles hiding under their attire had already tightened up. As long as there was anything that seemed off with the surroundings, they would instantaneously attack it. Ling Lan shook her head and her aura became calm and mild. She changed the topic and said, when you guys boarded the ship, did Mu Yian and the others contact you guys? Ever since we returned to the ship on the third day, they didn't contact us. replied Zhao Jun. After Mu Yi'an's team had escorted the princess to Fiang, they silently left and didn't expose themselves. Zhao Jun knew that Captain Mu Yi'an clearly knew who had attacked them. Ling Lan nodded lightly. Senior Colonel Mu Yi'an was definitely an experienced battle team leader. He knew to hide Ling Lan's group's existence. All in all, as they didn't contact us, we will go with what we had previously arranged. Ling Lan didn't want to have too much contact with Mu Yi'an's group. They were after all the royal guards for the princess on the outside and was the focus of attention for the enemies. Ling Lan didn't want her group to be exposed if Mu Yi'an's group became exposed. That way, her group wouldn't be in danger. Ling Lan did indeed want to complete this escort mission. However, if this mission caused her or her teammates to give up their lives, Ling Lan would rather fail the mission. In her eyes, brothers in arms and comrades were more important than the mission. After receiving Ling Lan's orders, Qi Long and the others continued to live their life as a simple intergalactic tourist. Although Ling Lan said that intergalactic space pirates would attack Fiang, the week after the discussion, nothing had happened. It was peaceful for the entire week. This peacefulness made Mu Yi'an and others believe that Oki wanting to assassinate the princess was only just a dream they were having. Of course, they only just thought about it. 4-star battle team were comprised of all experienced and capable veterans. They knew that the more peaceful it was, the more likely a huge crisis was about to come. Even those around them, the 3 teams who were disguised as the Intergalactic Adventure Group and the Intergalactic Smuggling Group, were becoming increasingly worried. Unfortunately, in the time they all had their guard up, another 3 days passed by peacefully. There were only 2 hours left until they would enter Balaya's planetary sector. Mu Yi'an and the others couldn't help but think that Oki was worried about their top-level domain expert, thus they had given up on assassinating Princess Gulabaduo. At this time, Ling Lan's group were in their room. Ling Lan was playing chess with Li Lan. Qi Long and Zhao Jun's mood was very tense, but they still could control themselves. Li Yingji was all jittery and kept looking at the time on his communicator as though he was in a hurry. Li Yingji, stop looking at it. There are still lots of time. Li Lan didn't even raise his head and reminded Li Yingji. Why? Didn't the boss say that those intergalactic space pirates would appear in the last 2 hours? The reason why Li Yingji was so excited was all because it had already reached the time Ling Lan had predicted that the ship would be attacked. Yes, that's why there are still 2 hours left, replied Li Lan calmly. You're saying until the very end? Li Yingji asked confusedly. Yes, the time for them to make a move would be when everyone lets their guard down. Li Lan placed a black chess piece decisively into Ling Lan's territory. Although that one piece was surrounded, this part of Ling Lan's territory was in disarray. There was enough space for Li Lan's piece and it had a chance to do something. But we would have reached Balaya's planetary sector by then. Will they not be afraid that they would be surrounded by Balaya's warships? Li Yingji asked in confusion. Princess Gulabaduo was aboard Fiang. When Balaya gets word that Fiang was under attack, they would definitely send a warship fleet to come to Fiang's aid. No, the outer ring of Balaya's sector isn't within the real planetary sector of Balaya. In fact, the sectors between each country are a no-man's land area. This area could not be determined to be under any country. Thus, these sectors were named fuzzy sectors. If a country's military forces wanted to enter these sectors, there wouldn't be any problems if bordering countries had no disagreement with the idea. However, if one country disagreed, according to the laws of the Intergalactic Human Rights Committee, this issue will be settled in the Intergalactic Supreme Court. Only if the country sending military forces into the sector received the court order for them to pass through, then they would then be able to enter the chosen sector. Ling Lan explained in layman's terms. Didn't the Scout Academy teach us this? Lin Zonking suddenly raised his head and asked. Lin Zonking's words pierced Li Yingji's heart. His heart almost jumped out of his nostrils, yet he still snorted coldly as if he didn't care about what Lin Zonking had said. Back then I was working hard to train my physical skills. Who listens to those lectures? Oh. Lin Zonking said indifferently. He put his head down once again to organize his luggage. As the logistics personnel, He had to know what items they had at their disposal. Lin Zonqing's indifference made Li Yingji feel even more awkward. Wasn't Lin Zonqing completely shunning him? However, Li Yingji actually hated those theory lectures. We shouldn't rely on Balaya's reinforcements. It's better to depend on ourselves rather than others. After Ling Lan spoke, she picked up another white chess piece and put it down right beside Li Lang's black piece. Since her opponent wanted to play randomly, she was going to play randomly as well. The group of intergalactic space pirates will probably not be too large if they want to sneak into Balaya's bordering sector without being discovered. Li Lang stood up. With the threat of Balaya's military, they wouldn't send a large intergalactic pirate force. If they were discovered on their way to the sector and were to be discovered by other patrolling starship fleets from other countries, they would suffer unnecessary losses. Then how big is the intergalactic space pirate group going to be? Zhao Jun asked. He was very trusting of Li Lang's predictions. There will probably be 3 starships, Li Lang said without hesitation. 1 ship is the flagship and 2 fully equipped vanguard ships. Small fleets such as these ones could move about without being detected, especially the 2 smaller vanguard ships. These ships were very fast, mobile, and was the best type of ship to attack and board other starships. Vanguard ships were also called swarm starships. If a flagship brought enough vanguard ships, they would be able to use the swarm surround tactic. Even the largest starship fleets would take a U-turn after seeing the swarm-like vanguard ships. If those fleets were unlucky, it was possible that they would be destroyed by being surrounded by the swarm-like vanguard ships. Of course, the vanguard ships had their weaknesses. These ships were most afraid of mechas. Although vanguard ships were agile and moved quickly, they still couldn't compare to the speed and mobility of mechas. Once the number of mechas becomes more than what they could handle and surrounds them, the outcome of these vanguard ships wouldn't be too good. Thus, if these ships saw an intergalactic carrier, these vanguard ships would not dare to attack them. It was similar to a bigger fish eating a smaller fish, and a smaller fish eating krills. It was just that in galactic warfare, it was the exact opposite. Vanguard ships were afraid of encountering mechas because mechas were much smaller. Mechas may not be able to do too much damage to large starships, but they would be able to damage vanguard ships. Once the number of mechas passed the amount vanguard's ships they could defend against, these mechas would then be able to completely destroy the vanguard ships. However, mechas were completely ineffective against huge starships. Mechas didn't have strong weaponry and artillery, and cold weapons were not large enough to do any significant damage. It was impossible for mechas to do any damage to large starships. Even if it was to create a hole on the starship, it was possible that the weapons on a mecha wouldn't be able to do anything. However, something that was completely impossible for mechas was not necessarily impossible for vanguard ships. Although vanguard ships were small in size, the power of their artillery was incomparable to the ones on mechas. If there was enough vanguard ships and their main cannons attacked continuously, large starships wouldn't be able to defend against such attacks. This was why the swarm surround tactic was used widely in many intergalactic battles. Although large starships could not defend against the swarm surround tactic, they were considered the best weapons against the slow motherships. Motherships were afraid of large starships the most. Even if a mothership sent out all the mechas it contained, it wouldn't be enough to go against large starships. Thus, in an intergalactic fleet, there would always be more than one type of starship. If the different types of starships were mixed together, the fleet would not have any obvious flaws in its defense and offense. Of course, the theory mentioned above only applied to the levels under ace mechas. If there were enough ace mechas, this theory would be questioned. This was also why ace mechas were the kings of the battlefield. Not to mention mechas above the ace level, those mechas were not allowed to appear in battlefields. Vanguard ships were the best choice for going against a large cruise starship like Fiang. If the intergalactic space pirates really wanted to hijack the cruise ship, there wouldn't be only just a small group. However, one starship's strength was insignificant. If 2 more starships joined in on the attack, Fiang would be in trouble. Thus, Li Lan determined that the enemy would send 1 flagship and 2 vanguard ships. Ling Lan nodded in agreement. It's probably as you say, boss. Do you think they will have ace mechas? Li Yingji said excitedly. Ever since he advanced to ace level, he only competed with allies or trained with comrades. This was the first time he was going to fight for real. Li Yingji felt his heart beat faster and faster. Definitely, 100%. Ling Lan stood up. Everyone also stood up in unplanned unison. This was the powerful presence of a captain. Are we getting ready? Qilong began to pump his fists. Ling Lan looked at the time on her communicator and calmly said, "If my guess is correct, the intergalactic pirates will be here right now." After she finished speaking, they heard Fiang's alarm go off. "Attention all passengers, attention all passengers. We have encountered intergalactic pirates." Once again, a reminder to everyone. The battle will commence immediately. All passengers please remain calm and do not panic. Passengers who are still the recreation areas please immediately return to your rooms. Boss, could it be that you jinxed it? Li Yingji looked at Ling Lan with an odd look as Ling Lan left the room first. He didn't think that right after Ling Lan said that pirates were going to come, the pirates actually came. Bam! His head was slapped by Lim Zongqing. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is called a premonition." Seeing Lim Zongqing, who slapped his head, following behind Ling Lan, Li Yingji grimaced as he rubbed his head. He murmured, "I knew that I wouldn't get any status or benefits after joining Lingshan. Even the punk that I had bullied before is now bullying me." Chapter 652, Pleasing to the Eyes. "Why aren't you following if you have time spouting pointless nonsense?" Li Lan said coldly as he stood behind him. Right as Li Yingji was about to lash out at Li Lan, he turned around and saw the cold and deadly glare from Li Lan's eyes. Li Yingji couldn't help but shudder and quickly ran up to Lim Zongqing. "Woo wah woo." Li Lan definitely stayed with Boss Lan for too long. That was why he was affected by Boss Lan's terrifying aura. Otherwise, how could Li Yingji be scared of someone who was not from the main family like Li Lan? Although Li Yingji was impulsive and arrogant, his instincts were very keen. He knew his limits and knew who he could anger and who he couldn't. That was why he decisively gave up on being Ling Lan and Qilong's enemy. That was why he was so pompous and arrogant for all 10 years at the Central Scout Academy and was not rivaled by anyone. That was also why he stopped being so pompous after entering the first men's military academy and peacefully living out the rest of his time there as a student. Just now, Li Yingji felt that if he had lashed out at Li Lan's expression showed that he was actually going to kill him. Seeing Li Yingji leave, Li Lan closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes once again, the coldness had completely disappeared and only warmth poured out from his eyes. He laughed without making a sound, rubbed his eyes and reminded himself softly, "Oh Li Lan, your patience seems to have thinned recently. You actually exposed your real thoughts to that idiot. That's not good." "What's wrong? You dislike Li Yingji?" Zhao Jun asked softly from behind. Lan smiled and said, "No, not really, only a bit jealous. The stuff that we worked so hard to obtain, he was able to get without lifting a finger. Even the captain is patient with him and tolerates his behavior." Zhao Jun thought that Li Lan was talking about how Li Yingji was the third-generation descendant to inherit the Li family. He nodded and said, "That's true. Some people are just born lucky. However, I think the reason our captain tolerates Li Yingji is because he never actually considered Li Yingji as one of us. That's why he doesn't really care. Isn't he one of us?" Li Lan's expression fixed to the ground as though he was thinking deeply about something. "Let's go, otherwise the boss is going to be angry," Zhao Jun reminded. "Okay, we joined in halfway and can't let Qilong and the others leave us in the dust," replied Li Lan. Zhao Jun didn't say anything, followed the others with Li Lan. Zhao Jun knew that compared to Qilong, they were still viewed differently. If time cannot compensate for the difference, then they can only use their hard work to receive more of Ling Lan's trust. The staff members of Fiang had already appeared at every corner of the corridors. They were leading the passengers from the recreational areas to their own rooms. After a while, everyone obediently returned to their rooms. Although the staff members didn't seem to be carrying any weapons on them, It was still clear that there were beam guns hidden under their clothes along with some daggers hidden in the side pockets of their pants. Once the staff members found any enemies hidden on the ship who were trying to create chaos, these staff members would mercilessly kill them in cold blood. Additionally, it was also crucial that the enemies did not break them down from the inside. Fieng's captain to the service members all knew that once the intergalactic space pirates took control of Fieng, it would be definite death for all crew members. In order for the enemies to not leave any evidence of their attack, everyone on Fieng must die. Of course, not every passengers followed the directions to return to their rooms. Some people who were capable had remained in the atrium and prepared to help Fieng fight this battle to defend the ship. Ling Lan didn't go to the atrium. She led her team members into a corridor and arrived at the ship's emergency stairs. Two tall and muscular staff members stood at the entrance of the staircase. Seeing Ling Lan's group arrive, the two staff members decisively pulled out their beam guns and pointed it towards Ling Lan's group. "Don't move." Ling Lan and the others instantly stopped in their tracks. "Who are you people? If you're passengers, please immediately return to your rooms," said one of the staff members. Ling Lan glanced at them and put out her right hand. A thin, card-like piece of paper appeared between her fingers. "Toss that card over here." Suddenly a deep voice echoed from the back of the two staff members. Ling Lan flicked her fingers and the card instantly shot behind the two staff members. A huge hand suddenly appeared and grabbed that small card. That was when a 40 to 50-year-old man appeared. The killing intent pouring out of his body showed that he was not be messed with. "I didn't think you guys are actually on the mission." After confirming the card, the man looked at Ling Lan's group and their innocent expressions. He couldn't help but sigh and at the same time toss the card back to Ling Lan. "It seems that others had gone past here before us," said Ling Lan rhetorically. "Indeed, you guys are the fourth group." The man laughed. "You're new recruits, right?" A bit lacking in experience, Ling Lan only smiled and didn't answer. Could she actually say that she purposefully dragged out the time and came here late? Their appearances were too innocent and young-looking. If her group was actually the first ones to meet up with Fieng's crew, it was possible that the crew would not trust them as the people on the mission. Ling Lan didn't want to waste time and effort explaining something like this. And now, with a few groups ahead of them, the staff members wouldn't be as cautious as they were before. Knowing that Ling Lan's group was on the mission, the staff members did not block their path anymore. Ling Lan's group went all the way down the stairs to the first floor. When they passed the second floor, Ling Lan also discovered that there were guards in the corridors. After looking at Ling Lan's card, the staff members let them pass. The first floor was divided into two large parts. One part was the rest area for the staff members of Fieng. There were no passengers in that area and now not even a single staff member appeared in that area. It was probably because all of them had moved out to defend the ship. The other area was the mechanical area. There was the ship's engine room, control room, captain's quarters, etc. It was the most important part of the cruise ship. Ling Lan's group of 6 reached the entrance of the mechanical area. However, it wasn't the same as what they had previously thought. There were many staff members defending it and there was only one door. However, the 6 of them knew that this door was not a simple door. It was possible that even an explosive as strong as TNT wouldn't be able to destroy it. Ling Lan walked to the door. She took out the card and scanned it at the scanner beside the door. After a clicking sound, the door opened automatically. After the door opened, there were 4 armed individuals, all wearing protective vests with military-grade beam guns in their hands. The 4 of them saw Ling Lan's group of 6 entering and they had already pointed their beam guns towards Ling Lan's group. If Ling Lan made any sudden movements, the 4 of them would mercilessly pull down on their trigger and shoot them. Right then, Ling Lan calmly waved the card in her hand and calmly said, 23rd Division, 4-star Battle Team Lingshan, Ling Lan, rank, Senior Captain. Hearing Ling Lan's words, the 4 guards relaxed a bit. These 4 already had experience after having already greeted by 3 allied groups beforehand. After taking Ling Lan's card and confirming their identities, The 4 guards opened the door behind them. Ling Lan's group of 6 walked in and another huge door appeared in front of them. There was actually quite a lot of doors in order to protect the most important part of the cruise ship. At that moment, the door behind them closed automatically. Ling Lan didn't panic. They had already gone through real-life starship training and knew the standard procedures. As expected, after the door behind them shut firmly, the door in front of them opened. The 6 of them felt that the gravity on their bodies had changed. Their bodies became much lighter. Ling Lan hopped just a little bit and her entire body floated forward towards the direction of the large door. After 6 of them passed the large door, the door closed firmly once again. Inside the door, an automatic conveyor belt appeared. Ling Lan grabbed onto the handrail on the side of the corridor and was automatically taken forwards. Not long after, they had arrived at the cargo hold. It was actually where the starship kept mechas. After the doors of the cargo hold opened, the cargo hold could be seen. Staff members were busy arranging the positions of the mechas. The mechas in the cargo hold had already decreased. It seemed that during the time Ling Lan's group hurried to this location, many mechas had already left to fight the intergalactic space pirates. Of course, there were still many mecha operators patiently sitting in their mechas and were waiting for the orders from the staff members. That was because the starship was modified into a cruise ship. The 24 ports used for ejecting mechas out of the starship only had 8 that could be used. This caused the speed of which the mechas left to fight to be slower than normal. One staff member looked at the optical supercomputer in his hands with sweat dripping down his face. When the optical supercomputer finished performing the checks for everything, the staff member immediately pulled out the cord connected to the mecha and shouted into his microphone, "B-17, the check is complete. Please prepare to join the fight." Right as the staff member finished, the mecha operator in Mecha B-17 heard the clear voice of the starship's holding area JMC. "Attention B-17. Attention B-17. You have been arranged to be ejected at port number 4. Please get ready to join the fight." Under the clear and crisp voice of the JMC, Mecha B-17, that was originally securely locked in its holding area, instantly unlocked from its place. The mechanism below the mecha automatically moved B-17 to port number 4. The mecha operator of Mecha B-17 took a deep breath and pushed down a button to connect himself to the JMC at port number 4. B-17 ready to take off. Request to join the fight. After doing the final checks, B-17's movements are normal, oxygen systems are normal. Weapons and equipment are all standard. No issues with the final checks. Takeoff permission granted. The JMC who was responsible for port number 4 made the final checks. After finding no issues, the JMC granted the request for takeoff. After the JMC finished, the entire port along with the screen in the mecha began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Takeoff. Whoosh. A loud takeoff sound rang throughout the hold. The port ejected the mecha into space. An intense intergalactic mecha battle was about to begin. "Boss, where's our mechas?" Chi Long said passionately. He couldn't wait and wanted to immediately jump into his mecha and fight with the intergalactic pirates outside. At that moment, the staff member who had just checked a mecha saw the 6 of them. He immediately shouted, "Are you mecha operators?" "Yes," Ling Lan nodded. Although the holding area was very noisy, the staff member still clearly heard Ling Lan's reply. Her voice seemed to ring right beside his ears, but the staff member didn't notice this detail since he was too busy. After knowing the 6 of them were mecha operators, he couldn't help but angrily point to his right and shouted, "Shouldn't you be going to the changing room to change into your operating gears? Are you guys planning on operating mechas just like that?" Ling Lan didn't dare to say any more. Since they were in the staff member's territory, they should just follow his arrangements. Thus, she led Chi Long and the others towards the place the staff member had pointed towards. After entering the changing room, the 6 of them saw that 1st Division's Senior Colonel Meng Shengyuan, along with his team members from the Iron Curtain battle team had already finished changing and was about to leave the room. "Senior Captain Ling, you guys are pretty quick. Senior Colonel Meng Shangyuan saw Ling Lan and nodded towards her. Senior Colonel Meng's reaction time is much faster. We are still a bit late and should learn from elder brothers like you, Ling Lan replied earnestly. Hearing her reply, Senior Colonel Meng had a huge smile on his face and said, "Sure, we're leaving first. We'll contact each other in the future." After saying that, Meng Shangyuan waved his hand and led his team members out of the changing room. It seems that they were at the auction that day as well. After walking out just a few steps away from the changing room, he suddenly remembered this detail. The only reason Mu Yian and Qiyang Jialin were able to return with their lives from the auction was because they were saved by a domain expert and his comrades. Meng Shangyuan had his own way of acquiring information and knew the truth that was covered up. When Meng Shangyuan's group entered the changing room, they encountered Qiyang Jialin and Mu Yian's groups leaving the room. Meng Shangyuan had tried to get some information from the two of them, but unfortunately their mouths were tightly sealed and wouldn't give out any hints. However, Meng Shangyuan still managed to confirm one thing from the calm yet stiff expressions on the two captains' faces. The confirmation was that the domain expert was definitely part of the Federation and was someone that they knew. It was just that they didn't dare to believe the facts and imagine who it might have been. Who was it that could make those two sly foxes show an expression like that? The young and naive faces of Ling Lan's group appeared inside Meng Shangyuan's mind. He suddenly had a thought that it was possible that it was Ling Lan's group who were also at the auction. Meng Shangyuan couldn't help but laugh at his ludicrous imagination. He shook his head and put the thought into the back of his mind. At that moment, Meng Shangyuan didn't know that his ludicrous imagination was actually the truth. However, Meng Shangyuan shouldn't be blamed for not believing his imagination. In reality, anyone who didn't know the truth of the situation wouldn't connect a domain expert to Ling Lan. That was because Ling Lan was too young and was not recorded in the records of the Federation. The records of Federation had once again fooled someone. Actually, Meng Shangyuan paid a lot of attention towards Ling Lan and felt good about him in general. In Meng Shangyuan's eyes, Ling Lan had the passion and hope of an overachieving hot-blooded youngster. That was what Meng Shangyuan believed to be why Ling Lan had taken the heavy responsibility of being a captain of a 4-star battle team. Meng Shangyuan didn't know that Lingshan battle team was created by Ling Lan. He thought that Ling Lan inherited the position of captain from the previous captain. In all mecha battle teams, when the captain applied to enter the Ace Mecha Battle Clan and was accepted, the captain would have to give up their position. The next captain only needed 80% of members agreeing to the appointment of his new position. Thus, even if he was a newbie, he would still be able to become a captain of a legendary battle team. Of course, this was all in theory. Meng Shangyuan naturally believed that this was the case of how Ling Lan had become a captain. However, if they couldn't maintain the necessary requirements for the battle team's star level, the star level of the team would decrease. And usually, new captains couldn't handle the other capable veteran members, especially the members who were ace operators. Not long after, the battle team would split internally due to not obeying their captain, ace operators leaving the battle team, etc. This would decrease the battle team's star level to 3 stars, 2 stars and even possibly 1 star. Thus, not every new captain had the courage to take up the mantle and not every battle team had the courage to let a newbie take the position of captain. In Meng Shangyuan's eyes, no matter if it was the previous captain of Lingshan or Ling Lan, they were both brave individuals. Even if in the end Ling Lan couldn't maintain the star level of the battle team, Meng Shangyuan wouldn't look down upon them because of this reason. Meng Shangyuan even decided that if Ling Lan required any help, he would be happy to lend a helping hand. People were indeed connected by fate. Other than the First Division, there weren't many people that Meng admired because he was a general working directly under the First Marshal. And as luck would have it, Ling Lan had received Meng Shangyuan's admiration. Chapter 653, Come On. Let's go. There were operator suits readily prepared in the changing room. Ling Lan's group of 6 quickly changed into the operator's suit that fit their body sizes. The operator's suit had anti-pressure and anti-shock functions. This suit was required to be worn by all mecha operators who were about to board a mecha. However, if the situation was dire, this step could be omitted. However, the results of that would be that the mecha operators who survived the ensuing battle would be severely injured. Great harm would be brought to the mecha operators if they battled without the protection of the operator's suit and just relied on their flesh and bones. Ling Lan's group of 6 ran back to the holding area and warmed up their bodies along the way. This way, their operating speed would not be affected by warming their bodies up first. Every mecha had its own corresponding operator. Ling Lan and the others also had their own mechas. This was the arrangement from the very beginning. Ling Lan took out the activation key that belonged to their mechas and scanned the key at the sensors in the holding area. Clink, clank, clunk. Suddenly a flat metal wall in front of them suddenly rose up and showed a groove-like area. Inside it, there was a well-made, epic-looking and massive mecha. Compared to the mechas outside, this mecha was more beautiful and detailed. One look would make anyone know that this mecha was on a completely different level compared to those outside. Ling Lan knew that this mecha belonged to her. It was no wonder that after looking around, Ling Lan only saw mechas below special class level. She was still thinking where Fiang had hidden the mecha that belonged to her. She didn't hesitate and walked to the feet of the mecha. At the same time, she pressed activation button on the mecha's key. Bam! The cockpit suddenly opened. Ling Lan put force into her feet and jumped into the air. After that, her foot stepped on the outer parts of the mecha. Using this force, she got into the cockpit in an instant. This was the result of Ling Lan showing restraint. Otherwise, Ling Lan didn't even need the extra step and would instantly fly into the cockpit. Clank. The cockpit closed once again. Ling Lan activated the mecha that currently belonged to her. After finishing the mission, this mecha would be her very own ace mecha. Ling Lan's ace mecha was a balanced mecha with standard equipments. At the start, Ling Lan did also consider whether or not she should choose a close combat mecha. However, when she saw that Qilong and Zhao Jun not hesitating in choosing the close combat type mechas, and Li Yingji also chose close combat, Ling Lan couldn't help but painfully give up on the thought. In order to make sure they could cover long-range fights, Ling Lan could only choose a balanced mecha. Additionally, with Li Lan's balanced mecha and Lin Zonking's long-range mecha, their battle team's composition was balanced. This outcome saddened Ling Lan a little bit. Why did her small team have this many violent individuals? At that moment, Ling Lan hadn't realized that the reason why there were so many violent individuals in her team was because of how violent of a captain she was herself. Wasn't there a saying of some sort where people would say soldiers are the spitting images of their generals? The few chances that Ling Lan had shown her close-range abilities, her performances were quite ruthless. These performances stimulated her team members to become more ruthless. This stimulation made them greatly admire the merciless, unreasonable and powerful pressure close combat brought upon an opponent. The activity in the holding area instantly alerted a staff member who had just finished inspecting a mecha. He didn't stop for a second and brought his optical supercomputer with him as he walked over to Ling Lan. When he saw that the activated mecha was an ace mecha, he was about to shout in excitement. However, he realized that that would be a show of poor behavior. He quickly stopped his voice from coming out of his mouth. He looked around quickly and discovered that his comrades hadn't discovered the ace mecha. He then excitedly walked to this ace mecha that was activated. Serial number, L6W1. Although the staff member tried his best to contain his excitement, but the first few words that he said showed a hint of excitement and nervousness. When he said the serial number of the mecha, his voice was trembling. It couldn't be helped. Fiang was once a military starship, but it was only a standard warship. The mechas that were paired with the warship only had special class mechas as their highest level mechas. As a maintenance personnel who worked only on one warship for his entire life, he never thought he would one day be able to service an ace mecha. If he returned to the Federation alive, he will definitely brag about this fact to other maintenance personnel from other warships. The dream of a mecha maintenance personnel, and his goal in life was to become a maintenance personnel exclusively for a single ace mecha. Yes. Ling Lan's calm and collected voice made the staff member tremble. His originally excited and jumpy mood suddenly calmed down, as expected of an ace operator. Just the sound of his voice was enough to calm a person down. The staff member showed an expression of admiration. In the eyes of a maintenance personnel like himself, ace operators were legendary individuals they looked up to. I will now begin the inspection. The staff member instantly got into his role. He began to carefully examine the data of the mecha, his eyes fixated on the images shown on the optical supercomputer. He was afraid that he would miss something. The work that made him felt numb originally now gave him immense pressure. He was afraid that he would miss something and in the end cause a regrettable outcome. Sweat began to drip from the staff member's forehead. The inspection only lasted a short 10 seconds. But in these 10 seconds, he actually had sweat all over his body. His work clothes was also soaked in sweat. Serial number, L6W1, check is complete. It is able to join the battle. After examining that everything was fine, the staff member immediately pulled out the connecting wire, pulled down his microphone and shouted out that the inspection was complete. At that moment, the staff member let out a sigh of relief. Also, he finally got to know what it felt like to be a maintenance personnel exclusively for one single ace mecha and the amount of pressure that he needed to endure. The staff member believed that if he continued doing this, he would definitely die young because of the immense pressure. The mecha engineer made it seem as though his job was very simple as he only looked at some data details. However, his duties were not that easy. His job was the most important last line of defense in protecting mecha operators. Sometimes, when mechas were activated, the mecha wouldn't be able to detect hidden malfunctions. The optical supercomputer connected from the outside was like a bystander who could clearly see all the problems. History had taught everyone that malfunctions of a mecha was even more terrifying than an enemy. Back then when mecha engineers were not valued, there would only be a single mecha engineer for a large team of mechas. Those smaller mecha teams did not even have a single mecha engineer. The price these mecha teams paid were painful after they overlooked the importance of mecha engineers. Once, a starship fleet encountered an enemy fleet. A large-scale battle would take place. Without enough mecha engineers on board doing emergency inspections, one of the mecha teams didn't have their mechas inspected and went into battle. In the end, these mecha operators didn't die by the hands of their enemies, but rather by a virus that was hiding within the mecha's operating system. At the end of the battle, the entire mecha clan consisted of 380 people. Only had less than 10 people survive. The only reason these people were able to survive was because their mechas had just gotten the virus in their system. The virus didn't take effect yet. That was why these few mecha operators were able to survive the battle. This painful truth made the Federation no longer be neglectful and look down on the soldiers who were mecha engineers. Although the final investigation of the situation showed results that the mecha engineer on duty was partially responsible due to neglecting the odd behaviors of the mecha's operating systems. A tragedy like this perhaps wouldn't have happened if the mecha clan had more than just one mecha engineer. The lesson learned from this bloodshed had made the Federation decisively increase the amount of mecha engineers. The Federation lowered the necessary requirements and also gave commoners chances to join the military. Afterwards, there was one outstanding mecha engineer, who was following a certain general, had shown amazing skills in mecha repair during one of their missions. Before the reinforcements had arrived, the group had very little resources left and their mechas were also damaged beyond repair. This mecha engineer managed to extend the life of the mechas using the limited amount of resources they had. In the end, through this act, the group managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. After the general had climbed to the top of the military rankings, that mecha engineer became one of the higher-ups of the military as well and was given the rank of Major General. Just like that, a commoner, who did not have a strong physical constitution nor high intelligence, used his own skills in repair and observation to become a general that people admired. This was a real story about how a commoner became a part of history. This individual made mecha engineer to instantly become a sought-after job for commoners who were aiming to change their fate. Afterwards, becoming a mecha engineer became a popular choice in the military. Even now, with all the mecha engineers within the Federation, standard operators still couldn't have the luxury of having one engineer for their mecha. However, the number of engineers was still enough for one engineer for one group, one engineer for two special class mechas and one engineer for one ace mecha. Only ace operator had their own mecha engineers. The staff member who checked Ling Lan's L6W1 reported to the holding area's JMC. In the next second, the JMC in the holding area connected with Ling Lan's communicator. Attention L6W1. Attention L6W1. You have been arranged to be ejected out of port number 3. Please prepare to join the battle. After the JMC finished, Ling Lan's mecha was moved to port number 3. The JMC who was responsible for port number 3 saw that her work area had a new mecha that had arrived. So she immediately raised her head, then shouted with surprise, "Ah!" Her voice startled the other JMCs beside her. "Little King, what's wrong?" "Ace mecha." "It's an ace mecha." The JMC called Little King pointed at the screen in front of her as she shouted. Her words instantly excited the other JMCs. They all looked towards her direction. After seeing that it was indeed a Federation standard issue balanced ace mecha, the other JMCs all joined in and screamed in excitement. Their team leader saw them and immediately had a serious expression on her face. "This a war zone. Why aren't you people at your posts?" The JMCs knew they did something wrong. They didn't dare to make a sound and all went back to their posts. L6W1 ready, requesting to join the battle. Ling Lan quickly examined the mecha and found that everything was ready. She then pushed down on the communication button to port number 3's JMC. "Yes, please wait for a moment." This JMC's voice was trembling a bit, but it was still clear. "Performing final checks. B-17 movement normal. Oxygen system functioning normally. Weapons standard type. Checks completed. Ejection permitted. And I'm rooting for you." The JMC from port number 3 suddenly added these few words. Although she couldn't see the appearance of the mecha operator who wore the helmet in her video feed, her heart still skipped a beat from the calm and collected gaze of the operator. She impulsively shouted out those words. After saying those words, Little King woke up from her trance and her face became pale. She actually went against the rules regarding actions of the JMC. If this ace operator was to formally complain about her, she would definitely be expelled from the military. Little King seemed to have already begun to feel the mockery and disdain from those around her. Her eyes began to water, but she could only hold it in. Since she had done something wrong, then she must accept the result. Why should she be crying at this time? Hearing the JMC's words, Ling Lan was stunned for a second. This was against the rules. Ling Lan raised her head and looked at the JMC's image on her mecha's screen. She saw that this JMC had an expression of terror along with the tears that were about to fall from her eyes. It seemed that she understood that she had made a mistake. Those words seemed to be said accidentally, not purposefully. However, it didn't matter. This was the JMC's encouragement to Ling Lan. Ling Lan closed her eyes and politely replied, "Thank you." The cold and calm voice shot the word of thanks straight into Little King's ear. It was like the sound from heaven and almost made her faint. That operator didn't blame her and even thanked her. Little King felt she was very lucky. Her first time servicing an ace operator actually had her met such a reasonable person who didn't complain about her breaking the rules. Since the operator was already so busy, she couldn't continue taking his time. Little King took a deep breath and sucked in her tears back into her eyes. Then she pushed down on the countdown button. The port along with the mecha's screen began the countdown at the same time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take off. Whoosh. The mecha shot out through the tunnel. Simultaneously, the mecha's engine roared as the mecha moved through space like lightning. Right as Little King had sent off the ace operator from her side, her comrades, the other JMCs, All screamed in excitement. It turns out that they had also received the individual they were going to service, and they were all ace mechas. Ports 1 to 4 all had one ace operator appear, and Little King received yet another ace operator. That meant that there were a total of 5 ace operators. This surprised all of the JMCs. Why would such a simple transport mission have 5 ace operators appear during the mission? What important mission did they accept? Since it was that important, why would the mission be given to a standard warship such as theirs? The excitement of the girls from the appearance of 5 ace operators was all seen by the team leader. Her mature face showed a hint of concern. Only she knew that another group of JMCs at ports 5 to 8 had serviced 6 ace operators long before this current group of JMCs. Since there were 11 ace operators appearing at the same time, along with how their warship was modified in secret for an entire year, the team leader knew that the mission they had taken up was not any average mission. She only hoped that with the protection of these 11 ace operators, they would be able to complete the transport mission. Chapter 654, Style. When Ling Lan was ejected into space, she saw many mechas fighting. There was also a huge flagship and 2 vanguard ships pursuing Fiang. They were trying to stop it. Li Lan was right. The intergalactic pirates came with a flagship and 2 vanguard ships. However, it would not be easy to stop the Fiang ship. Ling Lan saw 3 ace mechas nearby the 2 vanguard ships. If she was right, these 3 ace mechas were from the other 4-star battle teams. She thought that only the captains of the battle teams were ace mecha masters, but it seemed like there was another ace mecha master in one of the teams. When Meng Shangyuan and his men were trying their best to stop the vanguard ships, they suddenly saw a few ace mechas coming to the battlefield. They were stunned. Those mechas looked like the mechas from the Federation. They knew that besides the 4-star battle teams, there were no other ace operators in the Fiang ship. If so, where did these 5 ace operators came from? Meng Shangyuan suddenly remembered Ling Lan and her team. He was shocked. Were these people from Ling Lan's battle team? The young faces of Ling Lan's team members appeared in Meng Shangyuan's mind. Their captain was also of a similar age. They must be recruits that just graduated from the military academy. If he was right, to become ace operators at such a young age, they must be elites of the elites. According to Meng Shangyuan's past experiences, such elites were arrogant and unwilling to bow down to people. How was Ling Lan able to lead this bunch of elites? The Flying Dragon Special Forces? Meng Shangyuan thought about this. Only the Flying Dragon Special Forces was able to have so many young ace operators. However, the Flying Dragon Special Forces was the ultimate weapon of the Federation. They would never let their members join other divisions. But why were these people in the 23rd Division? Their information must be fake. Meng Shangyuan thought about their mission and their fake identities. He deduced the answer. In order to prevent other people from noticing them, the Flying Dragon Special Forces gave them fake identities. Compared to other developed divisions, the newly formed 23rd Division was the best division to use. Meng Shangyuan and the others all thought that Ling Lan and her team members were from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. However, they didn't have time to ponder their thoughts. The vanguard ships were moving very quickly and were very agile. It was much bigger than their mechas too, so in order to stop it, 3 mechas were not enough. They needed to focus all their attention to stop the vanguard ships. Everyone was clear about their objectives, so they quickly pushed their doubts about Ling Lan and her team members to the back of their minds. At this moment, on the flagship of the intergalactic pirates, the captain of the ship was looking at the screen angrily. He lifted a handsome golden-haired young man sitting beside him by his collar and yelled to his face furiously, "Was this what you meant by no resistance? Do you know how many ace mechas have appeared?" 6. A person who was in charge of monitoring the battlefield turned to his captain in fear and shouted, "Captain, another 5 ace mechas appeared." With 11 ace mechas, even 4 vanguard ships would not be able to subdue them. They needed to have more battleships or have the same amount of ace mechas as their opponents in order to defeat them. However, they didn't have either. The captain almost vomited blood. 11? He threw the golden-haired young man aside. He looked agitated as he said, "No, I can't let my babies die here. I need to leave immediately." Captain Jiao Lujai, You accepted a mission. The golden-haired young man didn't get angry even though he was treated badly by the captain. He frowned and tidied his clothes while reminding the captain with a hint of threat. So what? You gave me the wrong intel. Am I supposed to let my babies die because of your mistakes? In your dreams. Captain Jiaolujai was not afraid of the threat. This was his territory. He would have the final say. If the young man kept talking, he didn't mind killing him. Malicious intent flashed before the captain's eyes. They were intergalactic pirates who lived their lives on the brink of death every day. The word loyalty was not in their dictionary. The golden-haired young man smiled at the captain. The captain felt a chill ran down his spine. He calmed down instantly. He suddenly remembered that the bodyguards of this young man were powerful. The other party never trusted him. The mecha operators were still sitting in their ace mechas. If he dared to make a move, his starship would be destroyed by those ace mechas, becoming dust in the universe. After the golden-haired young man noticed that the captain had calmed down, he looked at the screen. Many images were displayed on the screen. 11 images showed the 11 ace mechas on their opponent's side. When he saw 6 ace operators, he felt that things were still within his control. Gulabaduo was not an extremely important character, but the Federation would still send some ace operators to protect her. However, he didn't expect the Federation to place so much importance in Gulabaduo that they sent 11 ace operators to protect her. We predicted that there would be around 4 ace mechas on the other side. Our intel was wrong. However, don't worry, we will take care of those extra ace mechas. The young man thought for a moment and replied, but, you will take care of the other 4 ace mechas. Don't tell me that you can't even do this. The golden-haired young man looked at the captain with disdain. The captain didn't like how arrogant this young man was. However, he didn't want to offend him. He didn't know the real identity of this young man, but from what the middleman had told him, this young man was a powerful person. His background must be really impressive in order to have 6 ace mecha masters as his bodyguards. HMPH, as long as you can destroy the 5 ace mechas that just appeared, we can subdue the other 6 mechas, the captain replied coldly. Fine. If you can't handle them, just tell me. The young man left the control room after finishing his sentence. 2 muscular men were guarding the door. When they saw the young man coming out of the control room, one of them asked, "Your Highness, do you have any orders?" "Ask the bodyguards to prepare for a fight. I will go and destroy the mechas with them in a while," the young man replied calmly. The muscular man's expression changed slightly. "Your Highness, we can subdue the ace mechas ourselves. It is too dangerous outside. You should stay on the flagship." "I am not that weak. I am the only Imperial member who became an ace operator at the age of 20 years old. How can I tarnish my kingdom's dignity?" The young man glared at the muscular man. He was angry that the man doubted him. The muscular man quickly lowered his head when he saw the anger on the young man's face. "Yes, Your Highness, I am worrying too much." With 6 ace operators protecting him, His Highness would be fine. The muscular man thought about it and decided to let His Highness do what he wanted. L6W2 calling for L6W1. L6W3 calling for L6W1. Ling Lan heard Qilong and her other comrades calling her in their team channel. They were at different locations, and with so many mechas fighting around them, it was hard for them to find Ling Lan. Hence, they decided to just call their boss. "These are my coordinates." Ling Lan told her comrades her location. This was the first real mecha battle for Qilong, Li Yingji, and Lin Zonking. Ling Lan believed in their ability, but she still wanted to make sure that they were safe. After receiving her coordinates, 4 ace mechas and a special class mecha quickly moved towards Ling Lan's location. Lin Zonking was still a special class operator. Although he was quite talented, he could not be compared to geniuses like Qilong and Zhao Jun. However, Lin Zonking had his advantages. Although his operation skills were not as good, he was precise. He would rarely make any mistakes. This was not an easy feat. Lin Zonking was able to do this due to the teachings of his instructor, Tang Yu. Instructor Tang Yu had the same innate talent as Lin Zonking. His innate talent was not bad but not the most impressive too. However, He was able to become an elite ace operator at 30 years old and almost advanced to a peak-level ace mecha master at 40 years old due to his high precision. Ling Lan fought with instructor Tang Yu for many years and knew that with his strong foundation in mecha piloting and his high degree of precision, he would definitely become an imperial operator in 10 years. Based on his potential and innate talent, he should not be able to achieve this, but he achieved this miracle by pouring in countless hours of hard work. Lin Zonking was heavily influenced by his instructor. Most people were tempted to advance to a higher level the moment they could, but Lin Zonking resisted the temptation. Every time he advanced, he would perfect his operation skills. Of course, Ling Lan's high expectations also helped him improve tremendously. Sometimes, Ling Lan felt that she could not be as precise as Lin Zonking in terms of operations. Ling Lan's operation was perfected through her many experiences and battles, but she was not precise. Her operation was good because it was very smooth. Even if she made a mistake, people would think that it was part of her plan. She was able to think of different combinations based on different situations. This was why her operations were different every time. Overall, her precision was above average but not as perfect as Lin Zonking. No one could say which style was better among the two. Every mecha operator had their own styles and habits. The most important thing was to choose a suitable style for yourself. To Lin Zonking, he was comfortable with such precise operations. There were lesser surprises, but he would make no mistakes. This fitted Lin Zonking's personality and his position in the team. The logisticians of the team needed to take care of various matters. There was no room for them to make any mistakes. Thus, Lin Zonking started to have the habit of being precise in everything he does. This affected his mecha operation style. The members of the Lingshan battle team had completely different styles from each other. Ling Lan's operation style was free and wild. She merged the methods of operation from two different galaxies. There was no fixed method for her. She would use whatever she felt was the most appropriate. Based on what her team members said, her operation style was weird and unpredictable. Qilong's operation style was simple and violent. As someone who respected true strength, his operation style was intimidating and oppressive. This had to do with his innate talent, which was animal instinct. Also, Qilong had another amazing innate talent. Whenever his opponents thought that they had defeated him, Qilong would always climb back up. In the end, his opponents would feel that fighting with him was like torture for them. He was like a cockroach that wouldn't die. It was too tiring to fight him. Most of the time, Ling Lan had to personally attack Qilong and subdue him in order to save her friends from the torment. Zhao Jun's style was direct. He liked to attack people head-on. If you think that this was his style, you are wrong. If he faced opponents that were weaker than him, he would use this style. If he faced opponents that were stronger than him, he was smart enough to sneak attacks on them. He would keep sneaking up on his opponents and pester them. He does not have any dignity and thus would do anything to win the match. Ling Lan once said that Zhao Jun was an irritating opponent. Li Lan's health got better, but at the start, due to his poor health, his style was sinister and eerie. He liked strategies and schemes too, so his operations were hard to predict. In their battle team, no one wanted to spar with him. He was the second in rank in their list of opponents her team members wouldn't want to meet. The first in rank was Qilong. Qilong hurt them physically and mentally, while Li Lan purely destroyed them mentally. Every time they finished sparring with Li Lan, they would feel their head hurting. They needed to use much brain power to guess his next steps. Luo Lang's style had a different style each time they fought. He had many personalities in his body, so no one knew which personality was controlling him that day. Luckily, he couldn't change his personality casually, so his team members just needed to interact with him more to identify the personality. Also, only a few personalities would change his style, so her team members got used to it after a while. This was while Luo Lang was only the third in rank in terms of opponents they never wanted to meet. As compared to these people, Han Zhijian's control was much weaker. He was still forming his own style, but Ling Lan felt that he would have a more proper operation style. This had something to do with his personality. Although he liked schemes, He was a bland person. Leisha's mecha piloting skills were not bad too. The people from the Lee family were all talented in mecha piloting. However, Leisha's ambition was not in mecha operations, so he didn't spend much time on it. Hence, he was still forming his style too. Among the new members in the team, Hongzuaya was the most talented. However, due to her physical constitution, it was hard for her to advance to an ace mecha master. She needed to put in a lot of effort and find the right opportunity. Hongzuaya also knew that there were very few females who became ace mecha master, so she was not in a hurry too. She listened to Ling Lan advice and focused on honing her foundation. She also remembered to practice the weird actions that Ling Lan had taught them. As for Chang Xinyuan, he was the weakest in the team. When he finally managed to become an advanced mecha warrior, his friends already advanced to special class operators. Some even became ace mecha masters. Chang Xinyuan gritted his teeth and told himself that he would continue to work hard to chase after them. Why must I enter a battle team with so many geniuses? Chang Xinyuan screamed towards the sky. No other mecha engineers managed to become an advanced mecha warrior at his age. Overall, none of Ling Lan's team members disappointed her. This was why Ling Lan believed in them. As for Li Yingji, was he considered part of her team? He was only a temporary member. Since he was just a temporary member, Ling Lan was too lazy to think about his style. She was a busy person. She didn't have the time to think about irrelevant people. After Ling Lan's team members gathered together, they attacked the mechas around them under Ling Lan's command. The intergalactic pirates were violent and weren't afraid of death, so they were not used to their fighting style. However, with the vicious Ling Lan leading them, they managed to get used to it after some time. Li Lan and Zhao Jun had experienced real battles before, so they fought smoothly. Very soon, they managed to clear a huge amount of their opponents' mechas. Chapter 655, Your Highness, move. Ling Lan and her members' impressive show of skill caused the passengers on the Fiang ship and the other mecha operators to feel motivated. Just as everyone thought that the battle was about to end, 7 mechas which looked different from the Federation's mecha flew out from the flagship. They seemed to be mechas from Caesar. Currently, there were only 2 kinds of mechas. One of them was the Federation's mecha while the other was Caesar's mecha. The Federation's mechas were more agile and leaner while Caesar's mechas focused more on strength. Hence, they were bulkier. It was easy to differentiate them. Although the different countries invented their own mechas, they were designed based on the mechas of these 2 countries. Such counterfeit mechas were weaker than the original products from these 2 countries. Since this was the case, some countries decided to just buy the mechas from these 2 countries and not waste their resources to build their own mechas. The mechas that were sold were normally the older models, but it was still stronger than those that were invented by other countries. Of course, this was not the main point. The mechas that the intergalactic pirates used were low-quality mechas. Some were bought from Caesar. These intergalactic pirates roamed the galaxy and had no powerful backgrounds supporting them. Hence, it was not easy for them to get high-quality mechas. However, the 7 new mechas were striking because they were ace mechas from Caesar. Normal commoners were not familiar with the mechas from other countries, but the crew inside the Fiang ship were from the military. Hence, they knew everything about the mecha from their greatest rival, Caesar. They immediately recognized the mechas as the newest model that Caesar created. It was the main mecha of Caesar's military, their ace mecha. These mechas were forbidden to be traded overseas. If intergalactic pirates managed to secretly obtain one, it was already a miracle. If 7 of them appeared at the same time. Wait. One of them seemed to be higher quality compared to the rest. It might an undisclosed mecha model from Caesar. It was impossible for intergalactic pirates to get so many ace mechas. Either they were collaborating with Caesar or they were backed by Caesar. Just as everyone was shocked by the 7 mechas, 15 other mechas flew out of the flagship. These 15 mechas were all different, but they still looked imposing. 5 of them were ace mechas. It looked like a mecha from the Federation but slightly altered. It must be a newly invented mecha based on the Federation's mecha. The other 10 mechas were not ace mechas, but there were also special class mechas that have been modified. The opponent suddenly had 12 more mechas on their side. This was one more than on the side of Fiang. The situation turned for the worse. There were 3 different groups. The 7 Ace Mechas were a group and they flew towards Ling Lan and her comrades. 3 Ace Mechas rushed towards one of the Vanguard ships. The other group of 2 Ace Mechas charged towards the other Vanguard ship. They wanted to stop the 3 Ace Mechas who were attempting to stop the Vanguard ships. This is bad. Looks like we need to kill the 5 Ace Mechas first. The crew on the Fiang ship turned pale when they saw 7 Ace Mechas attacking their 5 Ace Mechas. Ah, it is L6W1. I wonder if they are able to resist against the 7 mechas. Little King clenched her fist worriedly as she watched the battle. Ling Lan looked at the 7 mechas which were rushing towards them and smiled coldly. Did they think that they were easy to bully? Little Four suddenly shouted excitedly, "Boss, that mecha is the newest model from Caesar. We must snatch it." Little Four showed Ling Lan the images of one of the mecha. If Boss snatched this mecha and gave it to her father, she would be able to receive many military merits. Little Four's eyes lit up. He could almost imagine his boss rising up in ranks, from senior captain to major. Little Four was dissatisfied with the rank of his boss. How could his boss have a lower rank than the captains of the other battle teams? She should at least be a major. Ling Lan smiled. If Little Four was interested in the mecha, it must be a good mecha. She decided to take the mecha herself. L6W2, L6W3, L6W5. Form a team and attack them straight on. Ling Lan immediately asked Zhao Jun, Qi Long, and Li Yingji to form a close combat team. L6W4 and L6W6, follow me. Ling Lan brought Li Lan and Lin Zonking and entered the match from the side. This entire place was their battlefield. If they went into the blind spot of their opponent's mecha, they would be unable to spot them. Because of the ongoing battles, the entire area was filled with heat. The radar and heat detector on the mecha couldn't work under these conditions. Ling Lan's objective was clear. She wanted to capture the mecha that Little Four was interested in. The young man with golden hair was intending to attack Ling Lan and her friends. When he saw 3 Ace close combat mechas rushing towards them, he gave a sinister smile. "I didn't expect you all to look for death yourself, Lieutenant Colonel Pula. Bring your men and surround them." "Yes, Your Highness." Pula brought his 5 of his men and charged towards the 3 mechas. Their opponents didn't group together. This was something he wished to see. If he could use this opportunity and destroy the 3 mechas, the 2 Ace mechas left would not pose any threat. He would have a good time playing with them. The 3 mechas on Ling Lan's side were all close combat mechas. When 6 of their opponents rushed at them, they didn't dodge and even increased their speed. Did they think that they were able to defeat all 6 of them? This thought flashed past Pula's mind. However, this was a good opportunity for them. Pula didn't want to give up. Long-range attacks. Get ready. There were 3 long-range mechas, 2 close combat mechas, and 1 balanced mecha on Pula's side. Since they had long-range mechas, Pula decided to make use of them. They didn't want to initiate an unnecessary close combat fight with the mechas either. The moment they entered the range for the long-range attacks, 4 mechas from Pula's side started shooting immediately. 4 light beams flashed through the sky, everyone on the Fiang ship and the flagship of the intergalactic pirates staring at them. They wanted to know the outcome of this match. Everyone thought that even if the long-range attacks didn't hit the other party, it would still slow them down. However, they were stunned when the 3 mechas showed no signs of slowing down. They chose to dodge the beams and then increased their speed as they charged forward. Following that, a few more beams shot at them. The mechas managed to evade all of them again. One of the mechas dodged the first beam but had difficulty evading the second one. However, when the beam was about to hit it, the mecha moved with a weird set of movements and the beam only scratched the surface of the mecha. A burnt mark was left. Was that irregular flicker? The irregular flicker was a skill that all Ace operators had to learn. Did that Ace operator use this skill to dodge the second beam just now? Everyone was asking about the same thing. Pula was puzzled. Could irregular flicker be used like that? Although the irregular flicker was a skill that all Ace operators had to master, it was unable to let a mecha evade such a close attack. If it was him, he would choose to slow down and maneuver his mecha away. However, if he had slowed down, their opponents would continue firing at them and he would be unable to dodge the next round of attack. He didn't expect the other party to be so bold and increase their speed to evade that attack. It should be known that if there was a slight mistake in their controls, the beam would have hit the mecha and its operator would have died. Unfortunately, luck was on their opponent's side. That mecha managed to dodge the two beams. Poola didn't know how the ace operator did it, so he just thought that his opponent just got lucky. Impressive, Qilong. Zhao Jun shouted happily when he saw Qilong evading the attack. He thought that Qilong would be hit. Amazing. This is the kind of battle that I want. Qilong was filled with anticipation. Zhao Jun was speechless. How oblivious can this person get? Didn't he know that he might have died just now? Just as Li Yingji felt proud of his dodging skills, he saw Qilong's movement. Li Yingji's heart dropped. His face turned pale and he muttered to himself, "He is a lunatic. He must be a lunatic. He is definitely a lunatic." Li Yingji's control slowed down due to his fear and he got left behind by Qilong and Zhao Jun. No way. I am an elite of the elites. I can lose to Linglan as he is an anomaly. However, I cannot lose to that idiot Qilong. Li Yingji glared to his front angrily and pulled down his engine throttle. His engine roared and Li Yingji's mecha shot out like a cannonball. He immediately caught up with Qilong and Zhao Jun. Prepare to attack again. Poola gritted his teeth as he gave his order. Luckily, the two parties were quite far from each other, so they had one last chance to use long-range attacks. Most of the time, before the close combat mechas were able to get near the long-range mechas, the long-range mechas would usually have 3 chances to shoot their opponents. However, this time, Poola's opponents were lunatics who charged at them without any regard for their own life. Hence, they only had 2 chances to shoot at them. Poola didn't want to waste their last chance. Although he was confident that they would not lose in terms of close combat, it would still be advantageous for them to destroy one mecha using a long-range attack. If not, their long-range mechas would be useless. Attack. Since their opponents were nearer this time, the 2 close combat mechas took out their beam guns too. Although their guns were not as powerful as the long-range mechas' guns, it could still confuse their opponent's judgment. 6 beams shot towards the 3 ace mechas. 2 of the beams were not as powerful and could at most serve as a disturbance, but it was difficult to differentiate between the beams. Qilong, I will not lose to you. When he saw the 2 beams in front of him, Li Yingji shouted suddenly and pulled down his throttle. His speed reached the maximum. To everyone who was watching, Li Yingji seemed to be giving up his life heroically. Just as everyone thought that Li Yingji was going to die, the 2 beams and Li Yingji merged into a white light. No one could see what was happening within the white light. A black dot suddenly appeared in the white light. The black dot got bigger and everyone finally saw what it was. It was a mecha. Li Yingji successfully dodged the 2 beams, but he didn't escape unscathed. There were 2 long wounds at the side of his mecha. Smoke was rising from the wound. The wounds missed his cockpit by an inch, so he was not in danger. Go and die. Li Yingji arrived in front of his opponent. He raised his giant sword and slashed it down. Boom. The loud sound woke everyone up from their daze. The mecha that was attacked raised his sword immediately and the 2 swords clashed with each other. The mecha that was attacked by Li Yingji managed to defend itself, but it still flew backward for a few hundred meters due to the rebound force of the attack. The mecha operator lost control of his mecha and bumped into the ruins floating around in space. 2 more clashes occurred. Everyone realized that while they were distracted by Li Yingji, the other 2 mechas had also evaded the light beams and exchanged a blow with their opponent. Their opponents were also knocked a few hundred meters back. Just as Poola was going to order his men to attack together, a thought flashed past his mind. He turned back immediately and shouted towards His Highness, who was watching them from the sidelines, "Your Highness, move." Chapter 656, Ambush. When the golden-haired young man heard the warning, he was stunned. At the same time, 2 light beams were shot towards him from his back. The young man's expression changed. He moved his fingers over the control panel and the mecha did a light and shadow skim. One of the beams flew past the mecha. The shield of the mecha dimmed. It seemed as though the mecha managed to dodge the attack, but it was hit instead. The golden-haired young man felt his stomach churning. Blood rushed up to his mouth. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He felt fortunate that the beam didn't hit him directly but only scratched his mecha. If not, his injury might have been worse. The captain heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that His Highness had evaded the attack. At the same time, he was furious. He immediately gave an order. Ji Lu, Ruan, find and kill the person who ambushed His Highness. When the other party attacked, they exposed their location. Two mechas who were shooting Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Li Yingji instantly changed their targets and started aiming at the two mechas who attacked His Highness. Two beams shot towards two huge ruins floating around space. If they wanted to aim their opponents, they needed to clear the ruins around them first. The ruins exploded into small pieces. The two mechas dodged among the ruins in the universe. There was one ace mecha and one special class mecha. This is not right. Shouldn't there be two ace mechas? Where is the other ace mecha? The captain looked at the special class mecha in disbelief. He expected there to be two ace mechas that ambushed His Highness. Oh no. The captain thought about something. His expression changed. Before he could say anything, a powerful beam flashed past his eyes. It split space into two. Boom. The cockpit of the golden-haired young man's mecha got hit. A huge explosion occurred. The captain was stunned by what he saw. The three mecha operators who were fighting with Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Li Yingji slowed down a little too. Mistakes were not allowed in battles between ace mecha masters. People who were able to become ace mecha masters had good control skills and knew how to grab opportunities. They would not give up any opportunity to kill their opponents. Under the torturous training of Ling Lan, Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Li Yingji were all amazing ace operators. They were significantly stronger than most ace operators, so when they saw their opponents slowed down, they grabbed the opportunity immediately. All three of them aimed their swords at their opponents and threw it at their distracted enemies. After gaining an advantage, they continued attacking furiously. If someone observed them carefully, they would be able to see that they were using the most powerful close combat skill, the mecha chain combo. However, their captain couldn't be bothered about them now. He operated his mecha and rushed towards the golden-haired young man's mecha. He hoped that the young man was still alive. If not, they would be executed even if they went back. The reality was cruel. The burnt and dented cockpit told the captain that His Highness most likely didn't survive. His eyes turned red as he screamed in anguish, "I will kill all of you." The furious captain took out his mega cannon from the back of his mecha and pulled its trigger instantly. Boom! A huge force came from the cannon. All the mechas within 100 meters noticed an error in their systems. One of the mecha operators saw the cannon and got worried. Magnetic burst energy. Magnetic burst energy could destroy anything within a certain range. All the defensive system in a mecha were useless against it, including their shields. No mecha could survive if they got directly hit by the magnetic burst energy bullet. Even if they were not hit, mechas within a certain range would be sucked towards the bullet and get destroyed by it. The magnetic energy could not be evaded like a beam shot. Mechas had to get out of its magnetic range in order to be safe. This was the frightening point of the magnetic burst energy. Ordinary mecha operators were not able to instantly fly out of the magnetic range. Magnetic burst bullets meant certain death to them. The people on the Fiang ship, including Meng Shengyuan, Mu Yian, and Qian Jialan, were astounded. They thought that the ace operator would not escape. However, the past does not represent the future. If no one managed to do it before, it didn't mean that no one could do it in the future. When her opponent took out the cannon, Ling Lan felt a strong sense of danger. She immediately controlled her mecha and flew away. Before the magnetic burst bullet was shot, Little 4 encrypted the data about the weapon and showed Ling Lan the range of the magnetic field. "This speed is too slow, I need to increase my speed." Ling Lan's fingers disappeared on the control panel. The engine of her mecha roared loudly and operated above its limit. She reached its maximum speed. When the magnetic burst shot was fired, Ling Lan felt an energy sucking her mecha back. Her mecha slowed down a little. Ling Lan turned back decisively and raised the beam gun in the mecha's right hand. She aimed at the magnetic storm and fired a shot. Boom! The magnetic storm exploded. Huge magnetic energy was released into space. The mechas from the Fiang ship and the intergalactic pirates stopped fighting and immediately controlled their mechas to move away from the center of the attack. They didn't want to die in the magnetic storm. FK, the ace operator is a lunatic. The mecha operators that managed to escape cursed Ling Lan. They calmed down their palpitating heart. Because of this shot, the suction on Ling Lan's mecha disappeared. Ling Lan activated her secondary engine and her mecha flew out like a beam of light. Ling Lan knew that she only had a split second to make a decision. If she didn't manage to get out of the magnetic field, she would still be sucked back. If she didn't fire that shot, her engine would be unable to withstand the pressure and she would die. Hence, she decided to fire that shot and use the instant when the explosion occurred to escape. The force from the explosion would offset the suction from the magnetic storm. Time was not on her side. Ling Lan would die if she couldn't escape within that split second. But, how could Ling Lan miss this opportunity? Without a doubt, she managed to escape. Ling Lan stopped only after she confirmed that she was out of the magnetic field. She looked back. There used to be many ruins floating around, but they were gone now. All the ruins within a kilometer had disappeared. The captain was furious when he saw his opponent escaping from the magnetic burst shot. He gritted his teeth and threw the cannon away. He controlled his mecha and rushed towards his opponent. The magnetic burst shot was extremely powerful, but it could only be used once. Ling Lan was a little frightened. She didn't expect Caesar's newest model mecha to be present. Even their magnetic burst cannon appeared. This was a weapon that was extremely expensive and couldn't be mass-produced. She almost died there. Seemed like she shouldn't underestimate her opponents. No matter how ordinary they looked, they might be able to kill you. Ling Lan thought about the newest model mecha and scanned her surroundings. The mecha was still floating in the air. It was not within the magnetic field, so it remained unscathed. Ling Lan heaved a sigh of relief. Little Four rarely wanted something. She hoped that she could fulfill his wish. The captain had reached the halfway mark when he felt a sense of danger. He immediately operated his mecha and dodged to the side. A beam flashed past his mecha. Despicable people from the Federation. The captain glared at the mecha that sneak attacked him. Besides ambushing, what else can they do? That ace mecha failed its first attack and continued firing more shots without any hesitation. The captain didn't have a chance to get near Ling Lan at all. By now, the captain knew his opponent's motive. They didn't want him to get near the ace mecha His Highness had operated. I will kill you and then, I will take revenge for His Highness. The captain knew that if he didn't kill that mecha, he would not be able to close in on his enemies. He rushed towards the ace mecha that ambushed him. The ace operator saw the captain charging towards him and chose to stop shooting. He took out a sword from the back of his mecha and rushed towards his opponent. He wanted to start a close-range fight with him. You are looking for death. How dare a balanced mecha fight with a close combat mecha in close range? This was a good chance for him. He would kill this balanced mecha and destroy the other balanced mecha later. Jilu and Ruan regained their senses at that moment. Ruan continued firing shots at the special class mecha while Jilu raised his gun and aimed it at the balanced mecha which was flying towards their captain. This balanced mecha was the one who was fighting against him just now. Before he could fire his shot, an alarm sounded in his cockpit. He was locked in. Immediately, he moved his mecha and tried to evade the attack. However, he realized that no beam was shot at him. What happened? Chapter 657, Grievance. Jilu displayed his surroundings on the screens in his cockpit. He noticed that the balanced mecha who sneak attacked His Highness was aiming his beam gun at him. The alarm inside his cockpit rang because he was locked in. However, why didn't he shoot? Was there no energy left in the beam gun? Jilu raised his beam gun decisively after he thought about it and aimed it at the balanced mecha who was fighting against his captain. Boom. Before he managed to pull the trigger, a beam came down from the sky. Jilu continued to remain vigilant, so when he noticed that ace mecha firing at him, he immediately evaded the attack. He barely managed to dodge the beam. Ji Lu was dumbfounded. His opponent continued aiming the beam gun at him but didn't fire. His opponent was threatening him to stay at the side obediently. If not, he would be shot. This is humiliation. Ji Lu almost exploded in anger. He raised his beam gun and shot at the balanced mecha. The balanced mecha didn't evade the beam. Instead, it fired a beam too. Boom. The two beams collided in the air and exploded into a ball of light. Then, the light disappeared. Ji Lu was furious. If his opponent was only warning him just now, this move was to tell him that he was weaker than him. It seemed easy to intercept someone's beam, but in actual fact, it was extremely difficult. The person needed to calculate the speed and trajectory of the beam. A slight miscalculation would result in failure. Ji Lu started to feel afraid. He knew that the ace operator was much stronger than him. He specialized in long-range attacks, but in front of this person, his specialty was like a child playing with toy guns. All his actions were within his opponent's prediction. Ji Lu knew that it was useless to keep attacking. It would be better for him to listen to his opponent and get a hold of his current situation. Of course, he was prepared to restrain his opponent if his captain managed to gain the upper hand. Once his captain defeated his opponent, he would be able to help him destroy this ace mecha. At this moment, Ji Lu still had confidence in his captain. He felt that his captain was the strongest. Actually, his captain was not in a good situation either. When the captain exchanged blows with his opponent, he realized that the operator operating this balanced mecha was not weak in his close combat skills. Bang, bang, bang. The captain continued attacking confidently. His opponent defended against his attacks easily. The captain got serious. His mecha was a strength-based mecha. Even close combat mechas from the Federation could not be compared to it, much less a balanced mecha. He thought that he could crush his opponent using pure strength, but he failed. Li Lan swallowed the blood that gushed up his mouth. Continuous attacks caused him to suffer some internal injuries. However, his eyes were full of energy. It was different from his usual dark expression. His body last time would be unable to withstand such huge impacts. He would probably be heavily injured by now. However, he only had some slight internal injuries. This meant that his body got stronger. It was still weaker than those monsters like Qilong and Zhao Jun, but compared to Han Jijian and Lin Zongqing, he was around the same level. He was no longer the son of the Li family who got dragged down by his weak body. His elders would no longer need to feel pity for him. He could control his own destiny. Li Lan shouted in anger. He seemed to have released all the pent-up emotions in his heart when he shouted. He moved his fingers swiftly and the mecha raised its sword up high. It slashed towards the close combat mecha forcefully. Bang! The two swords collided and sparks flew. The strong impact caused the two mechas to fly back. They immediately had more than 100-meter distance between them. Li Lan took out the short-range beam gun from the mecha's waist and aimed a few shots at his opponent. Despicable. Ji Lu couldn't hold back any longer. He raised his beam gun and aimed it at Li Lan's mecha. When he was ready to pull the trigger, a beam hit his arm. His right arm exploded. His mecha's right arm became junk in the universe, floating in space. Ji Lu looked at the other side furiously. The balanced mecha waved the beam gun in its hands. It seemed to be telling him that since he violated the agreement between them, he was punished. Ji Lu never felt so aggrieved after he became an ace operator. He went through many wars. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he was able to survive due to his strong perseverance. However, this time, his opponent made him feel like a child that just started learning how to walk. Everything was under his opponent's control. Ji Lu knew how impressive that attack was. His alarm didn't go off. It came without any warning. That was not something a normal ace mecha master could do. Ji Lu felt agitated. Could his captain really defeat such a powerful opponent? The captain didn't expect Li Lan to use his short-range beam guns. He was caught off guard. He hurriedly operated his mecha and tried to evade the beams. A light flashed past him. The captain was an experienced ace mecha master. He instantly moved his mecha. The beam saber sliced the air next to his mecha's shoulder. When Li Lan fired the shot, He flew towards the captain quickly and took the chance to sneak attack him when he was dodging the beams. The captain was not used to the way Li Lang attacked. He would fight with his beam saber and have a close-range fight with the captain. However, during this time, he would look for an opportunity to sneak in an attack. Caesar's mecha operators had a simple battle style. Such complicated battle styles confused them. Ace mecha masters in every country had their own unique style. In general, Caesar respected pure strength. Defeating their opponent with pure strength was a simple style, but combining this style with the huge-sized mechas that Caesar produced, Caesar had an advantage in close combat compared to other countries' mechas. However, this pursuit of strength caused Caesar's operators to have a simple operation style. Compared to them, the mecha operators from the Federation had a more diverse style. Based on the different abilities of each mecha, various operation styles could be formed. No matter what style the operator had, the capability of the mecha operator determined everything. If the mecha operator was strong, he would win against his opponent. Since the captain and Li Lang's capabilities were on par with each other, Li Lang's operation style allowed him to gain an advantage over his opponent. Just as the captain was thinking of a way out of his plight, his 3 team members couldn't hold on any longer. Chapter 658, Despicable. Ah! A miserable cry came from one of the mechas. Qilong's operation style was similar to Caesar's style. Although his opponent operated a close combat mecha from Caesar, he was unable to retaliate when Qilong attacked him with a similar battle style. After experiencing some heavy blows, Qilong's opponent didn't manage to defend against the last attack. Qilong's sword slashed his opponent's mecha. The impact heavily injured the mecha operator in the cockpit. He couldn't help but scream. The team channel in every team's mecha was linked. When the other people heard the scream, especially the 2 mecha operators who were in a battle, started to feel agitated. They were already on the losing end, so the moment they lost control of their emotions, Zhao Jun and Li Yingji saw an opening. 2 loud collisions occurred simultaneously. Zhao Jun and Li Yingji struck their opponents together. Zhao Jun even managed to chop his opponent's right arm off. His opponent was crippled. The captain woke up from daze when he heard the screams. He saw 3 of his team members going down and was bewildered. What is happening? Who are our opponents? Why are they so strong? Although his team was not the strongest Ace Mecha battle team in his country, they were definitely not weak. They were bodyguards of the royal family. However, in front of these 5 Ace Mechas, they couldn't even put up any resistance. The captain noticed his team member who was fighting with the special class mecha from the corner of his eyes. After battling for so long, his team member didn't gain any advantages at all. His team member was an Ace Mecha Master, but the opponent was just a special class operator. The captain started suspecting whether these people suppressed their levels. The Ace operators were actually Imperial operators, while the special class operator was an Ace operator. I will die if I stay here any longer. He wanted to take revenge for His Highness, but he didn't want his team members to die here. They might not survive even if they went back, but he knew that if they continued fighting, they would definitely all get killed. They could have a chance to live if they retreat now. Retreat! The captain yelled out his command immediately to his team members. The 3 Ace Mecha operators had already lost their confidence during the fight. Hence, when they heard the command, they immediately maximized their engine output and retreated towards their spaceship. You want to run away? How could Zhao Jun, Qilong, and Li Yingji let their opponents run away? Qilong threw his sword at his opponent decisively. The sword flew towards his opponent's cockpit like a flash of light. Beep! Danger! The optical supercomputer on the mecha only managed to say this before the sword appeared in front of him. Qilong's opponent thought that he could escape since he was flying away at full speed. He didn't expect Qilong to use such a barbaric method. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He tried to evade the sword, but it still pierced through his cockpit mercilessly. He died on the spot. Zhao Jun didn't throw his sword out. He used an A rank technique. The Whirlwind Strike. The Whirlwind Strike was a B rank technique, but Zhao Jun modified the Whirlwind Strike. He merged the technique with his operation style, causing the Whirlwind Strike to be upgraded. His Whirlwind Strike was recognized as his personal technique, the true Whirlwind Strike. Zhao Jun knew other techniques too, but compared to his other techniques, the true Whirlwind Strike was much simpler to operate. It didn't need any preparations and he could just use it almost immediately. The Whirlwind Strike used the wind created by the sword to attack the opponent. It didn't provide as much damage as a normal sword attack, but the opponent would lose control of his mecha and be blown away. This was what Zhao Jun wanted. He rushed forward in an instant. He slashed his sword and stabbed it into the cockpit of his opponent's mecha. His deceased opponent would remain in space forever. Li Yingji was the least experienced, so he immediately chased after his opponent. When his opponent started running away, two mechas could be seen flying at full speed in space. After the captain gave his command, he turned his direction and quickly retreated. Li Lan didn't expect his opponent to run away from the battle suddenly. He was caught off guard and let the captain get out of his range. However, Li Lan regained his senses quickly. He raised the beam gun in his left hand and aimed it at his opponent. He fired multiple shots at his opponent. Instead of shooting at one single spot, Li Lan shot horizontally. The beams formed a net around his opponent. Then, he took out his high-efficiency beam gun with his right hand and aimed it at the net of beams. The high-efficiency beam bullet passed through the net of beams. A few sparks were formed. Then, a huge explosion occurred in the middle of the net. It lit up the dark space for an instant. The captain felt a huge force coming towards his mecha. He maximized the power on his shield and pushed his throttle further. His engine was operating past its limits now. Bang! The captain felt a huge force. His chest was in excruciating pain. He vomited blood and almost fainted. He knew this was a crucial moment for him, so he bit his tongue. The pain woke him up. However, despite being injured, his mecha was blown 1,000 meters away. He escaped from Li Lan for now. The mecha operator who was fighting with Ling Lan, who got entirely controlled by Ling Lan, and the one who was battling with Lin Zhongqing also received the same order from their captain. Lin Zhongqing's opponent was lucky. He was further away from Lin Zhongqing and his opponent was not an ace mecha master. Hence, when he ran away, Lin Zhongqing was unable to catch up to him. Thus, he escaped. Lin Zhongqing could only wave his beam gun in anger. However, Ling Lan's opponent was not so lucky. While he was running away, Ling Lan kept shooting at him. He tried to best to dodge the beams. After evading 3 beams, he got hit in the cockpit by the 4th one. He died too. 3 mechas were escaping in front of her. Ling Lan instantly raised her sniper rifle and aimed it at the captain. Aim, lock, calculate. This is where he will be. Ling Lan calculated her trajectory of attack and pulled her trigger. Beep, you are locked in. Danger. The optical supercomputer reminded the captain. He used many techniques to dodge the attack, but the warning didn't stop. This meant that his opponent had predicted all of his moves. The captain was on the verge of collapsing. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. For the first time, he felt that he was on the verge of death. Was there no chance of surviving? No. He didn't want to die. The captain's eyes turned cold. He moved his fingers quickly and started calculating his opponent's actions too. Ruan, go to 20, 20. The captain suddenly gave an order to Ruan, who was behind him. Ruan carried out the order without any hesitation. The moment he reached the position, a warning sounded from his optical supercomputer. Boom. Ruan's mecha suddenly exploded. In order to survive this attack, the captain sacrificed a member of his team. However, to outsiders, they just thought that the team member voluntarily sacrificed himself to save his captain. Ruan, no, captain. The ace operator who was running away from Li Yingji heard the command being given through the team channel and knew what had just happened. His captain sent Ruan to death. Ruan never suspected anything. Before the ace operator could regain his senses, he saw his captain turning around and aimed at him with his beam gun. No. He thought that his captain wanted to kill him too. He stopped running. The moment he stopped, Li Yingji caught up with him. Actually, the captain was aiming at Li Yingji. Spectators would think that the captain wanted to help his team member even in times of danger. As for why the operator suddenly stopped, his mecha might have malfunctioned. After this act, The captain turned and rushed towards the mechas of the intergalactic pirates. He used the ruins around him to block Ling Lan's vision. Ling Lan put down her gun regretfully. If she wanted to kill her opponent, she needed to destroy all the mecha blocking her sight. Her opponent's despicable actions made her blood boil, but it was not enough to make her lose control of her emotions and risk her life. Li Yingji managed to catch up with his opponent due to Ling Lan's help. He was looking forward to making a cool move and killing his opponent. However, his opponent was decisive. He opened the public channel and shouted, "I surrender." Li Yingji quickly stopped his killing technique. The inertia made him lose his balance and he almost fell. Fortunately, he had a good reflexes, so he managed to stabilize his mecha. "Boss, what should I do?" Li Yingji quickly asked Ling Lan. "What should you do?" "Capture the prisoner," Ling Lan replied calmly. She wanted to know who the person in the brand new Ace Mecha model was. "I understand." Li Yingji happily grabbed the mecha and flew over. He remembered to dispose of all the weapons on his opponent's mecha. As for the other members of Lingshan, they were already bringing back the new Ace Mecha model on Ling Lan's order. Only Li Lanfeng stood beside Ling Lan. He knew that Ling Lan was strong, but he still wanted to stay beside her and protect her. Chapter 659, Notification. The captain of the intergalactic pirates was furious when he saw only one Ace Mecha returning. The railings on his chair almost broke when he slapped it. The arrogant golden-haired young man was so useless. He didn't expect the person whom he placed all his hopes on to be so weak. The young man died instantly when he met his opponent. His bodyguards were quite powerful, but their opponents were much stronger. Their opponents destroyed 5 of the 6 Ace Mechas. Only their captain escaped. This meant that the intergalactic pirates had no chance of taking down their opponent. Even if they had 3 starships, they wouldn't be able to take down the cruise ship. The captain of the intergalactic pirates was able to survive in the universe for so long and not get killed by other countries' starships because of his decisiveness. If he knew that he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would run away before meeting them. Hence, at this moment, he made a quick decision and released a signal flare. He gathered all the mecha operators and the 2 vanguard ships retreated too. The intergalactic pirates came and left quickly. This was their special skill. If they were not fast, they would be easily surrounded by their opponents. The surrounding turned quiet and dark again. The people on the Fiang ship felt fortunate that they survived the attack. Some of them grieved for the mecha operators who sacrificed themselves to protect them. In this battle, many mecha operators were buried forever in space. However, they quickly controlled their emotions. The crew on the Fiang ship released their signal flare to gather all the mecha operators back. While the passengers continued to feel elated and celebrated their survival, the crew prepared for the after-battle logistics. It was a difficult task to get all the mechas back. Many mechas were badly damaged, so it was dangerous for them to return to the ship by themselves. The risk of returning alone was high, so the crew had to use search ships to bring the mechas back. Those mechas that were totally broken and the mecha operators that parachuted out of their exploded mechas had to be brought back with the help of the search ships too. The crew started to get busy. Many of them had already gotten on their search ships and flew out of the Fiang ship. They were looking for survivors on the battlefield. At that moment, the JMC of launching port number 3, Little King, received a call from a mecha operator. Little King answered the call immediately. She remembered that this was the Ace operator from the same team as L6W1. "Hello, I am L6W3. We would be making a double landing. Please prepare the necessary safety measures." A gentle voice came from the other end of the channel. The voice sounded pleasant to the ear. However, Little King still felt that L6W1's cold voice touched her heart more. "Okay, I will immediately inform." "What, did you just say double landing?" Little King was comparing the voices of the 2 operators, so she just fully realized what the operator said. Yes, L6W3's voice was still warm and gentle. However, the tone was now firmer. "Impossible. Are you all looking for death?" Little King rejected him. "JMC, I am notifying you. I am not asking you." L6W3's voice became cold. The warmth in the voice had disappeared. The aura of a powerful person could be felt from the voice alone. Chapter 660, selfishness. These words instantly made Little King speechless. Indeed, JMCs didn't have the authority to reject a mecha operator's decision. Right at that moment, her team leader spoke through the microphone to L6W3, "Hello sir, I am the team leader of JMC1. JMC003 just made a mistake. Please don't take her seriously. I will immediately prepare the safety measures for a double landing. Please wait a moment." After the team leader released the communication button, she angrily said to Little King, "003, have you forgotten the rules and behavior required of a JMC?" Little King had tears in her eyes and softly said, "Two mechas landing at the same time is very dangerous. Normally, mecha operators aren't allowed to do that. JMC were responsible for giving suggestions to mecha operators. We do that for normal mecha operators. The people that you are servicing right now are ace operators. It's two completely different entities. You have to remember that. Also, ace operators are ranked officers. We must listen to the orders of the officers," the team leader said helplessly. They were all considered low-level JMCs, and the people who these JMCs normally serviced were all low-level mecha operators. But, when they were faced with ace operators, their procedures had to be somewhat different than normal. Little King nodded to show that she understood. The team leader immediately contacted the logistics personnel at the port to let them activate the protection system. After receiving word from the logistics personnel that everything was ready, the team leader of the JMCs contacted L6W3 once again to tell the operator that they had made all necessary preparations. After receiving word that ace operators were planning on landing two mechas at the same time, the other mechas that were outside waiting to dock all moved away from the docking route. At that moment, an ace mecha carrying a mecha from Caesar and landed on the port. When they landed, the mecha's feet scraped on the floor of the port and created a high-pitched screeching sound. High-temperature smoke even formed because of the friction. Luckily, the tunnel didn't have any oxygen, so it wouldn't cause any combustion. In order to carry a mecha and land, the other mecha's engine must be throttled beyond the needs of one single mecha. Thus, it created the uncontrollable speed it had landed at. It was also the reason why it was dangerous for both mechas when they landed. Everyone in the holding area was looking at the video feed of the port. When they saw that the mechas had gone past the 5 layers of protection, were safely stopped by the safety net and didn't smash into the wall at the end of the port, everyone applauded in excitement. In reality, it was also the first time they had witnessed a double landing. L6W3's operator controlled the mecha and jumped back onto the secure docking position. Then the operator let the transport system take the mecha back into the holding area. After returning to the mecha hold, the system safely docked the ace mecha. The staff members who were repairing mechas in the mecha hold all went around that mecha. They were oddly excited seeing a completely destroyed cockpit of the mecha where the other parts were not damaged at all. Even if they had very little chance of getting up close to an ace mecha, they still wanted to learn and acquire knowledge of all ace mechas from all the countries. They all knew that this was an ace mecha from the country, Caesar. However, it was somewhat different compared to the mecha they had previous knowledge of. Some people guessed that it was a modified ace mecha and some believed it was another type of ace mecha. There were also those who had keen observation skills who discovered that this was a new model of ace mecha. The mecha hold instantly became rowdy because of that ace mecha. At that moment, the port had replaced all of its safety equipment and had a double landing once again. Similarly, it was a surprisingly successful landing. This second landing made the staff member aboard Fiang become awestruck at the smooth and quick operating skills of the ace operators from L6. Li Yingji landed his mecha proudly while Fiang's staff members welcomed him with a warm applause. He watched as his prisoner, the ace mecha operator from Caesar, taken out of his cockpit by security guards from Fiang. It should be known that mecha operators from Caesar were very difficult to force into becoming prisoners of war. Most of the time, the operators would push down the self-destruct button before ejecting from their mecha. In his first battle, Li Yingji had managed to capture a mecha operator from Caesar. He felt he should be nicknamed Lucky Li Yingji. While Li Yingji was strutting proudly, Qi Long, Zhao Jun, Lin Zonking and Ling Lan all landed after him. Ling Lan moved her mecha into the port and landed inside Fiang. She accurately stopped at the line that indicated the end of the runway and didn't even need to use the protective shield. The perfect landing made the JMCs and staff members on Fiang scream in excitement. It should be known that Ling Lan was the last one to land. Zhao Jun, Qi Long and the others didn't land without using the protective shields like Ling Lan had done. They had more or less used 1 to 2 protective shields. Of course, their landings were still amazing. It should be known that normally, if mecha operators didn't use 5 layers of shields and stop at the safety net, it wouldn't be considered a proper landing. Ling Lan stayed in her mecha silently as the starship's conveyor system brought her and her mecha to the mecha hold and onto its original position. Then Ling Lan turned off the engine of her mecha and opened the cockpit. She stepped onto the lift and reached the ground. At that moment, there were already many staff members waiting beside the mecha. They all looked at her enthusiastically. This scene made Ling Lan's heart skip a beat uncontrollably. She didn't understand why these people were so enthusiastic. "Sir, do you have any orders?" one staff member said bravely. Ling Lan was instantly dumbfounded. Order? What orders did she need to give? Ling Lan didn't know that the staff members from the starship would ask her a question like that. "Boss, according the standards for ace operators, there should be an exclusive team of mecha engineers for your mecha. They would be responsible for your mecha. No matter if it is before the battle or after the battle, they would install energy weapons and other support systems or modifications based on your specifications." The staff member who asked you the question just now was asking you your preferences. Little Four immediately explained to Ling Lan. Little Four held in his laughter. This person is pretty good at grabbing opportunities. This trip will give him the chance to enjoy the honor of being part of an exclusive team under an ace operator. Ace operators were the last line of defense on the battlefield. In order to make sure every mecha operator performed up to their normal standard, the Federation equipped them with ample support in order to satisfy the ace mecha operators' every need. They even had exclusive JMCs. It was to make sure everything went according to the ace operators' needs. That way, they will be able to perform to the best of their abilities on the battlefield. However, exclusive staff members did not become exclusive that easily. Those who were able to become exclusive staff members for an ace operator were the elites among elites. These people were definitely not common staff members such as the ones from Fiang. Ling Lan heard Little Four's explanation and understood immediately. She had learned this information once before at the military academy. It was just that she didn't have a chance to come into contact with such things because back then she hadn't joined the division and hadn't become an official mecha operator for the division. Thus, she forgot about this information. Surprisingly, she actually managed to be able to enjoy the treatment for ace operators so quickly. Ling Lan felt awkward and replied plainly, "Just make sure the weapons and equipments are fully charged." "Yes, sir." The staff member's eyes lit up. Ling Lan's words were similar to an acknowledgement. These words acknowledged that he would be a part of the exclusive staff for Ling Lan before she leaves Fiang. Although it was only temporary, it was still as Little Four had said. This was an honor of a lifetime for the staff member. The staff member held in his excitement and was very grateful to Ling Lan. He knew very well that his self-recommendation was very rude and disrespectful. If he had encountered a strict ace operator, he would immediately be reprimanded and could even have a complaint filed against him causing him to be punished. However, he had to try. He couldn't let his children hold their heads down in shame for the rest of their lives. He was only a mecha transporter and didn't have any technical skills. He was at the lowest ranking level in the military. Every time when he took a vacation back home, he would hear about his child being looked down upon by others in their scout academy because of his job. This made him feel that it was all his fault. He hoped that one day, he would be able to tell his child that although his rank was not high, low-level soldiers can receive honor that higher-ranking soldiers cannot ever receive. In order to achieve that goal, he worked hard and looked for an opportunity. Now, his opportunity was finally here. The staff member clenched his fists. This time when he takes a vacation back home, he would definitely proudly tell his child that his father wasn't just some regular and boring mecha transporter. Instead, he would tell him that he was part of an Ace Operator's exclusive team, the elites of the elites. He wanted his child to be able to hold his head up high proudly from then on and never be insulted by anyone. The things parents do for their children. Ling Lan didn't know the reason why that staff member was so daring. Ling Lan was someone who didn't like to refuse the requests of others. Since it was something that was beneficial for everyone, Ling Lan was indifferent about it. It was the same with the unnecessary words that JMC had said to her before going into battle. Although these two went against the rules, Ling Lan was still lenient towards them, even though Ling Lan had an intimidating aura seeping out from her body and looked very merciless and cold. In reality, she was very soft-hearted. Ling Lan saw Li Lanfeng, Zhao Jun and the others waiting on the side. She walked over and as she was walking she asked Little Four, did you notify father of our spoils of war? Before she returned to the starship, Ling Lan had ordered Little Four to use the most secretive communication method to tell Ling Zhao about all that had happened and what they had acquired. Ling Lan didn't want the spoils of war she worked so hard for to be taken by others. This time, she of course needed her father to step in and control the situation. Don't worry boss, Dad said he had received it already. He said to leave it all to him. Little Four raised his chin and replied with a proud look on his face. It was as though Ling Zhao was his father and not Ling Lan's father. His smug expression made Ling Lan's finger itch. She instantly flicked her finger towards Little Four's forehead. That little SHT, that was her father. While she was speaking with Little Four, Ling Lan had met up with Qi Long and the others. In this battle, they had captured 2 Ace Mechas from Caesar. One of the mecha was possibly the new model of Ace Mecha from Caesar. If that was true, the Federation would benefit immensely. Although the other mecha was the standard Ace Mecha of Caesar, that was not worth mentioning compared to the other mecha, but it was still an amazing feat that they were able to capture a mecha operator. Zhao Jun, Qi Long and the others all showed expressions of excitement. These spoils of war made them unable to calm themselves. Not long after, more and more people were in the mecha hold. Even the captain couldn't help but come down and look at the 2 mechas with his own eyes. Meng Shenyuan, Mu Yian and others received word and also came to the hold. Their launching ports were on the other side of the ship and was a ways away from this mecha hold. When they came down hurriedly, the mecha hold was already full of Fiang's staff members. The team members of these captain had brought were all special class operators, other than the captains and 1 member from Meng Shenyuan's Iron Curtain team, who were all Ace operators. However, these special class operators were all on the verge of advancing to Ace level. These captain took them to this mission to give these members a chance to find their catalyst to advance. It was just that none of these captains thought that this mission was going to be this dangerous. If Ling Lan's 6-man team didn't have 5 Ace operators holding the fort, it was possible that the other teams were going to be in a dangerous situation. However, luckily these special class operators were very lucky and weren't harmed during this battle. This made these captains feel quite relieved. Is it them? Qian Jialan looked at Ling Lan's group and then softly asked Mu Yian. Mu Yian looked at Qi Long and Zhao Jun carefully, then he nodded. Qian Jialan looked at the 6 of them, who were surrounded by people, with a complicated look on his face. He softly said, young prodigies. Could that domain expert be the captain? No, the Federation hadn't changed a record of the youngest domain user. Also, that domain expert didn't lose to a titled domain expert. He was definitely not a domain master who had just advanced. Perhaps, it was because the Federation sent so many mecha geniuses for this mission and they specially sent a titled domain user to protect them in the shadows. It seemed as though Qian Jialan had found the answer he was looking for. His mood instantly calmed. That was the truth, right? Wang Anzong from the Immortals battle team saw the 2 mechas that were captured. When he looked closely at one of the mechas, his eyes lit up. Then his eyes became dark, as though he was plotting something. Meng Shenyuan glanced at Wang Anzong and frowned. He then looked at Ling Lan's group of 6. Perhaps he should notify the first marshal. He sighed. Sometimes when the spoils of war were too great, It was possible that it was too difficult to hold on to them, unless his team was actually from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Kang Jian rubbed his chin as though he was thinking about something. Then he laughed softly and said to his team members, "Let's go." Taking the merits of others was something that he didn't want to do. However, he also didn't want to offend others. In that case, he should leave this hornet's nest and just watch from the sidelines. It was just that he felt that it was unfortunate. Could these youngsters from Lingshan be able to endure the feeling of their achievements being stolen from them? Hopefully they won't become disheartened. After all, there was still time. At that moment, Ling Zhao, who was sitting on a chair, turned off his communicator. He thought for a moment, then pushed down on the button on his desk. "Staff officer, he came to my office immediately. A battle was about to begin. He wasn't going to let anyone take his daughter's achievements. Otherwise, he didn't deserve to be Ling Lan's father." Ling Zhao picked up the documents beside him. These documents were taken from Staff Officer Department in regards to the appointment of a new commander for a specific mecha clan. He had kept it there and hadn't made a decision. He opened the documents that he had already opened countless times. The words clearly shown on the document was, "Appoint Major Ling Lan as Middle 2nd Corps 250 Mecha Clans Regiment Commander." Selfishness? Ling Zhao's eyes was filled with determination. What was wrong with being selfish? Since his daughter was stronger than everyone, he would not allow anyone to stand above his daughter and order her what to do. Ling Zhao decisively picked up the pen on his table and wrote his name on the appointment documents along with the words "Permission granted" in bold. Chapter 661, Medical Treatment. In the 250 Mecha Clan Middle 2nd Corps headquarters where Lingshan Battle Clan was staying at, there would be agonizing screams coming out from the accommodation area every single day. "You little SHTS actually dare to force me to take this treatment. Wait and see you." Inside the temporary treatment room, a bearded, muscular but yet weakened man was tied up to a metal bed frame. No matter how much he struggled, he still couldn't force himself out of the metal locks on his limbs. Luo Lang looked up and blinked a few times. He looked very innocent, but his words were very insulting. "What are you screaming about? Trash like you guys are considered lucky to have brother you use the medicinal agents he had invented on you. Who asked for treatment, asshole?" The weakened man screamed. Right as Luo Lang wanted to insult him back, Lisha slammed the medical records clipboard on the man's mouth area. It hurt so much that the man instantly stopped screaming. "Since you still have so much energy, Xuaya, inject another dose of the medicinal agent from a moment ago," Lisha said calmly. "All right." Han Xuaya cracked her knuckles, took out a syringe and began to take out a vial of medicinal agent from the medicine box. "Asshole, who gave you permission to do this? Stop this immediately. Stop." The man heard that he was going to be injected again and began to struggle even more violently. After tasting the pain and agony he felt from the medicinal agent, he of course didn't want to feel it again. He would definitely be tormented to insanity by the indescribable pain. "Okay, I won't insult or yell anymore. I'll never do it again. Dr. Lee, please let me off the hook this time. I will cooperate with the treatment." "I definitely will." In order to not feel the pain again, the man finally gave up. Unfortunately, his pleas did not receive any sympathy from Lishu. Lisha hated trash who were full of themselves. Setbacks would make these people give up the talent they were given. These people let themselves become trash. This was something unforgivable. Lisha thought about his eldest cousin brother. In order to recover, his eldest cousin brother had to not only fight against his illness but also forced his weak body to do physical training. His eldest cousin brother never gave up hope. Lisha had once witnessed the terrifying pain his eldest cousin brother went through. The pain these people in their dormitory area faced were not even comparable to that terrifying pain his eldest cousin brother felt. However, his eldest cousin brother never pleaded for release. Compared to his eldest cousin brother, these people were the worst type of trash, and wasn't worth pitying. "Inject." Lisha's expression showed a hint of ruthlessness. If the patient had continued to insult him, perhaps he wouldn't be this angry. "Yes." Han Xuaya received the order, put up the syringe and ruthlessly injected it into the man's vein. slowly pushing in the medicinal agent into the man's body. Ah! Not long after, the medicinal agent began to take effect on the man's body. His face began to show a pained expression as he screamed in an inhuman manner with cold sweat dripping from his forehead like rain during a storm. Not long after, the bed sheet below him was soaked in sweat. His entire body began to squirm irregularly. Just like that, it continued for 3 minutes. The sturdy bed frame the man held onto had already had 5 claw marks on it. It seemed that the pain that he had endured during this time was more brutal than before. The pain began to cause him to lose consciousness as his eyes were wide open with his pupils dilated. He was unconsciously breathing heavily as though he was very depressed and wanted to make up for his mistakes. Have we already broken him mentally? Li Shu observed the reaction the man had with the medicinal agent with satisfaction. He began to write something down on the medical records. This was all experimental data. Every piece of data was precious information. After feeling that everything was concluded, Li Shu handed the medical records to Luo Lang to have him make use of the contents of the records to communicate with the patient. Luo Lang nodded, showing that he understood. He closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor became more generous and sympathetic. The original complicated expression was now filled with compassion and sympathy. Seeing this, Han Xuya immediately tossed out the syringe and picked up the medicine box from the side. She then followed behind Li Shu as though she was a malevolent spirit. Because you received the wrong information, you sent an entire platoon of ace mechas to their deaths. You felt guilty and blamed yourself for this, but it wasn't what you wanted. Luo Lang's voice was full of sadness. The man seemed to have heard it and began to scream. The sound he made was filled with limitless guilt and sadness, even with a hint of depression. It was as though the man was an injured beast who could only lick his wounds and wait for his body to rot to slowly take his life. However, when you die, who will be able to remember the heroic mecha platoon from back then? The crime of blindly sending out troops will be forever engraved on this heroic platoon name, where they will unable to let the world know the real truth of the matter for all eternity. No, I'm the one who's at fault. I'm guilty. Finally, the man lost control of himself and screamed out the words he had in his mind. After hearing the ruckus from behind her, Han Xuya shuddered. Man, Luo Lang's Saint Maria personality was really strong. When combined with Li Shu's strong illusion and pain-inducing medicinal agent, even the worst type of trash would become obedient and confess about their crimes. Whoosh! Li Shu opened the curtains of the bed on the side. There was a man who was lying on the bed all tied up. Seeing Li Shu coming towards him, he smirked and said, "Dr. Li, you're here." Senior Colonel Yang Mingzi, it seems that these medicinal agents don't really affect you. Li Shu looked through his medical records and frowned. I had once gone through training to make sure these medicines won't affect me. Sorry for causing you trouble. Yang Mingzi replied with a smile. He didn't care about the underlying meaning in Li Shu's words. Li Shu was intrigued. Training against effects of medicines seemed simple, as you just need to let the body build up the endurance against the effects of various medicinal agents. However, it was definitely achieved through countless hours of painful torment. It was no wonder that Yang Mingzi didn't care about the pain caused by these medicinal agents. His body had already adapted to this type of torment. It seemed that for Senior Colonel Yang Mingzi, Li Shu needed to change the treatment method. Li Shu began to think about it. Right as he was thinking about a treatment plan, Luo Zhao walked in. Seeing Li Shu planning Senior Colonel Yang Mingzi's treatment plan, she walked up to him and stealthily poked Li Shu's back. Li Shu looked back behind him and Luo Zhao shot a glare at him. Recently, Luo Zhao had become very familiar with Li Shu, Ziyi and the others. There was no longer had the shyness she had at the beginning, and conversing became natural. In the end, Luo Zhao's shyness was only directed towards Ling Lan. Even if she was more familiar with Ling Lan, she would be unable to function once she stood in front of Ling Lan. This also made Ling Lan believe that Luo Zhao was a really shy girl. In reality, in front of everyone else, although not as unrestrained as Han Xuya, Luo Zhao not the type of shy girl Ling Lan had deemed her to be. Seeing Luo Zhao's expression, Li Shu knew Luo Zhao had something she wanted to say. He then followed Luo Zhao out of the treatment room. Elder brother Shu, After caring for these senior colonels for the past few days, I found that some of their medical records were not accurate, Luo Zhao whispered. Li Shi understood what Luo Zhao's words meant. He frowned. Those records were compiled by many high-ranking military doctors together. Those records are typically not wrong. Although Li Shi wasn't an expert in the field of mental illnesses, he still knew that a diagnosis determined by so many experts would make it impossible for a misdiagnosis to occur. What if they deliberately made those medical experts believe they had these illnesses? Luo Zhao asked. Hearing this question, Li Shi went silent. It was difficult to acquire accurate data for mental illnesses. It was usually determined through the patient's behavior, speech and performance. If someone actually wanted medical experts to believe they had a type of mental illness, there was a chance of that happening. Li Shi thought deeply for a moment, then said, Luo Zhao, make a list of those you discovered to have this issue. I will observe and study them more closely. Hearing her judgment be acknowledged by Li Shi, she was very happy. She immediately opened her communicator and sent a document to Li Shi. Elder brother Shi, I've already organized it. It includes their behavior during their treatments as well. Li Shi immediately felt his communicator vibrate. He lifted his hand and took a look. He half smiled and said, Luo Zhao, you came prepared. Li Shi always worried that the soft and shy Luo Zhao wouldn't be able to get used to life in a division. In the beginning, Han Xuya and her volunteered to come to his laboratory to help him treat these useless mecha operators. Li Shi was worried that Luo Zhao would be terrified by the way he treated patients and the painful reactions the mecha operators showed. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated Luo Zhao. Luo Zhao got used to it very quickly. She was even more used to it than Han Xuya. Not only that, she also noticed small details that even Li Shi had overlooked. As expected, she is great assistant. Li Shi suddenly had a thought. Perhaps he could develop Luo Zhao into his own assistant. Keen and detailed observation skills, careful and good work ethics, and good temperament were all required traits for a great assistant, and Luo Zhao had all of them. Li Shi's compliment made Luo Zhao blush with a smile. Without mentioning work, Luo Zhao went back to her shy personality. Li Shi stopped the treatment of a few of the mecha operators because of Luo Zhao's reminder. Those who had their treatments terminated included Liu Furong and Yang Mingzi. They were able to walk around Lingshan's dormitory district at will because they were no longer being treated. In the garden, Liu Furong and Yang Mingzi met up. They smiled as they walked together shoulder to shoulder, suddenly terminating the treatment. Did they discover something? Liu Furong asked softly. Maybe, Yang Mingzi said with uncertainty. Liu Furong turned his head towards Yang Mingzi, waiting for an explanation. Dr. Li knows that I've undergone training against medicinal agents. He's probably researching for other methods. Yang Mingzi replied with a frown on his face. He stopped for a second then continued. However, it's also possible that they've discovered our real issue. He would dare be suspicious of a diagnosis from that many high-ranking medical experts from the Federation? Liu Furong had originally believed that a diagnosis given by those people would cause zero suspicion. Now it seemed that it was not the case. Youth knows no fear. This is also the reason why each successive generation surpasses the previous one. Yang Mingzi admired Li Shi. Although the medicinal agents didn't affect him fully, he still felt how terrifying the medicinal agents were. If he hadn't built tolerance originally, he would have fallen into the trap as well. Yang Mingzi's words made Liu Furong frown. He began to worry about whether him faking his illness was going to be found out by Li Shi. If that actually happened, he would not be in a good position. I think that you should choose to believe in them. Yang Mingzi noticed Liu Furong's anxiousness and gave him a recommendation. Will they not report me to gain merit? Liu Furong laughed bitterly. What do you think of General Ling Zhao? Yang Mingzi suddenly changed the topic. Liu Furong's eyes instantly showed admiration. He said sincerely, our military's model soldier. A weakened mecha clan to suddenly have a group of talented and capable youngsters appear. Their captain could even establish a 4-star battle team during the recruitment period. If it wasn't for General Ling Zhao's arrangement, do you think they would appear here? Yang Mingzi asked. Liu Furong's expression was shaken. You're saying, they are. General Ling Zhao is about to make a move. This is your chance. Yang Mingzi said. Is it really General Ling Zhao? Liu Furong's had a complicated expression on his face. Have you not noticed that Lingshan Battle Clan's captain has the surname Ling? Yang Mingzi said these words and left Liu Furong, who was completely stunned by his words. Ling? Could he be Ling Zhao's child? No, 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 I never heard about General Ling Zhao having children. Liu Furong was stunned by this information. He knew of Ling Lan, but didn't connect him with General Ling Zhao. If Ling Lan was actually related to General Ling Zhao, even if he was just a family member, it meant that Yang Mingzi's guess was not wrong. General Ling Zhao was about to make a move towards 250 Mecha Clan. Yang Mingzi walked to the corridor and turned around to look at Liu Furong. He saw Liu Furong standing in the garden with a hint of happiness on his face that he couldn't hold back. Yang Mingzi was happy for Liu Furong as well. If Liu Furong took this opportunity, he would perhaps never have to worry for the rest of his life. It was just that. Was it an opportunity for himself too? Yang Mingzi could see Liu Furong's future, but couldn't predict his own. General Ling Zhao was high in the ranks, very capable and had unwavering morals. However, these were also the reasons why he didn't dare to drag General Ling Zhao into his own problems. Perhaps, dying within 250 Mecha Clan was the best future he could hope for. Yang Mingzi laughed bitterly and walked into the corridor in low spirits. At that moment, a familiar silhouette appeared in front of him. Zheng Qian, the regiment commander of 250 Mecha Clan, saw Yang Mingzi. He then asked him with a smile on his face, "Senior Colonel Yang, is the treatment over for today?" Yang Mingzi was originally appointed to be 250 Mecha Clan's regiment commander. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Mingzi didn't want the position, Zheng Qian wouldn't have the chance to take the position. Thus, when facing Yang Mingzi, Zheng Qian still lacked confidence. In actuality, during these past few months, Zheng Qian led an irritating life. 250 Mecha Clan that was originally under his full control was now becoming less and less obedient because of Lingshan Battle Clan joining the ranks. Firstly, the confidants he had arranged at different stations in the Mecha Clan were all making mistakes in their work. This irritated him greatly. If it wasn't for the fact that these were all coincidences, he would have blamed Lingshan Battle Clan for having something to do about it behind their backs. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief after managing to clear up all the mistakes his subordinates had made, he wasn't sure why the higher-ups sent an investigator to audit and investigate the spendings of the Mecha Clan in the past few years. This included weapons, equipment and other storage items. It was also because of this that he wasn't able to receive word on Liu Furong's treatment situation. He managed to send the investigator away for today. This was why he came to Lisha to get a hold of the situation, but he didn't think that he would get nothing in return. As expected, that genius military doctor Li Shu was very haughty. Li Shu's expression of being busy and not wanting to answer any of his questions almost made Zheng Qian so angry that he could almost die. If it wasn't for that fact that he had to maintain his image, he would definitely had spewed out insults. Of course, Zheng Qian held back his anger because the investigator was still in 250 Mecha Clan and hadn't left yet. If he made a scene now, he wouldn't benefit from it. After all, Li Shu was a high-profile prodigy. The mecha operators who had completed their treatment were determined to have recovered enough to do battle again. These operators had returned to train and was now waiting to finish training and see their final outcome. In short, ever since Lingshan Battle Clan joined 250 Mecha Clan, Zheng Qian didn't have a day of not worrying about something. This made him want to get Lingshan Battle Clan out of 250 Mecha Clan as soon as possible. Some time ago, he had looked for connections to make arrangements to get rid of Lingshan Battle Clan. However, Zheng Qian didn't think that his plans would anger those at the headquarters, especially Major General He Qiang, Ling Zhao's confidant and the 23rd Division's first staff officer, who knew of Ling Lan's real identity. This was why an investigator had appeared. Hearing Zheng Qian's question, Yang Mingzi smiled and said, "Yeah, the treatment finished." Knowing Zheng Qian was someone who was very cautious of Liu Furong, Yang Mingzi didn't like Zheng Qian and would of course not tell him their real situation. Then what about Senior Colonel Liu? Zheng Qin's real target was Liu Furong, since he couldn't find out any information regarding the treatment situation from Li Shu. It would be the same if he saw Liu Furong in person. Yang Mingzi replied. He had finished his treatment just now as well. However, I think he went back. It was just that Yang Mingzi wasn't sure as well. Oh, I see. I'll go take a look. Zheng Qin said goodbye to Yang Mingzi in a hurry and then went to look for Liu Furong. Yang Mingzi watched Zheng Qin left and smiled. Now it was up to Liu Furong to see how he would continue his battle with his opponent. He raised his head, looked at a corner of the room and smiled from his heart. Inside one of the small rooms in Chang Xinyuan's laboratory, Han Zhijian and Ziyi saw Yang Mingzi's smile. Yang Mingzi's face didn't show any oddities. People like Yang Mingzi, who had gone through many battles and was a strong mecha operator, would not be worthy of his nickname of Sagittarius if he didn't find all the surveillance cameras after staying at Lingshan for this many days. It seems that Senior Colonel Yang wants to tell us the real reason why our Commander Zheng was kept in 250 Mecha Clan, Han Zhijian said calmly. Going by Zheng Qin's background, he was originally not supposed to be taking the position of the regiment commander for 250. This trash clan. Didn't the boss find out that the reason he could come to the Middle Second Corps was because he had connections in the 3rd Division, and Liu Furong was also an ace Mecha Clan's battle team captain in the 3rd Division? Ziyi replied. His target is Liu Furong. We're pretty much certain of that now. It's just that we don't know what secrets are hidden in Senior Colonel Liu's mind. Even if we let him out into the 23rd Division, we should arrange for someone to watch over him. Chapter 662, Open Plots. Han Zhijian glanced at him and warned him. Don't interfere in this. Remember what boss said. Ziyi raised his hand and replied. I know. I will not interfere in other people's business. How could he forget what his boss told him before he left? He didn't want to get punished by his boss. However, our regiment commander is not being very friendly. He is always trying to chase us away. Ziyi pointed at Zheng Qin's back view on the screen. He is a smart person. He didn't suppress us but chose to find another mecha clan for us to be stationed at, under the disguise that he wanted to help us. Even though he knew that Zheng Qin had his own motives, he couldn't hate him. He was just a little unhappy. Han Zhijian wanted to create a place that belonged to Lingshan in 250 Mecha Clan. After what Zheng Qin did, their 2 months' worth of effort went to waste. He knew that it might be better for them to leave this Mecha Clan, but he still felt irritated. He should have at least asked us for our opinions. Ziyi didn't like Zheng Qin at all. He is our regiment commander. He has the right to decide for us. Han Zhijian narrowed his eyes. This open plot was impressive. Even if the higher-ups realized something, they would just think that Zheng Qin was a good regiment commander who didn't want to waste the recruit's talent. Whether this plan succeeded or failed, it would still benefit him. If it succeeded, Lingshan would be out of his sights. If he failed, he would leave a good impression. It would make his job easier in the future. I don't believe that you aren't going to retaliate. Ziyi looked at Han Zhijian. He knew his boss passed some orders to Han Zhijian before he left. Han Zhijian looked at Ziyi. Ziyi was staring at him with anticipation. He couldn't help but reply, "Open plot, what do you mean?" Ziyi felt depressed. Why must he act so mysterious? Is he looking down on his intelligence? Since he uses an open plot against us, I will use an open plot too. Han Zhijian had his own principles. Since Zheng Qin didn't secretly scheme against them, he would not use any treacherous methods against him. He would let the higher-ups see the regiment commander's true capabilities and make him lose his good impression. Ziyi was not a stupid person. He thought for a moment and understood what Han Zhijian wanted to do. He felt a little worried and asked, "Will it work?" This plan depended on the higher-ups. If they didn't want to do anything to 250 Mecha Clan, it would fail. Han Zhijian knocked the handle of his chair and coldly said, "There is only a 50% chance. But there must be something going on behind the scenes when their boss was sent here. The only reason would be that General Ling Zhao wanted to do things with 250 Mecha Clan. This was why Han Zhijian made such a bold plan. Since the general wanted to mess with 250 Mecha Clan, The first person he would target would be the regiment commander that had been here for 5 years but didn't make any changes to 250 Mecha Clan. Of course, this was all Han Jijian's own guess. He had to wait for the replies of the higher-ups. Before that, the only thing he could do was to continuously add more fuel to the fire. Han Jijian was the one who caused Zheng Hun's confidant to keep making mistakes. While he gave Zheng Hun more work to handle, he let the higher-ups see how strong his adaptability was. Zheng Hun is a talent. It was a waste to let him stay in 250 Mecha Clan and guard the people here. Han Jijian threw Zheng Hun to the back of his mind. He had done all he could. He just needed to wait patiently for the results. At this moment, he just needed to plan ahead. If he succeeded and Zheng Hun was sent away, what should he do to make Lingshan irreplaceable in 250 Mecha Clan? Han Jijian didn't want to rule over the new regiment commander. He just wanted Lingshan to have more power. He didn't want a regiment commander who viewed them as thorns again. He was tired of fighting with another regiment commander again. This was not good for the development of Lingshan. It was not good for 250 Mecha Clan too. Han Jijian knew what his boss wanted. He wanted 250 Mecha Clan to become strong again. His boss would never give up on any comrades. At the same time, Ling Lan sneezed. She wondered who was thinking about her. Actually, this was not what Ling Lan was thinking. She wanted to stay in 250 Mecha Clan because 250 Mecha Clan was a useless Mecha Clan. They wouldn't be on the battlefield anytime soon. Hence, she would have enough time to train her members. As for the other mecha operators in 250 Mecha Clan, they were none of her business. Han Jijian felt pity for his boss. They were too young. If they had more time, they didn't need to be so careful after his boss became a captain. They could reorganize 250 Mecha Clan outright. With his boss's ability, it would not be difficult. Han Jijian felt that there was nothing Ling Lan couldn't do. How are those mecha operators that just ended their treatment? How is their rehabilitation? Han Jijian pushed his thoughts away and asked Ziyi about the mecha operators. Ziyi was the one in charge of them. Ziyi placed his hands behind his back and leaned against the seat. He said in a relaxed manner, "Who was able to handle the training that our boss had created?" They didn't resist. Han Jijian didn't believe that those once famous mecha operators would be obedient. Even if they wanted to resist, they need the energy to do it. Luo Leng is supervising them with the rest of the Lingshan battle team so they don't dare to do anything overboard, Ziyi replied. In order to make the veterans listen to them, Luo Leng and he put in much effort to come up with various plans and methods. They borrowed strength from the other members of Lingshan and even borrowed some medicine and agents from Li Shi just in case they needed it. However, after 3 days of training, those didn't have any arrogance left. They used up all their energy during the training. When the training ended, they were dragged out of the venue by Ziyi and the other members of Lingshan. Luo Leng participated in the training too, but he remained alive and kicking after it. He even had the energy to drag them back to their dormitory. This embarrassed them greatly. They felt that they threw the dignity of veterans, so they didn't dare to remain proud anymore. Ziyi didn't expect his boss's training to have even more impact than Li Shi's medicine. After they used Li Shi's medicine on the veterans, they were still unconvinced about their leadership. However, the moment they experienced his boss's training, they didn't dare to rebel anymore. This is good. We need to make sure that they look up to our boss. Whether our regiment commander gets changed or not, we must be the one in control, Han Jijian ordered. I understand. Ziyi turned serious. Ever since the Lingshan battle team came to 250 Mecha Clan, they had the intention of making 250 Mecha Clan into their Mecha Clan. This was their goal and they needed this goal. A huge goal would allow the Lingshan battle team to continue moving forward and not be overtaken by the other battle teams. At the boundaries of the Balaya Kingdom, the Fiang ship didn't dare to stop. After searching in the battlefield for a while, they left. They flew for 2 hours and entered the Balaya Kingdom. The 6 battle teams heaved a sigh of relief. Even the captain of the Fiang ship felt relaxed. He knew that the main aim of this trip was to send Princess Gulabaduo safely back to the Balaya Kingdom. Finally, The Fiang ship docked at the port of the Balaya Kingdom. Princess Gulabaduo changed into her imperial costume in her room. She didn't choose a dress but instead chose a male military uniform. It was a blue and white uniform with yellow tassels. Gulabaduo looked really handsome in the attire. The gentleness in her eyes disappeared. They were replaced with a firm expression. "Your Highness." Her confidant looked at her with excitement. She held the Babu scepter in her hand. As long as they handed this scepter to the king, Gulabaduo would gain the right to inherit the throne. "Let's go," Gulabaduo replied calmly. She knew that the attacks along her journey were planned by Huaxia Federation's enemy as well as her siblings. Sure enough, just like what her mentor had said, there was no family love in the royal family. There was only the greed for power and personal interest. During this journey, she grew stronger mentally. When she reached the living room, she saw Mu Yian and Qian Jialin waiting for her with their men. Gulabaduo bowed to them and said, "Thank you for protecting me all this time." Mu Yian and Qian Jialin bowed back immediately. "It is our honor. This is our mission. You are being too polite." Gulabaduo felt sad. "Are we parting now?" Once she reached the Balaya Kingdom, bodyguards of the royal family would come and fetch her. Mu Yian and Qian Jialin's mission would end. Mu Yian and Qian Jialin exchanged glances with each other. In the end, Mu Yian said, "Yes. However, we will hand you over to the bodyguards personally." Gulabaduo smiled. "I will have to bother you all for a while longer then." Compared to the bodyguards of the royal family, she trusted Mu Yian and Qian Jialin more. They had been with her for the past month. Their presence made her feel at ease. Gulabaduo hesitated for a moment. Finally, she said the suspicion that she had been keeping to herself. "Those people that have been protecting me secretly, have they finished their mission too?" Mu Yian knew that the princess was talking about the people that saved them in the underground auction at Planet Kiki. The princess was not stupid. She knew that there were people guarding her secretly. "Yes." Mu Yian replied directly. He confirmed the prince's suspicion. Gulabaduo was disappointed, but she quickly controlled her emotions. When she heard the announcement that passengers could start getting off the ship, she walked out of her room with a stern face. The port was filled with people. Although they had a battle just a moment ago, the passengers were at ease because they were in brother nation of the Federation. They walked down the ship in an orderly manner. Such dangers were common in an intergalactic trip, so most of the passengers were used to it too. Gulabaduo scanned the port. A tinge of happiness appeared on her face and she walked forward hurriedly. She walked towards Sling Lan and her friends. "Thank you." Gulabaduo thanked them sincerely. "Why are you thanking us?" Zhao Jun looked shocked. He saw her servant who was holding a suitcase and smiled. "Are you referring to this? There is no need to thank us. We should be the ones thanking you for bringing us in and let us enjoy the auction." Yun Fiang saw the princess ignoring him but instead talked to that bunch of commoners. He got jealous. His love for Gulabaduo was getting stronger, so he couldn't stand it when Gulabaduo treated him coldly. "Fiang, calm down." Luo Chengwen reminded him, "When you liked a person, never do things that person hates." Yun Fiang had many things to learn about love. Yun Fiang rubbed his eyes. When he looked up again, he had resumed his calmness. "Thank you. Those are just chance acquaintances. You, on the other hand, will stay by her side. Don't let them disrupt your plan." Luo Chengwen consoled him. "Yes, I understand. I will stay in the Balaya Kingdom and show Gulabaduo how suitable I am as her partner." Yun Fiang felt confident again. Just like what his second uncle said, he was the only one that could stay here. He had many more chances compared to other people. Gulabaduo smiled when she heard Zhao Jun's reply. She said, "That was nothing. The real thing is not the auction. It is the Grand Mecha Tournament which the Federation's military academy holds every 3 years. Unfortunately, the tournament for this year just ended, so I couldn't invite you all to watch it with me." Gulabaduo winked at Qilong and Li Yingji when she said this. Qilong scratched his head as he smiled awkwardly. "That is really unfortunate. I wish that I knew you earlier." Seemed like she recognized them. No wonder she picked them out of so many passengers. "Yes, the first men's military academy sent 5 ace mecha masters. One of them even had a breakthrough during the tournament. I was so jealous." Gulabaduo looked at Li Yingji. Her eyes were filled with respect. Haha, that is because I didn't go. If not, I would have defeated the opponent. Li Yingji raised his head angrily. Lin Zonking pulled his sleeve hurriedly. He asked him to suppress his anger. Gulabaduo noticed that the 6 people didn't say anything else and knew that she couldn't stay beside them any longer. She bid farewell to them and left the port with her men. She prepared to leave the ship. Mu Yian, Qian Jialan, and Ling Lan's eyes met. They exchanged a glance. Then Mu Yian and Qian Jialan left with Gulabaduo. When Gulabaduo walked down the Fiang ship, she looked back. She clenched her fist. When she walked past Ling Lan just now, Ling Lan secretly stuffed a piece of paper in her hand. No one around her noticed it. Since Ling Lan used such a secretive method to pass the paper to her, Gulabaduo didn't tell anyone about it. She came to the spaceport and went to use the bathroom. She took the chance and read the paper. When they reached the spaceport, Gulabaduo requested Mu Yian and Qian Jialan to safeguard the Babu Scepter until they reached the Balaya Kingdom Bank. This was her last request. Mu Yian and Qian Jialan thought for a moment before agreeing. The princess's confidant felt worried. She didn't think that the Babu Scepter should be passed to someone who didn't belong to their kingdom. She wanted to go to the bank too, but the princess stopped her. The confidant didn't understand why the princess made such a decision. They didn't know the background of these soldiers. However, she didn't dare to defy the princess' orders, so she could only send the scepter off with a worried look. I received a message from the captain of Lingshan just now. He asked us to change our path. Before Qian Jialan entered the hovercar provided by the bodyguards, he pulled Mu Yian to the side. Mu Yian's expression changed. He looked at his team members. The team members suddenly jumped forward and knocked the 2 bodyguards in the hovercar unconscious. They pulled them out and placed them at the side of the road. Let's go. Mu Yian asked Qian Jialan to get onto the car. Then, he operated the hovercar and changed their path. They disappeared into the air. The princess received news of what happened on Mu Yian's side. Her confidant was shocked. She pulled the princess forcefully and shouted, "I knew that those people can't be trusted. Your Highness, hurry up and order the bodyguards to chase after them. That is our national treasure." The leader of the bodyguards looked at Princess Gulabaduo and waited for her orders. "No need. We will go directly to my father." Gulabaduo seemed exceptionally calm at this moment. "Princess!" the confidant screamed. She pulled Princess Gulabaduo and hoped that she would change her mind. She couldn't understand why the princess was so indifferent. "Why, is that scepter more important than my safety?" Gulabaduo narrowed her eyes and looked at her confidant sharply. No, I don't dare to think that way." But the king had been looking for the Babu scepter for a long time. The confidant released the princess in a flurry. However, she couldn't hide her distress. The leader of the bodyguards was shocked when he heard about the Babu scepter. He looked at the princess and hoped that she would change her mind. "Hurry up and bring me to my father. I will explain this matter to him personally." Gulabaduo was firm in her decision. The leader had no choice but to order the drivers to rush to the palace. The confidant was worried. As she was rubbing her hands, Gulabaduo suddenly grabbed her hands and asked, "Don't you believe your master?" The confidant looked at her in astonishment. Number, I'm just worried." "Don't worry." Gulabaduo smiled at her confidant and squeezed her arm. At that moment, she stuck a little device that was wrapped up in the paper Ling Lan gave her on side of her confidant's communicator. Gulabaduo turned her head and looked outside the window. She felt lonely. She didn't want to believe that her servant, which grew up with her, someone whom she felt was her sister, betrayed her. But she knew who Ling Lan and his friends were. How could she forget the 2 people received prizes at the Grand Mecha Tournament? Their comrades must not be simple people too. She trusted them. If not, why would she look for their protection? Gulabaduo believed that she was able to escape from the auction because of them. They were the ones who helped her get the Babu scepter too. If they didn't participate in the auction, the results might be different. When she knew that they were here to protect her, she trusted them even more. That was why she followed Ling Lan's instruction and passed the Babu scepter to Mu Yian and Qian Jialin. Ling Lan wrote that her opponent's target was the Babu scepter. They wanted to snatch it when she returned to the Balaya kingdom and take her credit away. That way, her right to inherit would be taken away too. This was a vicious plan, but it had a high probability of it happening. Gulabadjuo never expected her siblings to disregard their father's wishes and use such a method. She wasn't prepared for it and didn't know that her confidant had been bought over. If Ling Lan didn't remind her, she would have fallen into her siblings' trap. However, things were different now. Ruthlessness appeared in Gulabadjuo's eyes. Under the pressure her siblings gave her, she finally threw her last ounce of gentleness away. From this moment onwards, she was no longer the young girl who just came out of the military academy and dreamt of improving her kingdom. Now, she was just Princess Gulabadjuo, someone who wanted to gain more power and stand at a higher position. When Gulabadjuo met her father, she convinced her father to give her 2 additional hours. However, her father closed the entire spaceport. It was impossible for anyone to bring the Babu scepter out from the country now. If the other party didn't bring the Babu scepter to the National Bank within these 2 hours, the king would issue a warrant for Mu Yian and Qian Jialin. He would also lodge a complaint against the Federation too. 1 hour later, news came that Mu Yian and Qian Jialin had brought the Babu scepter to the National Bank. The king of Balaya was elated. He started listening to the details Gulabadjuo said. Chapter 663, Negotiation. Gulabadjuo ordered the bodyguards to catch her confidant. She took off the communicator on her confidant's hand. Because of the little device, her confidant was not able to send any information about her actions. With the help of high-class hackers, they were able to see all the messages her confidant had sent. She had been contacting a secret number all these while. Her confidant had told them about the situation with the Babu scepter. The hackers tried to trace the number, but they received nothing in the end. Everyone knew that the other party had hackers too. When they realized that their plan had failed, they cleared all the information. The king was furious. He decided to investigate this matter. For a period of time, gunshots rang through the sky in the Balaya kingdom. However, no one knew if the person behind the scene was found. The only change was the princess confidant. She had disappeared. At the same time, a handsome young man from the Federation appeared beside the princess. He was Yan Fiang. As for whether he managed to gain the liking of the princess and achieve his motive, Ling Lan didn't care. They were on their way back to the Federation. Besides the 6 battle teams, there were no other people on the Fiang ship. The Fiang ship was badly damaged. They told their passengers that the ship needed repairing and asked its passengers to stay at Balaya Kingdom for 2 days. After 2 days, another cruise ship would come and pick the passengers up. The Balaya representative on the cruise ship negotiated with the passengers about this. If the passengers didn't want to wait for 2 days, they could get a refund for their ticket. A portion of the refund would be given to them so that they could buy another ticket to get back to their country. The rest of the refund would be given after the entire trip ended. Ling Lan and her comrades chose this option. This would allow them to leave the Shunfeng tour group. Another bunch of people also left. However, they didn't leave voluntarily. They were captured by the soldiers of the Balaya Kingdom. The Balaya Kingdom would not let these people who attempted to kill their princess go easily. This list of people was given by the soldiers of the Federation. The Federation didn't want these people to escape too. All these had nothing to do with Ling Lan and her team. At that moment, they were relaxing on the Fiang ship. The 6 battle teams were having a good time together. The atmosphere between them was friendly. However, at the military headquarters, the representatives from the 6 battle teams were arguing over the ownership of the 2 mechas. They almost started fighting because of this. He Xuai crossed his hands over his chest and looked at the other representatives coldly. The Caesar-made mecha was not what everyone was fighting for. It was the Ace mecha. From the images sent over from the Fiang ship, that Ace mecha was the newest model from Caesar. Everyone knew what this meant. This mecha was made using the most advanced technology and the most powerful weapon from Caesar. Once the Federation uncovered the secrets behind that mecha, they would be able to replicate it. If they were able to uncover the technology of Caesar, the Federation's mecha would improve in quality and it would be a chance for them to become the leader of the human race. The person who made all these happen would have his name written down in history. Not only that, the division which he belonged to will be given many privileges. This was what everyone wanted. No one was able to withstand the temptation of becoming the strongest division. This was why all the 6 divisions representative appeared here. However, their young master Lan was the one who caught the ace mecha. How could they take away his merit? He was not only here to protect the rights of the 23rd Division, but he was also here to protect the merits that belonged to their young master. This was why General Ling Zhao sent him. Only he knew Ling Lan's real identity. Hence, he would not let Ling Lan suffer any injustice. He knocked on the table. The other representatives got attracted by the sound and quietened down. Everyone looked at He Xuanyang and waited for him to speak. It is undeniable that the 23rd Division took down the 2 ace mechas. Based on the result of the battle, the mechas belong to the Lingshan battle team. He Xuanyang's cold voice sounded in the room. His tone was firm. He didn't want any other division to get any benefits. The other representatives narrowed their eyes. They realized that He Xuanyang had a huge appetite. He wanted to get the entire merit. Whether it was individual merit or group merit, he had no intention of sharing the benefits with anyone else. He Xuanyang's actions angered the other representatives. They exchanged glances with one another and decided to team up for now. They knew that if they wanted to gain any benefit, they needed to deal with this bastard first. HMPH. The situation was so messy. How do you know who destroyed the other party? The 23rd Division snatched the 2 mechas from the other teams at the end of the battle. How was this their merit? Don't be shameless. The representative from the 17th Division was the first to speak. He could say this because he had ordered his men to erase all the images the captain of Fiang had sent them, including the recordings taken by the mechas. At that moment, he felt lucky that the Fiang ship belonged to the 17th Division, so he had the chance to do such small actions. He didn't do it because they wanted to snatch other people's merit. The benefits that this newest ace mecha model brought were too great. They were unable to resist the temptation. No matter how despicable he had to be, he would do it for the 17th Division. The better their equipment was, the greater the survival rate of their soldiers. A tinge of guilt flashed past his eyes. He remained firm to his decision. Yes, when our ace operators went out, your ace operators were still hiding in the spaceship. They only came out after they noticed that most of the opponent had been subdued by us. They were just clearing up the battlefield. The representative from the 13th Division continued. If they didn't receive the news that the recruits from the 23rd Division brought the 2 mechas back, they would not be so polite to the 23rd Division. If the 23rd Division was sensible and willing to share this merit with them, they were willing to cooperate with them and help the 23rd Division. However, the 23rd Division was too ambitious. They wanted everything. The other divisions were infuriated. They wanted to kick the 23rd Division out of the picture. Of course, they had this confidence because the information they received told them that the 6 people from the Lingshan battle team were just recruits who came out of the military academy recently. Only 2 of them were experienced soldiers who had been in the military for 4 years. The rest of them had not become official soldiers yet. How could such mecha operators be compared to the experienced mecha operators in their division? These young men were just lucky and managed to pick up 2 mechas from the universe. The representatives felt jealous. Why weren't their soldiers so lucky? If not, they wouldn't have to argue with the people around them. They could act like He Xuanyang and take all the merits of the battle. The 1st Division had a close relationship with the 23rd Division since Ling Zhao belonged under the 1st Marshal. Hence, even though He Xuanyang's words made the 1st Division's representative unhappy, he couldn't just let the other divisions take away 23rd Division's merits. Rather than letting the other divisions gaining the benefits, he would rather let the 23rd Division be the one gaining it. Hence, the representative of the 1st Division coughed. Everyone kept quiet. They respected him. He represented the 1st Marshal, who was the most powerful leader in the military. The representative of the 1st Division said, "In the battlefield, it is normal for a veteran to take care of a recruit. Since the recruits got the merit, we should not snatch it from them. We cannot hurt the recruits' feelings." There was a hidden meaning behind his words. FK, if the 23rd Division increased in strength, the 1st Division would benefit too. That was why you said all this. The other representatives gritted their teeth. Although the 1st Division represented the 1st Marshal, the representative was the same rank as them. They were not afraid of him. No division was willing to give up the massive benefits laid out in front of them. So what? In a battlefield, the recruits are the last ones to receive the group benefits. The representative of the 3rd Division replied coldly. He represented the 3rd Marshal. He was not afraid of the 1st Marshal. There were two kinds of merits in a battlefield: individual merits and group merit. Individual merit was given to the person who achieved it based on the data collected, while the group merit is distributed based on the serving years of the soldier. Veterans would get more benefits compared to recruits. This was because most of the time, the veterans were the ones who contributed to the battle more. As for the recruits, they were fortunate enough to survive the battle. This distribution of merits had been silently acknowledged by the Federation. The other representatives felt hopeful once again. Also, the Lingshan battle team was only in charge of clearing up the battleground. We don't even know if getting the 2 mechas back is part of their merit or not, the representative of the 9th Division said. He didn't want to give the 23rd Division any chances. One less competitor was good news for him. He Xueyang laughed lightly. Everyone looked back at him, in front of interest. You all are so shameless. How can you all give false accounts of true facts? But there is no need to worry. I have a video. I've many copies of this video, so you all can play around with these copy. You can lose it or destroy it. He Xueyang smiled as he showed his ultimate move. He felt fortunate that young Master Lan copied the video and passed it to the general using special means. This was why He Xueyang wanted to get all the merits of this battle. The other people were stunned. He Xueyang signaled his adjutant officer to show everyone the video. Very soon, the screen at the conference room started displaying the scene of the battle. There, you can see that they blocked most of the opponent. The other party sent 12 mechas. 7 of them attacked the Lingshan battle team. Oh right, I forgot to tell you all that the Lingshan battle team is a 4-stars battle team. Among the 6 people that went on this mission, 5 of them are Ace Mecha Masters. 1 is a special class operator. On the other hand, there are only 6 other Ace Mecha Masters in this mission. Lingshan battle team contributed to almost half of the Ace Mecha Masters in this mission. Every sentence that He Xueyang said were a slap to the other representatives' faces. Those people that said that the Lingshan battle team didn't have the capabilities and could only clean up the battlefield felt humiliated. Their faces turned red. They didn't expect the recruits to be so powerful. They were as strong as experienced mecha operators. Some of them might even be stronger. Everyone was smart. They could see that the members of the Lingshan battle team gained the upper hand, especially the shot that killed the Ace Mecha Master operating the newest balanced mecha. It was a sneak attack, but it helped the Lingshan battle team to gain control of the entire situation. If the mecha operator didn't sacrifice himself to save his captain, all the 7 mechas would have been taken down. The members of the 23rd Division used their own abilities to obtain this merit. Those 2 mechas belong to the 23rd Division. This is an undeniable fact. He Xueyang was firm in his decision. Besides the representative of the 1st Division, the other 4 representatives all looked at He Xueyang coldly. They would not give up. Some of them even wanted to call upon the higher-ups to pressure Ling Zhao. They felt that Ling Zhao was too greedy. They were unconvinced. The representative of the 1st Division didn't want the 23rd Division to offend the other division, so he tried to ease the situation. If the other battle teams didn't block the other ace operators and created such a good environment for the Lingshan battle team, the Lingshan battle team would not be able to achieve such good results, right? He exchanged a glance with He Xueyang. He hoped that He Xueyang would not get too overboard. Chapter 664, One Step Behind. He Xueyang smiled. Of course, help from other battle teams were necessary. He Xueyang understood that he should stop at the right time. He was willing to give up some benefits. The other representatives felt better when they heard what He Xueyang said. This meant that the 23rd Division was willing to share some of the benefits with them. There was still room for negotiation. Hence, They start a new round of discussion again. The other representatives became much more humble since He Xuanyang had the upper hand. He Xuanyang's job became easier. However, it was not easy to satisfy everyone. He Xuanyang didn't want to undermine the 23rd Division's interest. He was only willing to let the other division assist the 23rd Division in experimenting with the mechas and gain some benefits through that. But that was not enough for the other divisions. 8 hours passed. He Xuanyang felt that he had reached his limit. He was not going to take any more steps back. The discussion reached a standstill. The representative of the other divisions did many actions behind the scenes in order to gain as much advantage for their division. They contacted the 2nd and 3rd Marshal and hoped that they could put some stress on Ling Zhao and asked him to make a concession. Even the 1st Marshal received a message from the general of the 1st Division. He hoped that the 1st Marshal would ask Ling Zhao to give some compromises. The 3 marshals felt helpless. They had no choice but to contact Ling Zhao. However, Ling Zhao was on a honeymoon with his wife. He even switched off his communicators so that he wouldn't be disturbed. FK, you bastard. Ling Zhao, how can you use such a method to run away from us? Shameless. The 3 marshals were experienced. They knew why Ling Zhao did this. He didn't want to give in. The 2nd and 3rd Marshal felt depressed while the 1st Marshal just laughed heartily, as expected of the person whom he had high hopes for. He had become a qualified general. He had a successor now. Since the generals of the divisions couldn't find Ling Zhao and couldn't convince He Xuanyang, they decided to lay their hands on the mechas. The generals decided to cooperate and snatch the mechas themselves, while the other divisions keep watch over the 23rd Division and prevented any starships of the 23rd Division from coming close to the Fiang ship. The people from the 17th Division waited for the Fiang ship at the spaceport. Once the Fiang ship landed, they would snatch the 2 ace mechas over. This was the only way to force the sly Ling Zhao out of his cave. Just as they were preparing to act, they received a piece of news from Fiang which made them vomit blood. The captain of the Fiang ship received an order to go directly to the base of the 17th Division after they entered the Federation. At the same time, they needed to hold back the people from the Lingshan battle team and prevent them from taking the 2 ace mechas away. The captain looked at the order and sighed. The advisor beside him seemed worried. Captain, must we do this? We are soldiers. We just need to obey instructions. There is no need to think about anything else. The captain replied calmly. The higher-ups had to consider many things when they passed an order, so the people under them might not be able to understand the order at the start. However, experience told them that the decisions made by the higher-ups were always beneficial to them. Hence, they just needed to carry out the orders. The Fiang ship followed their captain's order and went straight to the 17th Division. The moment they entered Federation grounds, all the defensive fleets had received a message too, so the Fiang ship passed without any resistance. After 3 hours, the Fiang ship entered the region in the Federation where the magnetic field was the messiest. Radars and signals would be lost in this region. The navigators had to rely on their innate talents to find the correct path and direct the ship out of this maze. The Fiang ship was a basic military vessel, but it was equipped well. There was a navigator on board too, so under his guidance, the Fiang ship moved steadily towards their destination. Something is wrong, the navigator shouted suddenly. The sleepy crew beside him woke up from the shout. What happened? The operative asked nervously. The life of everyone on board the ship was in their hands. It was already too huge of a burden for him to bear. I felt something moving towards us, the navigator said seriously. Moving towards us? Is it a meteorite, or is it a ruin in this maze? These were the first things the operative thought of. His expression changed. I'm not sure, the navigator replied. He was only a low-level navigator. He could only sense the right path and whether anything was flying towards them. He was unable to see things around them like high-level navigators. Everyone, be on your guard. Be careful of meteorites and ruins. Don't let the ship bump into anything. The captain had rushed over after receiving the news. The people in the control room got busy. The radar was useless now, so everyone had to use binoculars. What is that? One of the crew saw something huge in his vision and shouted. The crew moved quickly and soon, The image he saw was uploaded on the big screen. It is a massive starship. Someone shouted, "It is the most powerful starship, the command ship." As the starship got closer, they could see the numerous cannons on the starship as well as its magnificent design. All these proved that there was a general on the starship. The starship moved to the side and revealed its Fire Phoenix totem on the side of the ship. Beside the Phoenix, there was a huge number 23. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ling Zhao, who used to appear on screens, suddenly appeared in front of them. Were they dreaming? Beep, beep, an unknown starship wants to communicate with us. The optical supercomputer of the starship reminded everyone that a signal was coming in. The captain immediately answered the call. A clear voice sounded, "To the people on Fiang, nice to meet you. This is General Ling Zhao's ship, the Phoenix. Please prepare yourself. The general would like to personally board Fiang." "Yes, yes, I will prepare instantly." The captain hung up excitedly. No one expected that they would meet General Ling Zhao in the magnetic field maze. They never thought that the general would want to board the Fiang ship too. This was their honor. Although the Fiang ship was not under the 23rd Division and Ling Zhao was not their direct leader, he was everyone's idol in the military. Everyone would be excited to see Ling Zhao. How could anyone reject meeting him? The entire crew on the Fiang ship started preparing for General Ling Zhao's arrival. Very soon, a huge mecha flew out of the Phoenix. It was the God-class mecha which was always seen on the screen. Everyone stared at it intently. The mecha landed on the entrance of the Fiang ship. All the crew was in the mecha hold. They watched as the God-class mecha, Belief, got transported into the center of the mecha hold. The cockpit opened. Ling Zhao came down with the help of the elevator platform. There was a beautiful woman beside him. She was his wife, Lan Luofeng. She wore a military uniform. They looked really good together. The moment Ling Zhao and Lan Luofeng landed, the captain rushed forward excitedly and bowed to Ling Zhao. "Nice to meet you, General." Ling Zhao smiled and saluted back. "Thank you for your hard work." The captain's face turned red when he got a reply from Ling Zhao. He didn't know what to say. Ling Zhao didn't mind his reaction. He brought Lan Luofeng and walked towards the two Caesar mechas. He looked at them carefully. After a while, he asked, "Are these the war trophies that the Lingshan battle team brought back?" This sentence confirmed that the two mechas belonged to Lingshan. The captain felt as though he was splashed with a bucket of cold water. He regained his senses. He remembered that his general wanted the two mechas too. The captain gave a forced smile. Since General Ling Zhao came directly to the ship, the final result was apparent. The two mechas would definitely be taken by the 23rd Division. The plan that their general had failed. Who would dare to stop General Ling Zhao? Unless their general came personally, no one could stop him. They could only listen to his words obediently. The captain couldn't help but look at Ling Lan and her team with envy. They had such a good leader. The Lingshan battle team had a bright future ahead of themselves. The other battle teams felt helpless too. No one expected Ling Zhao to personally came to protect the merits of a battle team under his division. They were a step behind. Meng Shangyuan smiled at Ling Lan and her team members. With Ling Zhao around, they would definitely get the rewards that they deserved. Actually, when he knew that the other divisions wanted to snatch this merit from them, he was worried. They were recruits who just entered the 23rd Division. If there was no one powerful supporting them, this merit would never land in their hands. Luckily, they had an impartial general. This was their good fortune as well as the luck of the Federation. Chapter 665, Create Trouble for His Daughter? Just like that, after examining the two mechas, Ling Zhao ordered Ling Lan and her team members to bring the mechas back to the Phoenix. At the same time, he ordered them to return to the 23rd Division with them. As the crew of the Fiang ship looked at them with complicated expressions, Ling Lan and her team members, as well as the two mechas, disappeared from their sight. The crew was only able to send this news to their general after they left the magnetic field maze. Hence, by the time the generals received this news, it was already too late. Ling Zhao had already returned to the base of the 23rd Division, Planet South Crest. No one was able to snatch the two mechas from Ling Zhao anymore. After this piece of news came, the discussion continued. No one dared to make any more request. They had nothing to threaten He Xueyang with. If they provoked him, he might even turn his back on them. In the end, He Xueyang was the biggest winner of the discussion. However, in order to protect the Lingshan battle team's cut, he told everyone that the 2 mechas were taken down by the 6 battle teams together. Lingshan battle team would get the merit they deserve, and he also got some benefits from the other 5 battle teams too. These benefits would actualize in the future, so it was not important now. On the other side, Ling Lan and her team members operated their mechas and landed on the Phoenix with the 2 Caesar mechas. The moment Lan Luofeng returned to the Phoenix and saw Ling Lan, she changed from an elegant lady into a mother who missed her daughter dearly. "Oh my God, my dear baby, I miss you so much." Lan Luofeng's hug almost caused Ling Lan to lose her breath. She was speechless when she saw the tears on her mother's face. "Mom, you are using this method again. I miss you too." Ling Lan couldn't do anything to Lan Luofeng. She could only console her mother. She glanced at Ling Zhao and wanted him to take his wife back. Qi Long and the others all smiled secretly when they saw the situation Ling Lan was in. Their almighty boss has a weakness too. Qi Long told himself that if he provoked Ling Lan in the future, he would definitely find his mother. Ling Zhao wanted to continue watching the show, but when he saw the threatening gaze Ling Lan was giving him, he knew that he must act. If not, Ling Lan might do something to him. "Luofeng, Lanner said that he missed your cooking. Why don't you make some food for him?" Lan Luofeng was shocked. She looked at Ling Lan in disbelief. "Baby, did you really like the food I made? That is amazing. I knew that my baby would like my cooking." "Daddy, are you helping me or creating trouble for me?" Ling Lan glared at her father and then said to Lan Luofeng, "Mummy, Daddy likes your braised pork too. Remember to make one for him. Since you did this to me, I must pull you down too." Ling Zhao's face turned pale. The last time he ate her braised pork, it was either uncooked or burned. The taste was indescribable. However, Lan Luofeng's elated look made him swallow his rejection. He smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yes, remember to cook one for me." As expected, his daughter was not easy to deal with. Ling Zhao felt happy and depressed at the same time. He didn't cause trouble for her intentionally. He just said the wrong things. But, since he already made a mistake, he would just suffer with his daughter. Ling Zhao decided to enjoy the best out of the situation. Was this considered as family bonding? Chapter 666, Going Too Far. Ling Lan chose the wrong person to help her. In front of Lan Luofeng, Ling Zhao was helpless. He would do anything to make Lan Luofeng happy, even if it meant creating trouble for him and his daughter. Not only that, he would do the same thing to the other members of the Lingshan battle team too. Lan Luofeng invited the other members of Lingshan to have a meal together. She wanted to show off her cooking skills in front of Ling Lan's friends and showed them that she was a good mother. Hence, she decided that she would make the dishes all by herself. Ling Lan saw the confidence and decisiveness in her mother's eyes and knew that her friends couldn't escape anymore. She didn't want her friends to suffer with her, so she secretly winked at them and hoped that they would reject her mother. Unfortunately, no one accepted her goodwill. The temptation of having a meal with their idol was too great. Everyone ignored the wink their boss gave them and promptly accepted Mother Lan's invitation. No. Someone still kept his cool. Li Lan wanted to reject the offer, but before he could open his mouth, Zhao Jun tackled him and covered his mouth. He dragged Li Lan to the back of the group. By the time Li Lan managed to break free from the grip, the others had accepted the invitation. Li Lan didn't know what to say. Ling Lan looked at them helplessly. Li Lan was worried. He felt that something unexpected would happen during the meal. If not, his rabbit would not look at them like that. He understood her gaze. It was filled with pity and helplessness. There was a hint of schadenfreude in it. She seemed to be telling them that they deserved it. During dinner, he was the only one who remained vigilant. However, he was still unable to escape. He put a small piece of vegetable in his mouth. In that instant, he knew why Ling Lan looked at them with that look. Compared to the others, Li Lan was in a better situation. He only took a small piece of vegetable, so he was able to control the uncomfortable feeling and swallow the weird-tasting vegetable with a straight face. Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Li Yingji were not so lucky. They were extremely excited to see the dishes Mother Lan made for them. These were cooked personally by General Ling Zhao's wife. Only General Ling Zhao was able to eat these dishes on a daily basis. They felt lucky that they were able to have a taste of it again. Qi Long was the one who thought that he could taste it again. When he went to his boss's house in the past with Han Jijian, they ate the food cooked by Mother Lan. Supposedly. Actually, the food was made by Ling Nanyi and a servant. They knew how great Lan Luofeng's cooking was, so they would never let her enter the kitchen. Hence, Lan Luofeng only gave them ideas about the dishes. Whether the ideas were taken into consideration by Ling Nanyi, no one knew. Anyway, because of that experience, Qi Long was fooled. He thought that Mother Lan was a really good cook. He never expected her food to taste like poison. Hence, he took a large portion of vegetables with his chopsticks. Zhao Jun and Li Yingji did the same thing too. They placed it in their mouth without any hesitation. Let's pray for these three people and hope that they would survive Mother Lan's dishes. A weird taste spread in their mouth. It was an indescribable taste. The food tasted cooked and raw at the same time. The three of them opened their mouth and wanted to spit out the food. At that moment, they felt a sharp gaze staring at them. Their boss was looking at them with cold eyes. There was an underlying threat in her eyes. If they dared to spit out the food, they were dead. The three of them closed their mouth immediately. Lan Luofeng noticed that they didn't swallow their food and asked nervously, "Why aren't you all eating? Is it not nice?" She was worried. Were her cooking skills still so bad after so many years? The three of them shook their heads. They didn't dare to tell Mother Lan that her food tasted bad. Just look at how their boss was staring at them. If they dared to reveal the truth to Mother Lan, they would get killed. Since it's nice, eat. Ling Lan placed her right hand on the table and lifted her forefinger. She pointed at the food that they picked up with their chopsticks. Then, she calmly took a piece of side dish from a plate and ate it indifferently. Sob. As expected of their boss, he could remain calm in all kinds of situations. The three of them didn't dare to disobey their boss. They had tears in their eyes as they tried to swallow most of the food. When they decided to stop eating, Ling Lan lifted her forefinger again. She wanted them to continue eating. The three of them looked at Ling Lan helplessly. They wanted her to let them off this time. However, Ling Lan gave them a death glare. They got a shock and quickly started taking in more food. Sob. I rather die from Mother Lan's food than from boss's torture. The three of them chose the better option. Lan Luofeng was elated when she saw her dishes being so popular. She looked at the three young men lovingly. She knew that her cooking was not that bad. Look at how well they were eating her food. She decided that the next time these three young men come to her house, she would cook more food for them. Luckily, Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Li Yingji didn't know what Mother Lan was thinking. If not, they would never dare to come and visit Ling Lan again. However, they didn't. Hence, when they came to visit their idol, General Ling Zhao, again, they never expected to be welcomed with a table full of dishes. The three of them thought that they would die at the dining table, but they proved that the human race is very resilient. They managed to leave the dining table alive. Their footsteps were a little wobbly. The weird-tasting food made them lose their bodily functions temporarily. They could only smile stupidly now. Lin Zonking was much better than them. Although he was excited, he remembered his table manners and ate his food in small bites. This saved him. He was not forced to eat all the food from his boss. However, he ate quite a bit of food too. His friends were eating so furiously, so he couldn't stop eating too. Even with his eating speed, he had temporarily forgotten some of his memories. He forgot how food should taste like. Li Lan was in the best state. He only took a small piece of vegetable at the start, so he maintained his speed and quantity. He ate the least out of everyone and was the calmest among them. While the others focused their attention on battling the food in front of them, Li Lan had the extra energy to talk to Lan Luofeng. Lan Luofeng was delighted by what he said and kept laughing. Ling Lan and Ling Zhao both looked at Li Lan from the corner of their eyes. Ling Zhao, how dare this young man talk to my wife like that in front of me? Is he disregarding my presence? Ling Lan, why didn't I know that he was so talkative? He seems like a different person today. So weird. Forget it. Since mother is happy, I will not blame him. The meal ended with complicated feelings. Lan Luofeng was the happiest out of everyone. Her dishes were all finished. Li Lan was a good talker and managed to make her laugh all the time. She smiled all the way through the meal. Ling Lan was the next in line. Since her mother was happy, she was happy too. She would never admit that she missed her mother. Ling Zhao, on the other hand, felt complicated. He felt good that his daughter and her friends were enjoying themselves. However, if Li Lan didn't put in so much effort to make his wife happy, he would feel more at ease. Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Li Yingji were in a daze so they could be disregarded. Lin Zonking felt relieved. Finally, everything ended. Not only was Mother Lan's cooking poisonous, but General Ling Zhao's domineering aura also made him stressed too. Although he looked amiable, he couldn't completely hide his aura. He looked at Li Lan with admiration. He didn't expect Li Lan to be so calm in front of General Ling Zhao. This was something he would never be able to do. After Li Lan walked out of the room, he relaxed his shoulders. He could finally feel at ease now. Did he act well in front of Mother Lan? Li Lan was not sure if his performance was good or not. Ling Lan was really important to him. Hence, he was unable to maintain his composure. Li Lan smiled bitterly. Seemed like he still overdid it. He felt complicated. He helped Lin Zonking drag the other three back to their rooms and went back. He tossed and turned in his bed for the entire night. After sending her friends away, Ling Lan turned and entered the dining hall again. Lan Luofeng was happily clearing the table while humming Li Yunfei's most popular song, Tranquil Night. She had been in love with Li Yunfei's songs recently. Are you very happy? Ling Zhao was sitting on the sofa. His voice was gentle but Ling Lan detected a hint of unhappiness in it. Did one of her friends make her father unhappy? Ling Lan hadn't realized that her father was jealous. Of course, my baby's friends are the best. Ling Lan felt her father's aura turning colder when Lan Luofeng said this. This feeling was gone in a second. Only a domain realm master like Ling Lan was able to notice such a short change. Hence, Lan Luofeng didn't notice anything. She continued smiling brightly and said, they knew how to appreciate my cooking. Look at how much those three boys ate. No wonder they are so well built. Ling Zhao's unhappiness disappeared when he heard what she said. He looked at her lovingly. So what if Li Lan talked so much? In his wife's heart, the three boys who ate more food left a much deeper impression. He was not a threat at all. Ling Zhao felt pity for the young man. He wasted so much effort to make his wife happy and got nothing back in return. When Ling Lan walked in, Lan Luofeng smiled. Baby, one of them visited us for the first time, right? Ling Lan nodded. Yes, his name is Li Yingji. Do you remember the arrogant brat in Scout Academy last time? Oh, it's him. No wonder he looks so familiar. Wasn't he your rival last time? Why did he enter your battle team? Lan Luofeng asked curiously. Maybe my father is too charismatic so he chose to apply for the 23rd Division. However, he didn't want to join other battle teams because he didn't know anyone there so he chose to become my member temporarily, Ling Lan explained. That boy seems like a good person. Take care of him next time. Lan Luofeng smiled as she replied. I understand, Mummy. Ling Lan replied helplessly. She didn't expect Li Yingji to gain her mother's liking the first time they met. She thought that he would be the least liked by her mother. Ling Lan suddenly remembered that Li Yingji was also well liked by the aunties on the Fiang ship. Does he have a hidden innate talent? A talent which allowed older women to like him like their own child? She noted this down mentally. The next time they meet a mother, she would send Li Yingji up first and test her prediction. Suddenly, Ling Zhao interrupted them. How well do you know Zhao Jun and Li Lan? They are 3 years older than me. We only worked together for a little over a year. I don't understand them as well as the others but I trust them, Ling Lan replied firmly. That's good. But Li Lan? Ling Zhao paused. He pondered over his words. Has a bit of a problem. Oh? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. She wanted her father to elaborate more. What is his position in your battle team? Ling Zhao asked seriously. Strategist. At the same time, a capable fighter, Ling Lan replied. I remember that you already have a strategist in your team. His name is Han Shijian, right? Ling Zhao frowned. It is not good to have two people in the same position in a team. Two different factions might appear if you have two strategists. I know. However, it is fine. Li Lan specializes in hidden schemes while Han Jijian is a decisive person and likes to scheme openly. They complement each other well. However, he gave me the feeling that he is not satisfied with what you gave him. He wants more, Ling Zhao reminded her. More? Ling Lan frowned curiously. What does Li Lan want? Chapter 667, Little Blossom, the substitute member. Lan Luofeng heard the conversation between them, and interjected. Ling Zhao, you're thinking too much. Although this person isn't as bright as Qilong and the others, he isn't a bad guy. Ling Zhao and Ling Lan looked towards Lan Luofeng simultaneously, waiting for her to elaborate more. Could it be that you two think that his aura isn't clean? That type of aura isn't something that someone that is evil could acquire. Lan Luofeng said how she felt outright. Ling Zhao and Ling Lan went into deep thought. Lan Luofeng continued. Also someone that my little baby Lan acknowledges shouldn't be too weak. Lan Luofeng was without a doubt a mother who trusted her own daughter unconditionally. Ling Zhao couldn't refute Lan Luofeng's words. He couldn't just say that he didn't trust his own daughter's intuition. SHT, he said something wrong again. It wasn't like they were choosing a son-in-law. He shouldn't care about his daughter's intuition. Ling Zhao thought in his own mind that what he was thinking about was wrong. However, Lan Luofeng's words had made Ling Zhao temporarily put down his disapproval of Li Lan. But in the depths of his mind, he still felt that punk Li Lan was annoying, a strong intuitive feeling. However, Ling Zhao didn't think too much of it. Those punks would be staying under his watch and probably couldn't do anything anyways. Ling Lan talked with her mom and dad for another short while. Then she returned to the room Lan Luofeng had prepared for her. However, as she entered the room, the cold expression on her face twitched. The Pink Princess-style room was cramping her style. Could it be that her mother was protesting Ling Lan's style? Ling Lan fell asleep after thinking some random thoughts. It was the first time she had slept soundly ever since she received the previous mission. Even Little Four, who saw the boss in deep sleep, couldn't help but silence his breathing, afraid that he would disturb her. Little Four, who had been by Ling Lan's side for all this time, knew that in the past month and a half, his boss hadn't really fallen into deep sleep even once. She was always alert and would enter battle mode if anything had happened. Little Four was even worried that the boss's body might not be able to handle it. It was a good thing that Ling Zhao had come. The boss can finally sleep peacefully. While watching Ling Lan, who was in deep sleep, Little Four suddenly felt sleepy as well. He blinked confusedly. Could an intelligent entity like himself become sleepy? However, sleeping together with boss was indeed very tempting for Little Four. Thus Little Four curled up beside Ling Lan's consciousness and slowly fell asleep. As Little Four slept, his body slowly became translucent in the mind space. In the end, he became completely transparent and then disappeared from Ling Lan's mind space. In the learning space, the originally peaceful environment suddenly became apocalyptic. Not long after, all of the instructors gathered together in Instructor Number 1's dimension. Number 1, what happened? Why are the dimensions unstable? The metadata that had been gathered in Number 3's dimension began to get mixed up. This made Number 3 very scared. Everyone looked towards Number 1. All of their dimensions had all changed more or less. After so many years, this was the first time a big change had happened. Number 1 looked at his own dimension. Dark clouds loomed above in the sky constantly. He couldn't help but frown. He discovered that Little Four's evolution had already become something he could not predict. He also didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Majesty 4 is evolving. Number 1 was silent for a few seconds, then finally spoke. Evolving? You're saying Majesty 4 is entering his mature stage? That's not possible. Number 5 exclaimed. It would require thousands or even tens of thousands of years for an intelligent entity to enter its mature stage. However, it had been just shy of 40 years since Little Four had awakened. In Mandora, he was considered to be still a newborn. When Little Four entered his growing stage 10 or so years ago, Number 1 had already felt it was odd and completely unimaginable. However, Only using 10 years to evolve into the mature stage was impossible. Number 5 even thought that number 1 was joking, even though number 1 never joked about anything. Number 1's calm and collected expression calmed number 5 down. He rubbed his face and asked, "Then what's situation of his evolution right now?" "I don't know." Number 1 shouted out these words clearly. This made all of the instructors frown in dismay. They were all thinking, number 1, you are being too irresponsible. You are Majesty 4's protector. Majesty 4's evolution has surpassed the estimation we had done back in the Mandora star system. Thus, I don't even know what level Majesty 4 will be evolving towards. Number 1 replied calmly. Then what should we do now? My dimension is in chaos. There isn't a peaceful place in sight. Why couldn't he just evolve and not cause such a ruckus? Number 4 frowned in dismay as she twirled her finger around her hair. Who told you to make such a mess of your dimension? I reckon our Majesty 4 is afraid that you'll teach bad things to his boss, so he took this chance to destroy your dimension. Number 6 laughed. His dimension was still alright since there were only a few thunderstorms. Number 4 glared at number 6. Number 6 couldn't endure the glare and began trembling. In the next second, a soft and warm hand held onto number 6's ear. Little 6, you actually dare to mock your elder sister, number 4? You don't want to live anymore, right? Number 6 immediately begged for forgiveness, begging number 4 to let him go. In the learning space, Number 7, Number 8 and himself were considered to be the weakest in terms of power and would always be bullied. Just now he spoke too much. Number 4 ruthlessly beat number 6. Number 7 and number 8 automatically moved to the side. Only an idiot would dare to anger that scary woman. Number 6 was clearly looking for a death wish. Although they were all brother in arms, they would stand still and coldly watch on the side in order to protect their own life. Crash. Suddenly the sky exploded and a flash of lightning struck the ground. It split number 1's stone chair into 2 pieces. Number 4 immediately stopped what she was about to do. She looked towards the stone chair in dismay. Number 1, even your dimension has become chaotic. It looks like Majesty 4's evolution is very dangerous this time. Yes. After saying that, Number 1 had appeared in the void. A terrifying aura suddenly exuded out of his body. It was as though the dark clouds around them suddenly felt something intimidating and calmed down. Then, the dark clouds dissipated and finally returned to the clear skies it once was. You guys stay here and wait for Majesty 4 to finish his evolution. After Number 1 released his aura and stabilized the dimension, he said this to everyone and continued to cross his legs together to meditate. The other instructors all looked at each other. Number 2, who had a black cloak on, coldly said, "Then I'm going to rest now." After saying that, Number 2 combined his shadow with Number 1's and disappeared. "Let's all go to sleep. We can't leave here anyways." Number 5 shrugged his shoulders. With Number 1's domain presence holding the dimension together, none of them had the power to leave. Additionally, their dimensions were not necessarily safer than Number 1's domain. Number 5 looked around and saw a place. He wrapped up his sleeves and waved his hands. The sound of twigs snapping began to echo as a sky-towering tree was flattened into a flat area. He laid down and smiled towards Number 9. "Little Sister 9, do you want to come with me?" Number 9 glared at him angrily. Then she sat beside Number 1 with her legs crossed as well. Only an idiot would go with Number 5. A figure suddenly appeared beside Number 5. Number 4 got closer to Number 5's body and said, "What, you only remembered your younger sister 9 and didn't think of your elder sister 4?" Number 5's wrist trembled and Number 4 quickly moved away. HMPH. Number 5, you're so violent. You actually don't care about preserving beauty, said Number 4 angrily as she stood beside a tree with a silver needle between her fingers. "If you want to preserve your beauty, go to the big boss." Number 5 laid down, "Don't bother me, I'm not interested in you." Number 4 pouted and whispered, "Perverts' appetites are odd. They actually like icebergs. Don't you like icebergs as well?" Number 5's voice echoed in Number 4's ear. After hearing her inner thoughts being brought out into the open, Number 4 snorted coldly and vanished without a trace in the next second. Number 3 had already created an open space on the hill. He predicts that he will be living in this dimension for quite some time, thus he actually built a simple house for himself. Seeing this, number 6, 7 and 8 quickly came to help. The pressure where number 1 was too strong. Only number 9, and the incredible existence number 2 could stay around him without a problem. Number 5 was clearly a pervert, so they didn't dare to get too close to him. Number 4, woo wah woo, they didn't want to play with her. Thus, they felt that living together with number 3 was the safest choice. Just like that, the instructors began living inside number 1's dimension while waiting for little 4's evolution to finish. Ling Lan had a good night's sleep. After she woke up, she actually discovered that she had passed out for 24 hours. However, after such a long sleep, she had recovered to her peak state. She felt great. Although she felt like she was full of energy, she still felt there was something off. However, before she could think about it in more detail, she was called by her mother, who was worried and by her side this entire time, to go to dinner. Of course this time, Lan Luofeng didn't cook. If the general's wife cooked every day, then what's the use of the chefs? Yesterday, it was only because Ling Zhao said the wrong things to cause that tragedy to occur. After the table was full of delicious foods, Ling Zhao told Ling Lan that they will be flying to Planet South Crest. After reaching Planet South Crest, Ling Lan would lead her team members to immediately return to the 23rd Division's headquarters to receive their promotions and rewards. As for Ling Zhao, he would continue to talk with the other generals and would of course be oblivious to everything. Just like that, once they arrived at Planet South Crest, Ling Lan departed from her father's quarters. The 6 of them wore their military uniforms Ling Zhao had prepared for them and went straight towards the headquarters of the division. On their way, Ling Lan finally knew why she felt that something was off. It turns out she hadn't seen Little 4 since she woke up. Could it be that Little 4 was running around and having fun in the virtual world and forget to come back? Ling Lan couldn't help but call out Little 4. However, no matter how many times she called out for him, Little 4 didn't respond. Ling Lan began to panic. Was Little 4 in danger? Thinking back to the 24 hours of sleep she had, she couldn't help but think that something bad had happened to Little 4 during that time. Feeling the anxiousness in Ling Lan's mind, a chubby little kid, who was sleeping soundly in one of the dimensions, was drop-kicked into Ling Lan's mind space by number 1. Inside Ling Lan's mind space, a chubby ball suddenly fell from the sky. Ling Lan frowned. Little Blossom, how come you're so chubby now? Little Blossom was originally not chubby enough to be in a ball shape. Little Blossom used his chubby little hands to rub his eyes, yawned and opened his eyes. He saw his master looking at him coldly. He looked around him and felt odd. It wasn't the place where he went to sleep. Little Blossom, who was still confused, didn't have time to think more deeply. He saw Ling Lan and immediately shouted, "Master, you're looking for me?" Hearing this, Ling Lan's forehead twitched again. "I wasn't looking for you. I'm looking for Little 4. Where did Little 4 go? Do you know?" Little Blossom thought deeply for a second, then said, "Big Boss number 1 said that elder brother Little 4 is undergoing evolution." "Evolution?" Ling Lan was stunned. "Yes, evolution, like sleeping." Little Blossom carefully answered with his fingers in his mouth. He himself had evolved during his sleep. Even Little 4 needs evolving? Ling Lan never thought about it before because in the past 20 years, Little 4 never left her side like this. She thought Little 4 would be with her forever, until she reaches the end of her days. Yes, intelligent entities like us must always evolve. If we evolve once, we will become stronger. Little Blossom replied. After hearing Little Blossom's explanation, Ling Lan knew that it was a good thing, so she felt relieved. However, suddenly losing Little 4 made Ling Lan feel that she was not used to it. Thus she asked, "Little Blossom, when do you think Little 4 will be able to come back?" "That I don't know. Every intelligent entity's evolution is different. I would just need to sleep for one night. However, elder brother Little 4 is stronger than me, so he probably needs a few nights." Little Blossom replied confusedly. "Hope everything goes well." Ling Lan was very worried. She knew that evolution wasn't risk-free. It was similar to her advancing where there was a threshold every time. If she could pass it, then her future would be clear. If she didn't pass the threshold, becoming injured was considered to be light. The most serious consequence was level regression. It could even cause PTSD and make it so she would never be able to advance. There was an even scarier possibility of becoming insane and then perish from the inside out. It's all right. Elder brother Little Four is very strong. Little Blossom was very confident in her elder brother Little Four. Yes, you're right. Ling Lan rubbed the chubby little boy's head. She should learn from Little Blossom and believe in Little Four. So, why are you here? Ling Lan continued to ask questions. She was looking for Little Four, so why did Little Blossom come out? Big Boss number 1 told me come and stay with Master, said Little Blossom as if he was being wronged. It should be known that he was sleeping in his dimension, but was kicked out into this space by the unruly Big Boss number 1. Now that he thought about it, every time he woke up in the past, he would be knocked out by someone. Now, he believed that it was probably that evil Big Boss number 1. Stay with me? Ling Lan frowned again. What was number 1 doing? Does he actually think that she was some little girl who needed a doll to stay with her? Well, he made me come over to be a substitute for Little Four to help Master. Little Blossom felt instructor number 1 sending over a terrifying aura and knew that he had said something wrong, so he immediately changed his wording. Little Blossom thought to himself, woo wah woo, the master is so kind. Elder brother Little Four is kind too. Only Big Boss number 1 is scary. Help me? Ling Lan thought it was laughable. It seemed that Little Blossom was Little Four's substitute member. However, didn't this little punk only know how to devour spiritual power? What can he do to help her? Thus she smiled and asked, then tell me, what can you help me do? Little Blossom rubbed his fingers together and thought with all his might. After thinking for a while, he responded slowly, yes, Master, I can help you eat things. Ling Lan almost fainted. What else can you devour other than spiritual power? She didn't want to become a murderous maniac and just let him devour the spiritual power of humans, right? This Little Blossom was as expected, not normal. Yes, I remember now. I can also devour data. Little Blossom thought deeply for a second and finally remembered the things he could devour. Ling Lan raised an eyebrow. Oh, yes, I can devour all of the data in the virtual world. Devour. Little Blossom pumped his fist in excitement, showing that he wasn't someone useless. Ugh, this intelligent entity. So you're like a hacker who develops viruses from my previous life. Ling Lan thought deeply about it for a second. Although he wasn't like Little Four, who could change and manipulate data at will, he could still make it so others will not be able to find data of her. It was indeed something that could help her and provide her with some sort of aid. Now that she understood what Little Blossom's capabilities were in a broader sense, she said approvingly, not bad. Little Blossom, then I will leave myself in your care from now on. Little Blossom proudly patted his chest and replied, don't worry, Master. Before elder brother Little Four returns, Little Blossom will try his best to help Master. It seemed that he was little punk who didn't know how to be modest. Ling Lan felt that her future was bleak. Why did asking Little Blossom for help made her feel so perturbed? It wasn't as comfortable as asking Little Four. Little Blossom, did you know that your master dislikes you? Although Ling Lan had conversed with Little Blossom in her mind space, in the real world, Qi Long and the others could only see their boss meditating. Not long after, they had arrived at the 23rd Division's headquarters. On the outside it was called the 23rd Division's headquarters, but in reality it could be described more as a super city that was surrounded by walls. After reaching a kilometer away from the entrance to the city, the hover car descended to a height of 3 meters. Flying high in the headquarters was restricted. All flying objects flying above 5 meters would be ruthlessly shot down. No one could go against this regulation. The hover car continued to move forward and arrived at the entrance to the city. There was a checkpoint at the door with 2 small mecha battle teams guarding it. Those who tried to get into the city with problems or showing odd behaviors those people would be captured by the guards, and resistance would be met with merciless attacks. Ling Lan's 6-man team scanned their communicators at the scanners beside the checkpoint. The door automatically opened after they scanned their communicators and the hover car continued to move forward. Their identities of course didn't have any issues, thus the mecha teams guarding the checkpoint ignored them. Once they had gone into the city, they could see that there were one mecha battle team patrolling the skies, and many military personnel patrolling the ground as well. A short while later, the hover car automatically stopped at a plaza close to the entrance of the city. At that moment, the plaza had many soldiers standing in it. These soldiers saw the hover car entering the plaza. They all looked at it with curiosity. When they saw 6 young soldiers walking out of the hover car, they were surprised. It should be known that new recruits almost never had the chance to set foot on the headquarters, but now, seeing how young these soldiers were, these 6 were without a doubt new recruits. Chapter 668, Care. At that moment, a battle team from the Staff Officer Department was waiting in the plaza. Everyone in the area were curious about their actions but didn't dare to bother them. The senior captain leading the battle team suddenly walked towards Ling Lan's group of 6. He walked in front of Ling Lan and saluted her. "Hello. Are you Major Ling Lan?" Ling Lan was dumbstruck. She was a senior captain a moment ago, so when did she become a major? She saluted back with many unanswered questions in her head. "Hello, I am Ling Lan and you are?" "I am the team leader of one of the battle teams guarding the Staff Officer Department, Senior Captain Yu Lin. I came here specifically to welcome you, Major." Although Senior Captain Yu Lin's tone was respectful, his eyes still showed a hint of surprise and confusion. Although he had seen the pictures of Ling Lan's group of 6, he was still very surprised at the young-looking faces of the actual person. After hearing all that, Li Lan and the others, who were standing beside Ling Lan, were all moved. If the division's general was considered to be the brains of the division, then the Staff Officer Department would be the center of command for the entire division. The orders and decisions of the general would go through them and then be sent out to every corner of the division. It could be said that the Staff Officer Department was the most important department of a division. The Thousand-Year War God, Marshal Wu Yasun, who had never lost a battle, had once said that in order to defeat a division, they would need to do was to take out the Staff Officer Department. From this, it can be seen how important the Staff Officer Department was within a division. Who knew that such an incredible department would actually send people down to welcome them? Ling Lan and the others instantly felt they were being pampered. They didn't stop for a second, sat in the hover car Yu Lin had prepared and flew towards the Staff Officer Department. As they left the plaza, the veterans, who stood by watching silently, suddenly erupted into discussions. The Staff Officer Department actually sent someone to pick them up. Who are those new recruits? That new recruit is already a major. How can us veterans, who are still with a captain rank, live in this division in the future? Some veterans couldn't help but to be green envy. Do you guys think those new recruits are going there because something happened at the Staff Officer Department? Even veterans had exuberant curiosity. Who knows? How are we supposed to know what happens at the Staff Officer Department? The heart of the 23rd Division's control and order was a mysterious and heavily guarded place that people looked up towards. Common soldiers were prohibited from getting close to the Staff Officer Department. It was also the place that determined officer rankings and promotions. Thus, one should never mess with an officer from the Staff Officer Department. Otherwise, that individual shouldn't even think of getting any promotions. Even if the individual had a chance to, the department would make it impossible. Of course, if an individual had connections within the Staff Officer Department, then congratulations. As long as the individual did not make any major mistakes, the individuals would easily climb to the position the individual is capable of. The Staff Officer Department in each division was a force to be reckoned with. This was also another reason why these veterans were surprised when the Staff Officer Department sent people to welcome those new recruits. It should be known that, normally, those guards from the Staff Officer Department would never behave like they had today. Not using their nostrils to look at an individual was considered to be in a good mood. At that moment, The information about Ling Lan acquiring 2 Caesar Ace mechas was still under wraps. Even those who Ling Zhao had contacted were making moves surreptitiously. In the 23rd Division, other than those who knew about the incident, other officers did not know about this information. Even though these veterans weren't certain the reason why those youngsters were treated in such a way by the Staff Officer Department, this scene still made those who witnessed it to remember it as clear as day. Not long after, the 5 divisions all publicly released the information. These veterans then finally understood the reason why those youngsters were receiving so much attention by the Staff Officer Department. Those youngsters were the heroes who achieved greatness for the 23rd Division. Inside the Staff Officer Department, the second staff officer Tong Ziying was very busy. After looking at the piles of documents on his desk, he couldn't help but rub his temples. Man, when He Xuanyang was there, it didn't feel like he was important. Now that he left, why did he feel that he needed He Xuanyang again? The adjutant beside him quickly brought a cup of water and said, "Major General, please take a break." "No, I can't. That bastard Big He just left and left all these gifts for me. The Corps is still waiting for our reply." Tong Ziying drank the cup of water to help himself become more alert. Then he put down the cup and continued to read through the documents he had on his desk. The adjutant sighed and took away the cup. Ever since the first staff officer He Xuanyang temporarily left the Staff Officer Department for an errand, Major General Tong would work until midnight. These were the leftover documents that had already been thinned by the lower ranks. It wasn't easy being a high-ranking official. After flipping through a few pages of the documents, Tong Ziying suddenly remembered something. He raised his head and asked, "Did that major called Ling Lan arrive yet?" The adjutant replied immediately, "He hasn't arrived yet, but the people downstairs have sent someone to welcome them." "Don't worry. It won't affect anything." "That's good." Before Big Boss He left, he repeatedly told me to make sure this must be done correctly. "I also want to see this Ling Lan and what he's capable of." He actually made Big Boss He care for him so much. Tong Ziying frowned and continued, "I remember that this Ling Lan is still a new recruit, had only just passed the training period and was distributed to a mecha clan. After less than a month, Big Boss He let him advance to a major. He even ignored everyone else's criticism and wanted to appoint Ling Lan as the 250 Mecha Clan's regiment commander. Although 250 Mecha Clan was useless, it was still an official Mecha Clan. Once Ling Lan assumed the position, he would become a clan-level official. He would actually be able to enter the higher ranks of the division and would have the power to command soldiers. Big Boss He always does his work fairly, but now he looks after Ling Lan. If I didn't know Big Boss He personally, I would even suspect that Ling Lan was Big Boss He's illegitimate child. After saying all this, Tong Ziying began to laugh out loud. He couldn't help but think that because He Xuanyang cared for Ling Lan way too much. Tong Ziying didn't know that although Ling Lan wasn't He Xuanyang's illegitimate child, she still had a connection with the highest-ranked division officer. Yes, Tong Ziying had once thought about this. After all, they both had the surname Ling, right? However, Ling Zhao's image of being fair was deeply embedded in the hearts of the public. Additionally, there wasn't any confirmed reports that indicated General Ling Zhao had children. As for other descendants of the Ling family, Ling Zhao was already being merciful for not making it difficult for them. He wouldn't carefully nurture them, right? The ripple between Ling Zhao and the Ling family was a publicized secret within the 23rd Division. This was also why Tong Ziying didn't let his subordinates handle Ling Lan's promotion. Instead, he chose to do it personally. He indeed wanted to know what kind of person Ling Lan was, for Big Boss He to care for him so much. At that moment, inside the Staff Officer Department, all the staff members were busy. Inside the wide hall, there were staff members coming in and out of different rooms while holding large piles of documents. Although it was fully technological era where people relied upon the mainframe to arrange everything, the Federation had once seen how terrifying an out-of-control mainframe could be. Thus, The Federation still continued the habit from millennia ago to use paper documents in order to record information. This was to make sure no issues would arise and was also the reason why the Staff Officer Department had so many documents flying around. Every application, supply distribution document, promotion documents, etc., were converted into paper form at the Staff Officer Department. Then, these documents would be signed by those who were responsible at those different fields of expertise. In the end, it would be converted back into an electronic form to send it to the lower ranks. The paper documents would be kept in the data storage room in the Staff Officer Department. Thus, in the Staff Officer Department, it would always be like a battlefield where everyone ran in every direction. Sometimes urgent documents would cause people to run haphazardly. The Staff Officer Department was the most disorderly place in the entire division. It was pure chaos as far as the eye could see. Ling Lan's group of 6 followed Yulin into the Staff Officer Department. Before they walked even a few steps in, a tightly closed set of doors suddenly opened up. A staff member held on to a pile of documents and was running haphazardly. As luck would have it, he was going towards Ling Lan's group. The documents in his hands were tall enough to block his view, thus, made him unaware of Ling Lan and the others. Right as he was going to bump into Ling Lan's group, the staff member suddenly panicked and shouted after he saw there were people in front of him, "Get out of the way, out of the way." Yulin didn't think someone would rush out from the room. Right as they were about to bump into each other, Ling Lan suddenly pulled him away. Yulin felt his body move to the side uncontrollably. That staff member missed him by a hair. The staff member, who didn't bump into anyone, didn't see Ling Lan's movements and thought the individual had moved aside. He saw that he didn't bump into anyone and was instantly relieved. He then said, "Brother, nice moves." "Thank you." In the next second, he sprinted towards the room he was heading towards. Yulin glanced at Ling Lan with surprise in his eyes. The pull seemed to be simple on the surface, but was not as it seemed. The staff member came towards Yulin too suddenly. With his capabilities, Yulin wouldn't be able to dodge. Right as the two of them were about to bump into each other, Ling Lan easily helped him get out of the predicament. It seems that no matter from sight to reaction speed, Ling Lan was much better than him. Yulin thought about his refinement stage physical skills and couldn't help but think that maybe Ling Lan had already reached Qi Jin. It had to be said that Ling Lan's age made everyone unable to connect her to the level of domain. No matter if it was the Soul Society or Caesar, while they were looking for the domain expert within the escort group for the princess, these two parties had instantly ruled out Ling Lan's group. They didn't even think that the domain expert they were looking for was within Ling Lan's group. Back then, Ling Lan secretly hid the fact that she had already advanced into domain level to keep it as a trump card for herself. Now it seemed that it was indeed the correct choice. This made Ling Lan's age into her best protection. No one would suspect her group. Yulin, who initially didn't really care for these newbies, now began to respect them. It was no wonder that he could become majors at such a young age. Just from his physical skills, it was already many times higher than similar captain-level officers such as Yulin's own captain. Yulin didn't dare to be negligent anymore. He carefully led Ling Lan to an entrance of a room. Yulin pressed down on a button near the door and the door suddenly opened. What was seen was countless files, documents and a person crawling on the floor as if he was looking for something. Yulin immediately saluted the person on the ground and shouted, "Colonel Yu. Yulin at your service." "Colonel Ling Lan has been brought here." Hearing that, the person quickly stood up and looked towards Ling Lan's group of 6, who were standing behind Yulin. "You guys are finally here. The second staff officer is waiting for you." Chapter 669, Regiment Commander. The adjutant of the second staff officer called just now and asked if Ling Lan had arrived. It looked like Ling Lan had gained the attention of the higher authorities. He would have a bright future ahead of him, the colonel thought to himself. He started treating Ling Lan and her friends better. In order to become an officer at the staff officer department, you are required to be smart and know what are your superior's intention. Hence, the colonel knew that Ling Lan was going to be promoted and wouldn't do anything stupid such as offending her. He stopped what he was doing and brought Ling Lan to meet the second staff officer. Since his superior was in such a hurry, He didn't dare to waste any time. As for the other 5 members of Lingshan, they didn't have the right to come. The second staff officer only asked for Ling Lan. They were brought to the side and waited there for Ling Lan. Tong Ziying just finished settling a document when he heard his adjutant said, "Ling Lan is here." Tong Ziying nodded slightly and asked the adjutant to bring Ling Lan in. Ling Lan came in with Colonel Yu. She saw a major general who looked the same age as He Xiuyang. He was sitting behind an office desk and looking at her with a stern face. Ling Lan just entered the division, so she didn't have the chance to meet many high-ranking officers. However, she interacted with her father, General Ling Zhao, all the time. Ling Zhao looked gentle, but his aura was intimidating. If she was not afraid of him, why would she be scared by Tong Ziying? She calmly greeted Tong Ziying. Her actions were clean and sharp. There was no hesitation or fear in her actions. This left a good impression on Tong Ziying. Tong Ziying asked the two of them to sit down. Ling Lan sat up straight. Tong Ziying saw her cold and serious face and felt satisfied once again. He liked soldiers who had dignity and were neither arrogant nor humble. Tong Ziying's gaze turned gentle. He opened his mouth and said, "You are Ling Lan, right? I called for you because General Ling Zhao has a letter of appointment for you." Ling Lan immediately stood up. "I'm ready to accept the order." Tong Ziying stood up too. His adjutant passed him a document. Tong Ziying opened it and said slowly, "Senior Captain Ling Lan of Lingshan Battle Team has performed exceptionally well in the mission. You will be given the first rank merit and the Purple Cloud Medal of Honor. At the same time, you are appointed as the regiment commander of the 250 Mecha Clan. Your rank will be upgraded to a major and you will take over your new position immediately." Person of appointment, Ling Zhao. Ling Lan was stunned. She thought that she would only get merits such as the Purple Cloud Medal of Honor. She never expected her father to break the tradition and give her the position of regiment commander of the 250 Mecha Clan. She was just a recruit. This time, her father really used his position for his personal matters. Why did she feel so touched? Ling Lan felt her father's love for her. Her heart was moved. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Thanks for trusting me." Tong Ziying saw Ling Lan's change of emotions. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw how well she controlled her emotions. Ling Lan indeed had great potential. Although the letter of appointment didn't state what mission it was, Tong Ziying knew that Ling Lan gained the merits by her own effort. The Purple Cloud Medal of Honor and the attention given by General Ling Zhao proved that all these merits were not gained through connection. Tong Ziying fully recognized Ling Lan this time. The meeting lasted for a few minutes. Tong Ziying was really busy, so Ling Lan and Colonel Yu left his office after she got her letter of appointment. "Congratulations, Regiment Commander Ling." Colonel Yu congratulated her sincerely. He knew that this young man had a bright future, but he didn't expect him to rise in rank so quickly. Ling Lan's status only had a small change. She rose to become a major. Most people were able to become a major if they had good mecha piloting skills and a stable realm. An example would be Zhao Jun and Li Lan. People who made contributions to the military would also be given the major title too. For example, Li Shu. As for those people who held positions that didn't need to fight, they would be given a major position after a certain number of years. Although Ling Lan was considered young, there were still many majors like her in the military. However, there was a difference between a real military rank and a fictitious military rank. A fictitious military rank just meant that this person could enjoy the benefits given to a person in his rank. These positions didn't hold much power. This was why Ling Zhao was more powerful than the 10 God-class operators. He had real power and had control over a division. Since Ling Lan was the regiment commander of the Mecha Clan 250, this meant that her status was a real military rank. She had control and power over a mecha clan. This was why the colonel was shocked. Even though a mecha clan was the smallest unit in a division, Ling Lan was still more powerful than Li Lan, Zhao Jun, and Li Shu. "If the 250 mecha clan needs anything, you can look for me." Colonel Yu smiled. He would not give up the chance to befriend a powerful regiment commander. "Thank you." Ling Lan thanked the colonel. She didn't reject his offer. Although she could ask He Xiuyang to help her, she didn't want to trouble him for all kinds of small businesses. After all, He Xiuyang belonged to her father, not her. If she could maintain a good relationship with Colonel Yu, she wouldn't need to trouble He Xiuyang all the time. Ling Lan was a cold person, but she knew what to say. After exchanging some words, their relationship got better. It was lunchtime, so Ling Lan invited the colonel to have a meal with her. Once they started eating, she didn't need to care about Colonel Yu anymore. She brought her team members with her. How could they not enjoy a free meal? Hence, all 5 of them started befriending Colonel Yu and made him comfortable. Zhao Jun and Li Lan chatted and drank with him. Relationships between men are built through drinking. The more you drink, the better your relationship was. Yes, this was why I wanted to be a boss. My men would do everything for me. Ling Lan smiled. She held her glass of tea and looked at her friends happily as they drank with the colonel. The colonel drank until he was in a daze. He asked them to spare him. After the meal ended, they dispersed. The colonel made friends with Zhao Jun and asked him to drink with him whenever he was free. He would introduce his friends to him too. Ling Lan was happy that they settled an important person within the staff officer department. After bidding farewell to the colonel, Ling Lan didn't choose to return to Ling Zhao's house to rest. She went directly to 250 Mecha Clan. Boss, what shall we do after we go back? The slightly drunk Zhao Jun asked in the hover car. It was not easy to be the regiment commander of Mecha Clan 250. The mecha operators in Mecha Clan 250 were all useless. A mecha clan without any combat ability could not be considered a real mecha clan. Ling Lan was resting when she heard the question. She rubbed her fingers and opened her eyes. What do you all think? Get new recruits. The mecha clan lacks people anyway. We can just let the veterans remain as they are. Li Yingji knew the origins of the mecha operators in 250 mecha clans, so he knew it was better to let them remain in the mecha clan. Li Yingji's suggestion is doable. As long as we keep the number of logisticians in check, we can build a powerful mecha clan. Lin Zonqing agreed. However, we need at least 3 to 5 years to train the recruits. I want to go on to the battlefield as soon as possible. Qi Long remembered something and gritted his teeth in anger. The despicable Twilight Empire did many things recently. Everyone knew that the battle with the Twilight Empire will occur soon. I'm afraid that if we get new recruits, we will be placed in the secondary army. Just as the name suggests, the secondary army would only go on the battlefield after the main army had all been killed. However, there was almost no chance of happening. That meant that they had almost no chance of fighting and could only become logisticians who cleared up the battlefield. The moment he said this, everyone, even Li Yingji, dismissed the suggestion. They were all hot-blooded young men. It was a tragedy for them if they couldn't fight in a battle. Ling Lan looked at Li Lan. Li Lan smiled bitterly. It will be impossible to get other mecha operators from other mecha clans unless General Ling Zhao gave an order. However, I believe that he will not do it. Since we don't want to get new recruits, we have to find decent mecha operators from the current operators in the mecha clan. I hope that Li's medicine was able to cure some mecha operators. Li Lan knew that this was a difficult task. Their own mecha clans had given up on these mecha operators. No matter how powerful Li's medicine was, it would be hard to cure them. Ling Lan knocked her fingers on the handle and went into deep thought. Mental illness, psychology barriers, useless people. She smiled. A sinister look flashed past her eyes. Since that is the case, let's see if these people really are useless. The most extravagant training ground built in the 250 mecha clan was finally put to use. During this month, it welcomed its first batch of mecha operators. Zhang Enhui was an ace mecha master. He was only 33 years old. To become an ace mecha master at this age showed that he was quite a talented person. Although he had many achievements on the battlefield, he was too average compared to the ace mecha masters of the North and South Stars. He didn't stand out among ace mecha operators. Zhang Enhui used to have a bright future. Unfortunately, everything was destroyed in a mecha battle with the Twilight Empire. He was tormented by elite mecha operators of the Twilight Empire. His entire mecha was destroyed. Only his cockpit remained unscathed. He was found by the logisticians who were clearing up the battlefield. Everyone thought that he was lucky to survive. Only he knew how he remained alive. His opponent broke his psychological barrier and he pleaded his opponent to spare him. He couldn't forget how haggard he was at that time. His opponent sneered at him and mocked him. Ever since then, he didn't have the courage to operate a mecha anymore. He wasted his days and in the end, he was thrown into 250 Mecha Clan by his division. When he underwent Li Shu's medical treatment, he couldn't bear with the pain and begged Li Shu to let him off after 15 minutes. He told Li Shu everything that happened to him. Li Shu looked at him with contempt. He didn't want to waste his medicine on a weak and useless person. He threw Zhang Enhui to Luolang and told him to torture him properly. However, Zhang Enhui had already given up on himself. There was no way he could endure the training. He either pleaded with them to let him off or just fainted on the spot. Towards the end, he would hug the railings at the side of the running track and refuse to train. In the face of these mecha operators who gave up on themselves, Ziyi and Luolang didn't know what to do. Even Li Shu's medicine couldn't help them. Any kinds of psychological issues could be cured. However, it was difficult to treat those people who had given up on themselves. Unfortunately, most of the patients in 250 Mecha Clan had the same illness as Zhang Enhui. Once one of them gave up, other people followed. Very soon, a whole bunch of people stood at the side of the training ground. No matter what the Lingshan battle team did to them, they didn't want to continue training. Chapter 670, Kill Someone, Useless. Luolang shouted in anger as he gritted his teeth. His face turned red in anger and his eyes were bloodshot. We can only help in their treatment. They have the right to give up if they want to. Ziyi frowned as he replied. They were just recruits of the 250 Mecha Clan. At the same time, their rank was the lowest among the mecha operators. It would be hard to have the veterans respect them. HMPH, since they want to remain as rubbish, let them be. Luolang didn't want to continue this arduous and fruitless job anyway. The 250 Mecha Clan was not their responsibility anyway. Luolang pulled Ziyi up and asked the other members of Lingshan to leave the training ground. They were prepared to let these mecha operators fend for themselves. I will give you all 3 minutes to get up. A cold voice echoed through the training ground. Luolang and Ziyi turned their heads. Ling Lan had appeared on the training ground. She wore a military uniform that didn't have any crease on it. The major epaulette replaced his senior captain epaulette. A cold aura exuded from her body. The temperature in the training ground seemed to have decreased. Boss! The members of Lingshan shouted in unison. FK, how dare you order your grandfather? One of the mecha operators, who was a lieutenant colonel, who was already angered by Luolang and the new recruits. They only cooperated with them because their superiors asked them to. However, now, an unfamiliar recruit was ordering them around with a commanding tone. He couldn't take it anymore and exploded in anger. Once he shouted, the other veterans started shouting too. The members of Lingshan were furious when they heard these people started mocking their boss. They wanted to charge at them, but Ling Lan had already rushed forward and stopped in front of the man who shouted first. What did you say just now? Ling Lan asked coldly. Haha, are you deaf? Let me repeat it then. The mecha operator laughed loudly. He sneered at Ling Lan. He couldn't understand why this recruit wanted to be mocked by him again. Grandfather? Ling Lan looked at him coldly. No one dared to claim to be her grandfather. Anyone who wanted to be Ling Zhao's father was looking for death. Ha, good grandson. The mecha operator didn't sense the danger and replied to her. Boom. Ling Lan kicked the mecha operator into the air. The huge force caused the mecha operator to vomit blood in the air. He slammed into the ground and slid for 10 meters before stopping. A figure suddenly appeared near the mecha operator. Ling Lan stepped on the mecha operator's head. Her eyes were filled with malicious intent. She said dangerously, "Since you really want to die, I will satisfy you." She exerted force on her right foot. The mecha operator's head slammed into the ground. Blood came out of his nose, mouth, eyes, and ears. His expression turned hideous. Ling Lan's viciousness frightened all the mecha operators. They looked at her with fear. The entire training ground turned silent. If a leaf fell down right now, it would be heard. You kill a lieutenant colonel. Military court. The mecha operator wanted to struggle, but a huge force of presence prevented him from moving. He could feel her killing intent. He felt that he would be killed by her. No, he didn't want to die, but his strong desire to live caused him to continue struggling. After much effort, he finally managed to spit out these words. You, a useless piece of trash like you? Do you really think that the military would do anything if I killed you? Ling Lan smiled coldly. They might thank me instead for clearing the people who are wasting their money and space. A useless trash like you has no rights. Ling Lan smiled dangerously as she scanned the mecha operators around her. Her words pierced right into their hearts. Regiment commander will not let you go, the mecha operators said helplessly. The regiment commander whom they didn't care about became his only hope. Regiment commander, let me go? Ling Lan sneered. Ha, I forgot to tell you all that from today onwards, I will be the regiment commander of the 250 mecha clan. Hence, I have the power. The mecha operators felt their hearts dropped. Were they all going to die today? At that moment, Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong, who rarely came to the training ground, frowned when they heard Ling Lan's words. Yang Mingzi lowered his voice and asked, why did their captain become like this? Liu Furong shook his head. He was just cold last time. I have never sensed such a strong killing intent from him before. Did something happen to him during his mission? He was worried that the young man was affected mentally just like them. Yang Mingzi thought for a moment. The mission should have been completed. He probably doesn't have any psychological trauma too. If not, he would not rise in rank and become the regiment commander of 250 mecha clan. Did the staff officer department make a mistake? Why would they let a recruit be the regiment commander of 250 mecha clan? Liu Furong couldn't understand the decision. They probably want to reorganize 250, so they used a new method. Yang Mingzi had a different viewpoint. What is it? Since the previous methods couldn't deal with us, they let a recruit to try it out. He is new, so he is not afraid of anything. Yang Mingzi understood why the staff officer department made this decision. There was another merit for choosing a recruit. A recruit had much spirit and would do anything to get results. But this Ling Lan's killing intent is too strong. Is he really planning to kill to get what he wants? Liu Furong asked uncertainly. This was what Yang Mingzi was afraid of. The things that the regiment commander was doing made him feel that it was what he intended to do. Yang Mingzi gritted his teeth. No matter what, we cannot let him kill anyone. He would not allow these mecha operators, who became useless due to unfortunate circumstances, die at the hands of their own people. This was a tragedy and humiliation for them. He couldn't let this happen. Good. If something amiss happens, let's act together. Liu Furong had the same thought. In the middle of the training ground, Ling Lan leaned forward and stared directly at his helpless eyes. You humiliated your superior. This mistake is enough for you to die, so, please stop wasting food. Rubbish, like you should just die. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes and lifted her right foot. If she stepped on the soldier's head again, he would definitely die. Everyone looked at Ling Lan frighteningly. They didn't expect their new regiment commander to actually want to kill someone. There was no pity or remorse on his young face. The indifference on his face made them shiver. This is bad, Liu Furong and Yang Mingzi exclaimed in their minds. They disappeared from their original positions and appeared beside Ling Lan. Boom. A loud explosion occurred. Two legs appeared on the mecha operator's head and prevented Ling Lan's foot from touching him. The different forces created invisible blades in the air. A few wounds appeared on the mecha operator's face. However, he couldn't mind the pain right now. He was elated that he was alive. It felt good to be alive. It's the North and South Stars. We want Yang Mingzi to be our regiment commander. Little brat. We don't recognize you as our regiment commander. Get out of here. Since Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong had acted, the mecha operator woke up from his stupor and started shouting again. How could they let a potential murderer be their regiment commander? They still wanted to live. They didn't want to suddenly die at the hands of their regiment commander. Yes, get out of this place. We want Yang Mingzi as our regiment commander. The other mecha operators regained their senses too. Compared to the scary Ling Lan, Yang Mingzi was a much better option. He was supposed to be their regiment commander at the beginning, but he rejected the offer. Yang Mingzi knew that things were going out of his control. He just wanted to prevent Ling Lan from killing people. He didn't want to be the regiment commander. But, after what the mecha operators said, his actions showed that he had a different purpose. They made him seem as though he wanted to fight for the position of the regiment commander. Why? Do you have something against me being the regiment commander? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and asked. Yang Mingzi smiled bitterly. You are kidding. I just want to stop you from killing someone. What right do you have to stop me? Ling Lan mocked. A useless mecha operator? You don't have the power. A member of the South Stars? Are you one of them? The other mecha operators shouted louder at her when they heard what she said. Liu Furong's expression changed too. Ling Lan's words denied all the merits and achievements they made in the battlefields during their time. Yang Mingzi didn't reply to her. He just stared at Ling Lan. Her words had angered him. Are you angry? Do you think I'm wrong? Let me show you what's the truth then. Ling Lan suddenly moved her right foot. A huge force exploded. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong felt a strong force moving towards them. They couldn't control themselves and fell back. They had to take 3 steps back to stabilize themselves. Chapter 671, Rubbish. The two of them were stunned. They didn't expect Ling Lan's physical skills to be so powerful. By now, they knew that she had been hiding her true capabilities all these while. A person at the peak of refinement would not be able to defeat one of their mecha operators that easily. No matter how weak he was, the mecha operators must be at least at refinement state. If not, he would not be able to handle the backlash from the movement of the mecha. Ling Lan forced the two of them away and kicked the mecha operator on the ground. The mecha operator flew towards Luolang and Ziyi. Luolang and Ziyi held the unconscious man in their arms. Blood was coming out of his mouth. Ling Lan didn't show any mercy to the mecha operator. The force of her kick made him unconscious and severely injured. He was on the brink of death. Li Sha lacks people to experiment with. Let this rubbish be useful. Tell Sha that he can do whatever he wants with him. He will not be held responsible for his death. Ling Lan said indifferently. She sounded as though the man was just an object that could be thrown away after he was used. Yes, boss. The only people who didn't get frightened by Ling Lan were the members of Lingshan battle team. They were used to her ruthlessness. When they were having their devil training, she was even scarier. Also, they believed that their boss would not become a heartless murderer. Anyone who was sent to Li Sha would live. Thus, their boss was just creating an illusion that anyone who didn't listen to her would be forsaken. The other mecha operators were shocked. Even if the North and South Star acted together, they couldn't save that mecha operator. They remembered the medicine that Li Sha made. The legal medicines were already so frightening. If he used medicine which was still in its experimental stage, how much scarier would it be? Living hell. These two words appeared in everyone's head. Then, Ling Lan's cold voice sounded beside their ears. 3 minutes is ending soon. If you all have not stand up by then, I will send you all to Li Sha. This is a good way to recycle rubbish. All the mecha operators felt Ling Lan's gaze on them. She seemed excited to send them out of the mecha clan with such a method. All the mecha operators stood up. Their desire to live and their fear of Ling Lan caused them to listen to her. However, their eyes were filled with anger. They were dissatisfied with Ling Lan. At the same time, they hoped that Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong would defeat this person and take over the position of regiment commander. Oppression would lead to retaliation. Ling Lan was clear about this. Liu Furong and Yang Mingzi knew this too. If this was some other time, Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong would feel happy for the mecha operators. They finally had the desire to live. However, the current situation just gave them a headache. Should they resist against Ling Lan to help the mecha operators, or should they hide and give up? If they give up, would they drench the fire that just got ignited in the mecha operators' hearts? Would they return to be useless again? The two of them were in a dilemma. Ling Lan focused her attention on Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong. She snorted. Are you two going to stand up for these piles of rubbish? Yang Mingzi took a deep breath and calmed down. He said slowly, we don't have anything against you. We just hope that you can show some mercy to them since they have contributed to the military in the past. So? Ling Lan replied coldly. Her reply diminished all the hopes they had. Their past achievements were nothing in their regiment commander's eyes. The honor that they treasured so much was useless to her. You bastard. All the mecha operators were unable to accept this. The only thing they were proud of was denied. Anyone who lives in their past and unable to walk out is rubbish. Ling Lan looked at the crowd. You all are such rubbish. No matter how much achievements you all had, it will not change your useless nature. Ah! All the mecha operators were indignant. They couldn't control their emotions and started shouting, "Shut up!" Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong couldn't stand it anymore and shouted simultaneously, "Are you two finally going to act?" Ling Lan looked at them coldly. "I will not allow you to humiliate my comrades," Liu Furong shouted in anger. Ling Lan started clapping indifferently, as expected of a member of the North Stars. "You are indeed a good role model for soldiers. However, don't you think that it is really funny for you to say this now?" "What do you mean?" Liu Furong frowned. "You are also useless. Do you have any right to say this?" The moment she finished speaking, Ling Lan charged at Liu Furong and aimed her fist at him, fast. Liu Furong was astounded. He hurriedly moved back and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom! Liu Furong reacted quickly, but he was still unable to dodge Ling Lan's attack. He stumbled for 8 meters before stabilizing himself. Is how powerful a member of the North Stars should be? Ling Lan looked at Liu Furong with contempt. He couldn't even take a blow from her. How could he say such things? Ling Lan understood that if she wanted people to listen to her and never disobey her, she needed to have the power and the ability to control them. "I will give you one last chance. If the two of you can't handle a blow from me with your combined efforts, you all will shut up and listen to me. I am the regiment commander of 250 Mecha Clan. In my Mecha Clan, there is only one rule. Winner takes all. Only the winner has the right to speak." Ling Lan's words rang through everyone's ears. This was the rule of 250 Mecha Clan. From that day onwards, 250 Mecha Clan changed from a useless clan to a motivated and vicious clan. Chapter 672, New Mindset. Qi Long, Zhao Jun, Li Lan, and Li Yingji were shocked when they heard what Ling Lan said. Qi Long picked out his ears with his pinky. He whispered to Lin Zongqing, "Why does the boss sound like Li Yingji now?" Although their boss was dominant, he rarely used words to express himself. Hence, Qi Long was not used to the sudden change in style. Li Yingji heard what he said and glared at him. What does he mean by sound like Li Yingji? That is called the aura, as expected of a powerful but stupid person. He doesn't understand the real meaning of life. Li Yingji looked at Ling Lan with admiration. They were both arrogant, but he couldn't appear as powerful and overbearing as Ling Lan. How did he manage to suppress the crowd with just his aura? Was it because he was powerful? Li Yingji suddenly had enlightenment. Lin Zongqing replied Qi Long calmly, "Our boss handles different situations differently. If you think that our boss only has one side to him, you're an idiot." Qi Long remembered how harmless-looking their boss was during the mission. Seems like this poker face boss had many different sides to him. Qi Long felt pressured. As the right-hand man of his boss, he didn't know the presence of Little Four. Should he change his style according to his boss? Not only was Qi Long surprised, but Li Lan was also touched by what Ling Lan said. The image of an arrogant and direct Ling Lan etched into his mind. If he was as powerful as Ling Lan, wouldn't the Phoenix Thrall fate be a joke to him? He was restrained by his own abilities. He was not strong enough. Winner takes all. If he was able to stand at the peak of the world, who could ask him to lower his head? Today, Li Lan finally understood that his weakness was not his strength. It was his mentality. He looked down at his slender and pretty fingers. No one would believe that these fingers belonged to a man. That was why he didn't like his fingers. He would get reminded of the Phoenix Thrall fate every time he looked at them. Thus, he never let anyone see his hands or his face. He hated his face too. However, Li Lan noticed that Ling Lan's hands were as pretty as his too. Yet, Ling Lan never felt that there was anything wrong with them. His fist made everyone forget that he had a pair of pretty hands. Other people only knew how powerful his fists were. Li Lan looked at Ling Lan's eyes. They were cold and confident. Nothing was impossible in his eyes. This was the truth. From the first time he met Ling Lan, he never saw him failing at anything. Even now, when he thought that it would take years to change 250 Mecha Clan, Ling Lan showed him another possibility. Ling Lan gave these mecha operators who lost their confidence a new way of looking at things. Winner takes all, survival of the fittest. From today onwards, these mecha operators would not have the time to think about anything else. They would be struggling and fighting to be the last survivor. It had to be said that Li Lan was the person who understood Ling Lan the most. While the others were still puzzled over her sudden change, he already knew why she did this, whether his guess was right or wrong. He didn't know. Ling Lan's arrogance successfully brewed some resentment in Liu Furong and Yang Mingzi's hearts. They exchanged glances with one another. Yang Mingzi smiled coldly. "Since you mentioned it, we will accept your challenge." The three of them stood at three different corners of the training ground. The fight would be starting soon. The mecha operators knew that this battle between the three of them would be huge, so they retreated back and created space for them. Lin Zonking suddenly asked, "Do you think that boss will use his domain realm power?" Anyone at Qijin realm would not be able to handle a domain realm power attack. No one replied. To ensure her success, Ling Lan should use her domain realm power. Li Lan smiled and muttered, "No, he will just use Qijin power to defeat them." Li Yingji expressed his suspicion. "Is that possible? Those two people are in the Qijin realm too. He might not be able to defeat them with a single blow if he used the same force." Li Lan glanced at Li Yingji with contempt. Li Yingji was furious. For some reason, he disliked Li Lan very much. Every time he talked to him, he would feel irritated. However, Li Lan continued speaking. "Do you think that the Qijin power displayed by a domain realm master is the same as the Qijin power displayed by a Qijin master? Even though boss is just using his Qijin power, it is not the same strength as what you think." Li Yingji was dumbfounded. As he pondered over Li Lan's words, Qi Long nodded. "Yes, even if boss suppresses his realm and used Qijin strength, we cannot handle it." Li Yingji understood what they meant. Although Ling Lan used her Qijin strength, the quality and force of her strength were much stronger than normal Qijin masters. This was not something a Qijin master could handle. When battling two opponents who were at Qijin realm, Ling Lan was able to restrain their power using her force of presence. They would be unable to release all their energy. With these two components working hand in hand, Ling Lan would be able to defeat her opponents in one blow. Everyone's attention was focused on them. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong didn't move. They had more people on their side, so their opponent should attack first. This was their principle. Ling Lan knew what they were thinking. She smiled secretly. Just like what Li Shi said, these two people didn't have any illnesses at all. Seems like there still were hidden tigers in 250 Mecha Clan. Ling Lan was elated. However, she knew that would not be easy to have them listen to her willingly. She needed to win them over. From the start, Ling Lan's motive was to bait these two people out. They didn't disappoint her. Chapter 673, Profound Ultimate Technique. Just like what Li Lan predicted, Ling Lan used her Qijin power to fight them. She didn't do it because she was confident in her ability. She did it because she knew that they would only be convinced if she gave them a huge blow using similar levels of power and skill. Three invisible forces exploded out from their bodies. As the force got stronger, the mecha operators around them felt the force of presence coming down on them. They took a few more steps back before they could stand up straight again. When they stepped back, Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and the other members of Lingshan who reached Qijin level stood out. They were standing at the same spot and didn't seem affected at all. Actually, they were struggling too. The huge energy coming from the three people made them uncomfortable, but they could still resist it. The mecha operators knew that these recruits were stronger than them. They were as strong as Luoleng and Ziyi. Since Luoleng and Ziyi underwent the training with them, They saw their true powers before. They were talented young men who managed to achieve Jin state at such a young age. They thought that these two young men had the strongest physical skills in Lingshan. However, that didn't seem to be the case. The 5 new people that appeared today were as strong as them. Their regiment commander was even scarier. He must be the strongest person in the entire team. If not, how could he stand up straight right in the faces of 2 members from the North and South Stars? Ling Lan didn't release all her strength instantly. She slowly increased her power so that her opponents would be able to use their full strength. That way, they would be convinced when she defeats them. When Ling Lan felt that Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong had reached the peak of their strength, she attacked. She disappeared. Before the audience could react, Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong felt a huge force coming towards them. They were well prepared for it, so that punched their fists out and welcomed Ling Lan's attack. Damn it! When they came into contact with the force, they were astounded. This force was much stronger than they had expected. They were unable to handle it with one fist. Both of them were veterans with many experiences. They decisively raised their left hands and attacked again using their entire Jin power. 2 loud explosions occurred. Since the 2 fists were punched at almost the same time, you would need to listen carefully to detect the 2 explosions. Some of the mecha operators didn't listen properly and thought that they only used one fist. 3 forces collided. The 2 of them managed to resist against Ling Lan's strength with their 2 fists. They reached a standstill. With each passing second, their faces turned paler. They realized that Ling Lan had more than one wave Jin force coming towards them. No, by right, there was only one force. However, the force kept slamming into them like waves. The waves got stronger each time. There seemed to be no end to the force. They felt that the force was not becoming more and more powerful, but rather, it stacked onto one another. They resisted 4 waves of attack. They had reached their limit. They hoped that this was the end of Ling Lan's strength. However, reality was cruel. The 5th wave appeared. They were in despair. The wave rushed down at them and finally broke through their defense. No, we can't be defeated at the last wave. The 2 of them looked at each other. There was determination in their eyes. They gritted their teeth. PFFT. Blood came out of their mouth. They chose to use up all their Jin strength to resist the attack. PFFT. Another mouthful of blood came out. The 5th wave was stronger than the 4th wave, so even though they resisted against it, they were still injured internally. However, it was worth it. They succeeded. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong felt the 5th wave disappearing and heaved a sigh of relief. They were both senior colonels. They knew that there was an ultimate technique that could allow someone to stack his Jin. However, it could only be done 5 times. No one in the Federation could stack it more than 5 times. If someone really succeeded, it would have become a profound ultimate technique. There were only 3 techniques which were deemed as the profound ultimate technique. This stacking skill was not one of them. As this thought flashed through their minds, Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong felt another huge force coming down on them again. The 6th time? Impossible. They were dumbfounded. They didn't believe that this was happening, but it was the truth. Bang! Their bodies flew back amidst the huge explosion. They slammed into the ground and slid for a few meters before stopping. They clenched their chest in pain. Blood kept dripping down their mouth. Their internal injury got worse after they were hit by the 6th wave. They were unable to stand up now. Ling Lan retracted her power the moment the 6th wave touched them. This was why they were still conscious now. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong were defeated with a single blow. And they were seriously injured. The mecha operators were astounded. They placed all their hopes on them, but they couldn't even take a single blow. Who was this young regiment commander? Ling Lan retracted her fist and stood up straight. She looked as though she hadn't moved at all. She pulled her sleeve down and tidied herself. Then, she scanned the crowd. Chapter 674. Day training. Month training. The gaze was cold and indifferent. It was a look of contempt. To Ling Lan, they were not humans. They were just pieces of trash. This look meant that she treated them as nothing. That was why she ignored them entirely. This was utter humiliation. In the past, they would be furious and shouted at Ling Lan. However, now, They shrunk back and lowered down their heads. Even Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong couldn't defeat Ling Lan when they joined forces. What could they do? In the military, those people who were strong gained respect and followers. Ling Lan walked towards Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong after looking at the crowd. She leaned forward slightly. She used this posture to pressure them even further. She said calmly, "In my mecha clan, you all are just normal mecha operators. Besides that, you and your past achievements meant nothing. Remember this." Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong looked up at Ling Lan with pale faces. Her force of presence was enough to shut them up completely. They didn't expect themselves to lose so terribly. Ling Lan didn't wait for their replies. She didn't need them to. She just needed to win them over and scare the other mecha operators. She had completed her task beautifully. She straightened her back and turned around. "Everyone will gather at the training ground at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow. You all can leave now." "Yes." Some mecha operators replied instinctively. By the time they realized what they did, Ling Lan had disappeared. Li Lan came over and added, "Of course, you can choose not to come. However, our regiment commander hates people who don't listen to orders. I cannot guarantee what will happen to you if you disobey him." The mecha operators shivered in fear. They had no thoughts of resisting and reminded themselves to be early tomorrow. "Oh right. Please remind those people that didn't come today." The regiment commander ordered for everyone to report to the training ground tomorrow. "If someone doesn't come, we might all have a hard time." Just as everyone was prepared to leave, Li Lan continued reminding them, "FK, can you finish saying everything at once?" While they cursed out Li Lan in their hearts, they quickly went to remind their friends to not be late tomorrow. They told them about Ling Lan's ruthlessness and to not take the gamble tomorrow. While Li Lan was reminding the mecha operators, Qi Long, Zhao Jun, Li Yingji, and Lin Zonking came to Liu Furong and Yang Mingzi. Qi Long looked at them with concern. He looked so sincere. "Senior Colonel Yang Mingzi, Senior Colonel Liu Furong, how are you two holding up? Let us send you two to the medical department." Undoubtedly, Qi Long's kind face lowers people's guard. Yang Mingzi didn't reject him. He gave a forced smile. "Sorry to trouble you all. It is what I should do. You are after all our seniors. We look forward to hearing about your experiences." Qi Long gave a shy and sincere smile. He scratched his hair in a flurry. Li Yingji held Liu Furong up with the help of Lin Zonking. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. What good acting! After so many years, Li Yingji knew that Qi Long looked honest but was actually an evil person. He was as bad as Li Lan. Li Yingji glanced at Li Lan, who was warning the other mecha operators. Since Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong were injured badly, they walked at a slow pace. Yang Mingzi felt a little bored, so he asked, "Are you in the same battle team as the regiment commander?" "Yes, he is our captain." Qi Long seemed to have forgotten that his captain injured the person he was holding and immediately admitted their relationship. Yang Mingzi smiled helplessly, as expected of an honest person. He didn't know how to beat around the bush. However, this was good too. He would be able to pry more information about Ling Lan out of him. "How does your captain treat you all?" Yang Mingzi continued asking. Qi Long thought about it seriously before answering. "Not bad, as long as we are not training." Zhao Jun, Li Yingji, and Lin Zonking instantly nodded in agreement. Why did everyone's expression change? What kind of training did they have? Yang Mingzi couldn't help but be curious. "How does your captain train you?" Qi Long replied without any hesitation. "He would beat me till I'm half dead." Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong felt their hearts jumped. "Beat him till he's half dead? Is this the truth or is it exaggerated?" "Really?" Liu Furong asked. "Like us?" Qi Long looked at them. He pouted. "Of course not." Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong relaxed. "Why would anyone beat someone until he is half dead during training? It's impossible." "This young man is exaggerating. At least you two can still walk. Every time training ends, I will be dragged to the medical room by my boss. It feels like I'm dying, but Leash's medicine always revives me." Qi Long's words made Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong's heart pumped faster. Was this how their regiment commander trained people? They didn't believe what Qi Long said, so they looked at the rest. Zhao Jun sighed. If it was the day training, It was still fine. We could have some time to rest and recover. If it was the month training, I really felt like I would die. Day training? Month training? What's that? Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong were confused. Lin Zonking thoughtfully explained to them, day training means a training session that lasted only for a day. We would get to rest and receive treatment after the session. This is the easiest form of training. Month training lasts for a month. We would be tortured every single day and won't have the time to rest. We only had a night to recover. The next day, no matter what state we were in, we must go back to train. When we reached the 10th day, everyone felt that they would die already. Lin Zonking recalled the memories and shivered. Luckily, we all survived. He looked at Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong with pity. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong met all kinds of people, so they immediately noticed the look. They thought about something and their expression changed. Is the regiment commander going to give us the month training? Qi Long nodded instantly. Most probably. Why is he giving us month training right from the start? Shouldn't we start slowly? If this was true, Yang Mingzi felt that the mecha operators in 250 Mecha Clan would not able to handle the training. Did the regiment commander want to get rid of certain people? Because boss is dissatisfied with all of you. Since he is dissatisfied, he will train you all until you reach his standards. Senior, do you think any mecha operators can reach boss's standards? Yang Mingzi was speechless. He replied softly, but he can't just start with the month training like this. The mecha operators in 250 Mecha Clan were people who received many merits and achieved many achievements. Was it fine to treat them like this? Why not? When I just entered the battle team, I went through the month training too. Li Yingji asked curiously, if I can handle it, why can't the seniors handle it? Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong didn't know what to say. They didn't have any interest to continue to talk to them anymore and were sent to Li Shu. Li Shu was flipping the documents at his office desk. When he saw two people being sent in, he raised his eyebrows and asked, for experiments again. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong felt their eyebrows twitching. Dr. Li looked like a gentle person, but in actual fact, he was evil. How could he react so calmly to human experiments? The military banned human experiments. Qi Long waved his hand immediately. No, number. These two seniors are here to be treated. They are hurt? Li Shi put down the documents in his hand and took such a medical device from the side. He inspected their bodies and said, all your organs are injured. However, you handled it well by stopping the bleeding with your Qi-Jin, so the injuries didn't get worse. He scolded them. You two are already close to 50 years old. Why are you two still fighting like young men? I can treat you two this time, but next time, don't look for me. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong smiled bitterly. You thought that we fought each other? Li Shi scoffed. If you didn't injure each other, how did you two get hurt so badly? Yang Mingzi sighed. The regiment commander did this to us. You mean our captain? Li Shu was shocked. Yes. Yang Mingzi was not afraid of embarrassing himself. After all, this news would probably spread throughout the entire 250 Mecha Clan soon. Chapter 675. Why? Li Shu looked at Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong. He nodded and got up. He went to the cabinet at the side and took out 2 bottles of agent. Then, he took 2 syringes and sucked up the agent. Arm, Li Shu said calmly. Yang Mingzi rolled up his sleeve. Li Shu injected him with the agent. He took the other syringe and injected Liu Furong. After that, he took 2 ropes from the back of his table and said to Qi Long and Zhao Jun, have them lie on the bed and tie them up. This will prevent them from hurting themselves. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong felt their hearts jumped. What kind of agent did you give us? A good one. It will let you recover in 12 hours. Li Shu replied calmly. Of course, since the agent is a bit stronger, there would be more pain. I'm worried that you two won't be able to withstand the side effects of the medicine. If you hurt yourself, my precious medicine will be wasted. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong didn't believe Li Shu entirely. However, Qi Long and Zhao Jun trusted him, so they immediately pushed the 2 people on the bed. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong wanted to struggle, but they realized that they couldn't exert any energy. They looked at Li Shu angrily. What did you inject into our body? Li Shu was irritated. I said that it's good medicine. Oh, There is some anesthesia inside it too. It is to prevent you from hurting yourselves. Since there is anesthesia in the agent, why are you still tying us up?" Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong felt that something was amiss. They watched as Zhao Jun and Qilong tied them up on the bed. "This anesthesia works for normal mecha operators, but I'm not sure if they work on you. Hence, it is safer to tie you two up," Li Shi said indifferently. Yang Mingzi wanted to say something, but he suddenly felt excruciating pain. Every single part of his body was trembling in pain. His expression turned hideous. Ever since he finished building up his tolerance against the effects of medicines, this was the first time he felt such tremendous pain. He started cursing. He gritted his teeth and forced a word out of his mouth. "Why?" Li Shi raised his eyebrows. "Why what? Why is it so painful when your body already built tolerance against medicine?" Yang Mingzi nodded. This simple action required all his effort. "The medicines you took in the past were destroying your body. Hence, your body is used to the pain caused by the destruction of your body. However, my medicine is different. It doesn't destroy to heal. It improves your body's natural healing system." "Why?" Yang Mingzi was not satisfied with the explanation. He forced himself to speak again. This still didn't explain why he was experiencing such unbearable pain. "I just increased your natural healing ability by a few thousand times. Normally, your cells multiply once every day. Now, they multiply a few thousand times every day. Since the speed of regeneration increased, the pain experienced during healing will be amplified more than 1,000 times too. Since it is a natural form of healing, your body does not recognize it as medicine." Li Shi continued. "Tolerance against the effects of medicines has loopholes. This was what I found after doing much research." "Congratulations, Senior Colonel Yang. You are the first tester for this medicine." "Why?" Yang Mingzi asked the third time. Why was Li Shi treating them like this? "Our captain never does anything for no reason. Since he did this to you, you must have done something wrong. Since you are in the wrong, you must be punished," Li Shi replied. "So you punished us for your captain?" Liu Furong asked painfully. Why did they land themselves in the hands of a fan of their regiment commander? They felt wronged. Li Shi was shocked. "What are you all saying? Why would I punish you all for the sake of my captain? That is what our regiment commander should do, not me." "Then why are we experiencing such torture?" "Ah!" Liu Furong felt really uncomfortable. He screamed in agony. Li Shi replied, "So that you can recover in 12 hours and be ready for the month training tomorrow. That is the real punishment. I will not let you run away from the training because of your injuries." Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong were stunned. "So that's why he treated them so that they could attend the monthly training and be tortured tomorrow?" Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong were in so much pain, they were unable to think properly. They fainted. On the bright side, they wouldn't feel the pain anymore. When they woke up the next morning, the ropes had disappeared. Two beautiful ladies were attending them. One of the ladies looked at them shyly and noticed that they were awake. Before she could say anything, the other healthy-looking beauty came in with 2 metal boxes and put them on the table heavily. "Your breakfast. Hurry up and eat it. If not, you will have to go for your month training on an empty stomach," the healthy-looking lady shouted at them. The shy lady was afraid that they would misunderstand them, so she said, "It's already 6:45 a.m. Brother Shi said that you two will wake up between 6:40 am and 6:45 am, so we prepared breakfast for you two." Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong were confused. This was a totally different scenario compared to the one yesterday. Was this a trap, or were they trying to make up for yesterday? There was no time for them to think further. They opened the metal box and gobbled down the food. Within 2 minutes, they finished their breakfast. Not one bit was left. After they put down their metal boxes, they realized that their injuries, which normally needs at least 3 months to recover, healed in 12 hours. They didn't feel uncomfortable at all. They were elated. They inspected their bodies with their Qi-Jin energy. Their injuries were really healed. Also, their body was in a better state than before. Some old injuries were healed too. The medicine that Li Shi invented was indeed impressive. It even cured injuries and illnesses military doctors couldn't cure. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong felt complicated. If the medicine didn't have such a painful side effect, It would be much better. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden knocks on the door frightened Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong. They looked over. Li Shi stood at the doorway with his arms crossed around his chest. He said calmly, "Since you all helped me with my experiment, I will give you two a friendly reminder. No matter what happens, listen to our regiment commander. There are 10 minutes left until the gathering time. Don't be late on the first day." Li Shi said. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong regained their senses. They had no time to waste. They quickly got off the bed and disappeared from the hospital. "Brother Shu, how many people do you think can survive the first day of boss's devil training?" Han Xuya asked curiously. Li Shi knocked on her forehead. "I only know that we have a war to fight today." He walked out and started preparing for the day. Han Xuya was confused. She asked Luo Zhao, "What does Brother Shi mean?" Luo Zhao smiled gently. "Brother Shi meant that there would be many people sent to the hospital later. We should prepare for it." She walked out of the room and helped Li Shi to prepare the medicines. Han Xuya thought for a moment and finally understood what Li Shi meant. She sighed. "I knew that many people will be unable to handle the training. No way, the three of us can't handle this. I will go and look for help." Han Xuya rushed out of the room and went to the male dormitory. She pulled all the members of Lingshan out of their beds, even Chang Xinyuan, who was in his modification chamber, modifying a mecha, got pulled out by Han Xuya. When Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong arrived at the training ground, many mecha operators were already there. They scanned their surroundings. The mecha operators that were present yesterday came. A portion of those that weren't present yesterday came too. The other portion didn't. More than 200 mecha operators stood at the training ground. However, they only filled up a small corner of it. This training ground was built based on the size of a normal mecha clan. It was able to accommodate 1,500 mecha operators. The time reached 7 a.m. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong noticed that more than 30 mecha operators hadn't arrived. They frowned. They couldn't help but feel worried. Clear footsteps sounded at the entrance. A group of soldiers wearing the 250 mecha clan uniform marched in an orderly manner. Yang Mingzi and Liu Furong looked over and recognized some people in the group. Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Li Yingji were present. Luo Leng and Ziyi, who had been with them for the past 2 months, were in the group too. The other two people who came back with Ling Lan yesterday and Han Jijian was also there. After they stepped through the door, they spread out and formed a line. They placed their hands behind their back and stared at the mecha operators intently. Another set of footsteps sounded. A cold figure appeared at the door. It was Ling Lan. She wore her major uniform with a pair of brand new military boots. She looked prim and proper. The only difference from her look yesterday was the short whip in her hand. It made her look more malicious.